The public's attention span is fleeting. The fervour that once surrounded the murder of George Alfredson Vincent Marsh, the fourth Baron Edgware, has long since faded, replaced by fresher scandals. My associate, Hercule Poirot, was never publicly linked to the investigation, a situation he deliberately orchestrated. He preferred to operate from the shadows, allowing the official credit to fall elsewhere exactly as he intended. From his own unique perspective, the affair even counted as a personal setback. He insists to this day that a stray comment from a passer-by ultimately pointed him toward the solution. Regardless, it was his singular intellect that pieced together the truth. Without Hercule Poirot, I am convinced the guilty party would never have faced justice. This conviction, along with a promise to a most compelling woman, compels me now to record the entire story. I often think back to that afternoon in Poirot's impeccably ordered sitting room, pacing back and forth across his favourite section of carpet. My diminutive friend delivered his brilliant and shocking summary of events. I shall start my account where he began his on that day, at a London theatre the previous June. Carlotta Adams was the toast of the town. Following a wildly successful pair of matinees the year before, she was now concluding a 3-week engagement. An American with a staggering gift for solo performance, she needed no props or elaborate costumes. Her facility with languages was effortless. One particularly stunning sketch depicted an evening in a continental hotel, a whirlwind of characters from boisterous American tourists and stuffy English families to sly ladies of the evening and exhausted, polished waiters. She masterfully swung the audience's emotions from profound sorrow, as with her heartbreaking portrayal of a dying Czech woman in a hospital ward, to uproarious laughter during a sketch of a chatty dentist casually tormenting his patient. She ended her program with a segment billed as Impressions. Here, her talent was uncanny. Without a hint of makeup, her face seemed to melt and reshape itself into the likeness of a famous politician, a celebrated actress, or a renowned socialite. For each, she delivered a beatingly accurate monologue that perfectly skewered their most notable quirks. One of her final impersonations was of Jane Wilkinson, a gifted young American actress then captivating London. The mimicry was devastatingly precise. She delivered a stream of trivial dialogue with such a deep, husky, and emotionally charged voice that every vapid phrase somehow sounded profound and laden with secret meaning. The effect was utterly intoxicating. A masterclass in revealing character through voice alone. It was during this performance, amid the glittering crowd, that I first noticed the peculiar tension in our theatre box, a subtle crack in the evening's polished facade, the controlled movements, each one oddly meaningful, the subtle sway of her frame, even the suggestion of striking physical allure. I couldn't fathom how she managed it. I had long been an enthusiast of the lovely Jane Wilkinson. Her passionate performances had always stirred me, and I often argued with those who acknowledged her beauty, but claimed she lacked acting skill, insisting she possessed genuine dramatic talent. It was eerie to hear that familiar, somewhat throaty voice, with its fatalistic cadence that had moved me on so many occasions, and to witness that seemingly heartfelt gesture of the slowly clenching and unclenching fist, followed by the sudden backward toss of the head, hair flung away from the face, a signature flourish I recognized from the climax of her most intense scenes. Jane Wilkinson belonged to that category of actress who abandoned the stage for marriage, only to return a few years later. She had wed the wealthy, somewhat peculiar Lord Edgware 3 years prior. Gossip suggested she left him not long after. In any case, within 18 months of the wedding, she was performing for motion pictures in America, and this very season she was starring in a hit London production. Observing Carlotta Adams' skillful yet perhaps slightly biting portrayal, I found myself pondering how the subjects of such imitations truly felt. Were they flattered by the attention, the free publicity it generated, or were they irritated by what amounted to a deliberate unveiling of their professional techniques? Wasn't Carlotta Adams essentially the competing magician who declares, "Oh, this is an old trick. Quite simple. Let me show you how it's done"? I concluded that, were I the target, I would be deeply vexed. Naturally, I would hide my annoyance, but I certainly wouldn't appreciate it. One would require immense generosity and a particularly robust sense of humor to enjoy such a ruthless dissection. I had just settled on this opinion when the distinctive, husky laugh from the stage was echoed directly behind me. I turned quickly. In the seat, right at my back, leaning forward with her lips slightly parted, was the very person being mimicked, Lady Edgware, better known as Jane Wilkinson. I instantly understood my deductions had been completely mistaken. She was leaning forward, her expression one of pure delight and exhilaration. As the impression concluded, she applauded enthusiastically, laughing and turning to her companion, a tall, exceptionally handsome man of the classic Greek statue variety, whose face I knew better from film than theatre. It was Brian Martin, the most popular cinematic leading man of the moment. He and Jane Wilkinson had been co-stars in several screen ventures. "Isn't she marvellous?" Lady Edgware was exclaiming. He chuckled. "Jane, you look utterly thrilled." "Well, she's honestly far more brilliant than I expected." I missed Brian Martin's amused reply, as Carlotta Adams had launched into a new improvisation. What occurred later strikes me as a profoundly strange coincidence. After the show, Poirot and I went for supper at the Savoy. At the table immediately next to ours sat Lady Edgware, Brian Martin, and two others I didn't recognize. I indicated them to Poirot, and as I did so, another couple arrived and were seated at the table just beyond that. The woman's face was familiar, yet, oddly, I couldn't place it immediately. Then it struck me. I was staring right at Carlotta Adams. The man with her was unknown to me. He was well dressed, with a cheerful but rather empty expression, not a type I particularly admired. Carlotta Adams was dressed very modestly in black. Hers was not a face that immediately commanded attention or recognition. It was one of those fluid, expressive faces supremely suited to the art of mimicry. It could effortlessly assume another's character, yet it seemed to possess no strongly defined character of its own. I shared my observations with Poirot. He listened with keen attention, his distinctive head tilted as his sharp eyes flicked toward the two tables. "So that is Lady Edgware. I recall seeing her perform." "She is a beautiful woman, and a talented actress." "Perhaps you sound doubtful." "It depends entirely on the production, my friend. If the play revolves around her, if she is the undisputed centre, then yes, she could deliver. But I question her ability in a minor role or a character part. The piece must be crafted specifically for her. She strikes me as a woman profoundly absorbed in herself." He paused, then added, somewhat unexpectedly, "Such individuals navigate life at great risk." Risk. I was taken aback. "I have chosen a word that surprises you, I see. Yes, risk. A woman of that nature perceives only one thing, her own reflection. She remains blind to the perils and complexities surrounding her, the tangled web of conflicting interests and relationships. No, she sees only the path directly before her. Consequently, disaster becomes not a matter of if but when." I found this perspective fascinating, one I would never have considered. "And the other lady?"
"Miss Adams."
His gaze shifted to her table. "Well," he said, with a smile, "what is it you wish me to say about her?" "Merely your impression." "My dear fellow, am I tonight a carnival fortune-teller, reading palms and revealing character? You could do it far better than most, I counted. That is a charming faith you place in me, Hastings. It is touching. But do you not understand that each person is a profound mystery, a labyrinth of conflicting passions and desires? It is true. We make our little assessments, and 9 times out of 10 we are mistaken. Not Hercule Poirot, I said, smiling. Even Hercule Poirot. Oh, I'm aware you often think me vain, but I assure you I am fundamentally a humble man. I couldn't help but laugh. You humble? It is so, although, he confessed, I do take a certain pride in my moustaches. Nowhere in London have I seen their equal. You are quite secure in that boast, I said dryly. You won't. So you refuse to venture a judgment on Carlotta Adams. She is an artiste, Poirot stated simply. That explains nearly everything, does it not? At least you don't believe she strolls through life in similar peril. We all do that, my friend, Poirot replied gravely. Misfortune may always be waiting in ambush, but regarding your specific question, I believe Miss Adams will find success. She is shrewd, and she possesses another quality. You doubtless observed she is Jewish. I had not, but now that he mentioned it, I could discern the subtle lineage. Poirot nodded. That contributes to success, though since we speak of danger, there remains one particular avenue for her, which is the love of money. An excessive affection for wealth might lure such a person from a prudent course. That could tempt any of us, I remarked. True, but you or I would at least recognize the hazard. We could weigh the consequences. When one cares for money too deeply, it becomes the only light. Everything else fades into shadow. I chuckled at his solemn tone. The Gypsy Queen is in fine prophetic form tonight. The psychology of character is a compelling study, Poirot returned, unperturbed. One cannot be interested in crime without an interest in psychology. It is not the mere act of killing, it is the motive, the hidden landscape behind it that captivates the expert. You follow me, Hastings? I said I followed him perfectly. I have noted that when we collaborate, you are forever urging me toward physical action, Hastings. You want me to measure footprints, analyze cigarette ash, to grovel on the floor inspecting minutiae. You never appreciate that by reclining in an armchair with eyes closed, one can often approach closer to the heart of any mystery. One perceives the world then with the mind's eye. I certainly do not, I replied. When I recline in an armchair with my eyes shut, only one thing occurs to me. I have observed this, Poirot declared. It is peculiar. At such moments the intellect should be labouring intensely, not descending into a lazy stupor. The exercise of thought, it is so fascinating, so invigorating. Employing the little grey cells is a true cerebral delight. They and they alone can be relied upon to guide one through confusion toward clarity. I confess I have developed a tendency to let my focus drift whenever Poirot brings up his little grey cells. The speech is so familiar. This time my attention was captured by the quartet seated at the neighbouring table. As Poirot's soliloquy concluded, I remarked with a low laugh, "You've made an impression, Poirot." The lovely Lady Edgware seems unable to look away. No doubt she has been made aware of my reputation, said Poirot, attempting an air of modesty, and failing utterly. I believe it is the celebrated moustaches, I suggested. She is utterly captivated by their splendour. Poirot stroked them discreetly. It is true they are without equal, he conceded. Ah, my friend, that toothbrush affair you sport, it is a terror, an abomination, a deliberate insult to nature's generosity. Forsake it, I beg of you. Good Lord, I said, ignoring his plea. The lady is rising. I do believe she intends to approach us. Brian Martin is objecting, but she pays him no mind. Indeed, Jane Wilkinson swept impulsively from her chair and descended upon our table. Poirot and I both stood. Monsieur Hercule Poirot, is it not? Came the soft, husky voice. At your service, madame. Monsieur Poirot, I need to speak with you. I must speak with you, but of course, will you not join us? No, not here. I require a private conversation. Let us go straight up to my rooms. Brian Martin had approached, offering a conciliatory laugh. "You must be patient, Jane. We are in the midst of supper, as is Monsieur Poirot." Jane Wilkinson, however, was not so easily diverted. "Brian, what does that signify? We can have supper sent up. Please, speak to the staff. And, Brian." She followed him as he turned urgently, pressing some point upon him. He resisted. From what I could gather, shaking his head with a frown, but she insisted more forcefully, and finally, with a resigned shrug, he acquiesced. Once or twice during this exchange, her gaze flickered toward the table where Carlotta Adams sat, and I wondered if her suggestion involved the American actress. Objective achieved, Jane returned, radiant. "We shall go up immediately," she announced, bestowing a dazzling smile upon me as well. The notion that we might decline her plan did not appear to cross her mind. She swept us along without a hint of apology. "It is the most tremendous luck spotting you here tonight, Monsieur Poirot," she said, leading us to the elevator. "Everything always seems to arrange itself perfectly for me. I had been worrying myself sick over what to do, and I glanced up, and there you were. I told myself, Monsieur Poirot will know exactly what to do." She paused to instruct the elevator attendant. "Second floor, please. If I can be of assistance," Poirot began. "I am certain you can." "I've heard you are simply the most marvellous man alive. Someone has to extract me from this dreadful muddle, and I feel you are precisely the person for the task." We exited on the second floor, and she guided us down the corridor, stopping at a door to one of the Savoy's most luxurious suites. Tossing her white fur wrap over a chair and her bejewelled clutch on a table, the actress sank down and proclaimed without preamble, "Monsieur Poirot, by whatever means necessary, I simply have to be rid of my husband." "But, madame," he replied, his eyes sparkling with amusement, "disposing of husbands is hardly my area of expertise. Naturally, I'm aware of that. What you need is a lawyer. That's precisely where you're mistaken. I've had my fill of lawyers. I've consulted honest ones and dishonest ones, and not a single one has been of any real use. Lawyers understand the law, but they seem to lack any common sense. And you believe I possess it?" She let out a laugh. "I've heard you're the bee's knees, Monsieur Poirot. Comment? The bee's knees? I do not follow. It means you're the one for the job." "Madame, I may or may not have intelligence. In fact, I do, so why be modest? But your little situation, it is not my type of work." "I don't see why not. It's a puzzle." "Ah, a puzzle." "And a tricky one," Jane Wilkinson continued. "I wouldn't take you for a man who avoids a challenge. Allow me to praise your perception, madame. Nevertheless, I do not undertake investigations for divorce. That profession, it is not a savoury one. My dear man, I'm not asking you to do any sleuthing. That would be pointless, but I simply must be free of him, and I'm certain you could advise me on how to manage it." Poirot was silent for a moment before responding. When he did, his tone held a new, sharper quality. "First, tell me, madame, why are you so determined to be free of Lord Edgware?" Her answer came instantly, without a hint of hesitation. "Why? It's obvious. I wish to marry again. What other reason could there possibly be?" Her wide blue eyes gazed at him with apparent innocence. "But surely obtaining a divorce should be straightforward. You don't know my husband, Monsieur Poirot. He's... She gave a slight shudder. "It's difficult to explain. He's an odd man, not like other people." She paused, gathering her thoughts. "He never should have married anyone. I know what I'm talking about. I can't quite describe him, but he's peculiar. His first wife, left him. She abandoned a 3-month-old baby. He never divorced her, and she died wretchedly somewhere overseas. Then he married me. Well, I couldn't endure it. I was frightened. I left him and went to America. I have no legal grounds for a divorce, and even if I've given him grounds, he pays them no mind. He's a sort of fanatic. In certain American states you could obtain a divorce, madame. That does me no good. Not if I intend to live in England. You wish to live in England? Yes. Who is the man you desire to marry? That's just it. The Duke of Merton. I couldn't help but inhale sharply. The Duke of Merton had been the perennial despair of society mothers. A young man with almost monastic leanings and a fervent Anglo-Catholic faith, he was said to be utterly dominated by his mother, the formidable Dowager Duchess. His life was one of extreme austerity. He collected Chinese porcelain and was rumoured to have refined aesthetic tastes. He was believed to care nothing for women. I am absolutely wild about him, Jane said, with theatrical sentiment. He's unlike anyone I've ever met, and Merton Castle is simply marvellous. The whole affair is the most romantic thing imaginable. He's terribly handsome, too, like a dreamy sort of monk. She paused, a wistful look crossing her face. I plan to leave the stage once I'm married. I just don't seem to have any passion for it any more. In the meantime, Poirot remarked dryly, Lord Edgware remains an obstacle to these romantic aspirations. Yes, and it's absolutely maddening. She leaned back in her chair, thoughtful. You know, if we were back in Chicago, I could have him dealt with quite easily, but you people over here don't seem to employ professional solutions. Over here, said Poirot with a thin smile, we maintain that every person has a right to live. Well, I'm not so sure about that. I imagine you'd be better off without some of your politicians, and from what I know of Edgware, he'd be no great loss. Quite the opposite, in fact. A knock at the door interrupted them, and a waiter entered with a supper tray. Jane Wilkinson carried on discussing her dilemma, utterly unconcerned with his presence. But I don't expect you to eliminate him for me, Monsieur Poirot. I just need a clever idea, something he wouldn't see coming. Perhaps a sudden business opportunity overseas, or a scandal so embarrassing he'd have to disappear quietly. You must understand, living with him was like residing in a museum, cold, silent, and full of relics. Once I found him in his study at 3 in the morning, just staring at a portrait of his first wife. He didn't even notice I was there. It was chilling. Poirot acknowledged her thanks with a nod. I'm afraid you credit me with too much influence, madame. But you must be able to think of something, she insisted, leaning closer. Her blue eyes were wide and imploring. You do want me to be happy, don't you? Her tone was a soft, honeyed whisper, designed to persuade. I wish for the happiness of all people, Poirot replied with deliberate care. Oh, but I wasn't talking about all people, she said, a slight pout forming. I was only thinking of me. One might observe that you often do, madame. You think I'm selfish. I did not say so. I suppose I am, she admitted without a trace of guilt. But I simply cannot bear to be unhappy. It ruins everything, even my work. And I will be utterly miserable unless he consents to a divorce or, well, dies. She paused, as if genuinely considering the options. Actually, upon reflection, his dying would be much tidier, a cleaner break, don't you think? She gazed at Poirot, seeking his understanding. You will help me, won't you? She stood, gathering her wrap, and fixed him with a pleading look. From the corridor outside came the murmur of approaching voices. The door had been left slightly open. And if you don't? She pressed. If I do not, madame? She gave a light, musical laugh. Then I suppose I'll have to hail a cab and go round to bump him off myself. Still laughing, she slipped through a doorway into the adjoining room just as Brian Martin entered with the American performer Carlotta Adams, her companion, and the 2 supper guests, a Mr. and Mrs. Widburn.
Hello, everyone, said Brian. Where's Jane? I must tell her I've completed my mission. Jane reappeared in the bedroom doorway, a lipstick in hand. You found her. How wonderful, Miss Adams. I admire your act tremendously. I simply had to meet you. Come in here and talk to me while I repair my face. It's looking absolutely dreadful. Carlotta Adams accepted the invitation with a smile. Brian Martin dropped into a chair. Well, Mem Poirot, you were successfully ambushed.
Has our Jane enlisted you in her campaign? You may as well surrender now. She has no concept of the word no. Perhaps she has never encountered it. Jane is a fascinating study, Brian mused, reclining and blowing a stream of cigarette smoke toward the ceiling. Rules mean nothing to her. She has no morals. Not that she's immoral, precisely. A moral is the term, I believe. She sees only one thing, what Jane wants. He laughed, but the sound was sharp and hollow. I'm convinced she could commit murder quite cheerfully, and then feel profoundly wronged if anyone tried to hold her accountable. The real joke is that she'd be caught immediately. She hasn't a strategic bone in her body. Her idea of a clever murder would be to take a taxi to the scene, march in under her own name, and fire a gun. Now, what makes you suggest such a thing? Poirot murmured. Pardon? You know her very well, monsieur. I should say I do. He laughed again, the bitterness now unmistakable. The others agree, don't you? He asked, glancing at the Whitburns. Oh, Jane is certainly an egoist, Mrs. Whitburn concurred. But an actress must be if she's to express her personality fully. Poirot remained silent, his eyes resting on Brian Martin's face with a speculative, almost probing expression that I found difficult to interpret. At that moment, Jane sailed back into the room, Carlotta Adams following. I assumed Jane had now fixed her face to her satisfaction, though it looked precisely the same to me, flawless and unlikely to be improved. The supper party that ensued was lively on the surface, yet I couldn't shake a sense of subtle undercurrents swirling beneath the conversation, currents I felt unequipped to navigate. Jane Wilkinson, I was certain, was incapable of such subtleties. She was a woman who pursued a single objective with tunnel vision. Having secured her interview with Poirot, she was now in radiant spirits, her earlier intensity replaced by a buoyant, almost giddy contentment. The shift was so complete it was jarring, as if the previous conversation about divorce and death had been nothing more than a fleeting scene from a play she had already forgotten. Her wish to have Carlotta Adams join the gathering struck me as little more than a passing fancy. She had been thoroughly entertained, much like a child delighted by a clever impersonation. No, the subtle tensions I felt had nothing to do with Jane Wilkinson. Where, then, were they coming from? I considered each guest carefully. Brian Martin. His manner wasn't entirely natural, but I reasoned that might just be the affectation of a film star, the heightened self-awareness of a vain man, too used to performing to ever fully drop the act. Carlotta Adams, at least, seemed perfectly at ease. She was a quiet young woman with a gentle, low voice. Now that I had the chance to observe her up close, I paid closer attention. She possessed a distinct, though somewhat passive, charm. It was the charm of absence, the lack of any harsh or discordant note. She was like a living embodiment of polite agreement. Even her appearance was understated. Soft, dark hair, rather pale, colourless blue eyes, a fair complexion, and a sensitive, expressive mouth. It was a face you could like, yet one you might struggle to recognize later if you met her wearing different clothes. She seemed genuinely pleased by Jane's gracious compliments. Any young actress would be, I assumed, and then, right at that moment, something happened that made me reconsider that rather snap judgment. Carlotta Adams looked across the table at her hostess, who was just turning to speak with Poirot. There was an oddly appraising quality in the girl's gaze, a deliberate, calculating assessment. More than that, I was struck by the unmistakable hostility in those pale blue eyes. Perhaps it was just my imagination, or maybe it was professional envy. Jane was an established, successful star. Carlotta was still on her way up. I shifted my attention to the three other guests. Mr. and Mrs. Whitburn. What about them? He was a tall, gaunt man. She was a plump, fair-haired, effusive woman. They appeared to be wealthy people with an absolute obsession for all things theatrical. In fact, they were utterly unwilling to discuss anything else. Since I'd been away from England, they found me hopelessly uninformed, and Mrs. Whitburn soon turned a plump shoulder to me effectively forgetting I existed. The final member of the party was the dark-haired young man with the round, cheerful face who had accompanied Carlotta Adams. I'd suspected from the start he wasn't entirely sober, and as he drank more champagne, this became abundantly clear. He seemed to be nursing a profound sense of grievance. For the first half of the meal, he sat in gloomy silence. Toward the end, he began confiding in me as if I were an old friend. "What I mean to say," he slurred slightly, "it just isn't on. No, old boy, simply isn't. I'll spare you the exact muddled delivery. I mean, just look at it," he continued. "If you're seeing a girl, well, I mean people butting in, messing everything up, it's not as if I ever said a word out of line to her. She's not that sort, you know, strict upbringing, old-fashioned values, all that. Blast it, the girl's respectable. What was I saying? That it was rotten luck," I offered soothingly. "Well, dash it all, it is I had to borrow the money for this evening from my tailor of all people. Very accommodating fellow. My tailor, I've owed him for years. Creates a sort of bond, doesn't it? Nothing like a bond between pals. You and me, you and me. Who the devil are you, anyway?" "My name is Hastings. You don't say. I could have sworn you were a chap named Spencer Jones. Good old Spencer Jones. Ran into him at the Eton and Harrow match and borrowed a £5. What I always say is, one face is pretty much like another. If we were all Chinese, we'd never tell each other apart." He shook his head mournfully, then brightened suddenly and drained his glass. "Anyway," he concluded, as if that settled everything, "I'm certainly not a damned nigger." He seemed so cheered by this thought that he soon launched into a more optimistic outlook. "Always look on the bright side, old chap," he advised me. "That's my motto. One of these fine days when I'm pushing 75, perhaps I'll come into my money, my uncle's inheritance, you see. Then I'll finally be able to settle my tailor's bill." He sat there, beaming at the pleasant prospect. There was an oddly endearing quality about the fellow. His face was round, sporting a ridiculously tiny black moustache that looked rather lost, as if stranded in the middle of an empty plain. I observed Carlotta Adams watching him, and it was after a glance his way that she stood and signalled the end of the gathering. "It was simply lovely of you all to pop up," said Jane. "I do adore being spontaneous, don't you?" "Not really," Miss Adams replied. "I'm afraid I must plan everything rather meticulously beforehand. It prevents unnecessary anxiety." There was a slightly unpleasant edge to her tone. "Well, your methods certainly get results," Jane laughed. "I can't remember the last time I enjoyed a performance as much as yours tonight." The American girl's expression softened. "That's very kind of you to say," she responded warmly, "and I truly appreciate you telling me. We all need a bit of encouragement, don't we?" "Carlotta," interjected the young man with the black moustache. "Shake hands, thank Aunt Jane for the party, and let's be on our way." His exit was a marvel of single-minded determination, walking straight out the door. Carlotta followed swiftly. "Well," remarked Jane, "what was that breeze that blew in calling me Aunt Jane? I hadn't even registered him earlier." "My dear," said Mrs. Whodunit, "pay him no mind. He was quite the shining star in the OUDs as a lad. You'd hardly believe it now, would you? It's so sad to see early potential fizzle out, but Charles and I really must be toddling off." The Whodunits made their departure, and Brian Martin left with them. "Well, me Poirot?" he smiled at her. "And so, Lady Edgware? For heaven's sake, don't call me that. Let me forget the title. You really are the most hard-hearted little man in all of Europe." But no, I am not hard-hearted. It seemed to me that Poirot had enjoyed quite enough champagne, perhaps a glass beyond his limit. "Then you'll go see my husband and persuade him to agree to what I want?" "I will go and see him," Poirot agreed cautiously. "And if he refuses, as he undoubtedly will, you'll devise one of your clever schemes. They say you're the cleverest man in England, Mess Poirot. Madame, when you speak of hard-heartedness, you mention all of Europe. But for cleverness, you limit me only to England. Get this done for me, and I'll say the entire universe." Poirot raised a modest hand. "Madame, I promise nothing. In the interest of psychological study, I shall endeavour to arrange an interview with your husband. Psychoanalyze him all you like. It might do him some good, but you must succeed for my sake. I simply must have my romantic freedom, M. Poirot," she added, with a dreamy air. "Just imagine the sensation it will cause." Chapter 3. The Man with the Gold Tooth. Several days later, as we were having breakfast, Poirot slid a newly opened letter across the table to me. "Well, my friend," he said, "what do you make of that?" The note was from Lord Edgware, written in stiff formal language, requesting an appointment for the following day at 11 o'clock. I must admit I was thoroughly taken aback. I had assumed Poirot's words, spoken in a festive moment, were merely conversational, and I never imagined he had taken concrete steps to fulfill his promise. Poirot, ever perceptive, guessed my thoughts, and his eyes twinkled slightly. "But yes, my friend, it was not merely the champagne speaking." "I didn't mean that." "But yes," you thought to yourself, "the poor old fellow got carried away by the party spirit, making promises he neither would nor intended to keep." However, my friend, the promises of Hercule Poirot are sacred. He drew himself up with great dignity as he uttered these final words, leaving me to murmur a hasty, "Of course, naturally, I understand. I had assumed your perspective might have been, shall we say, coloured by external factors. I am not in the habit of having my perspective coloured, as you put it, Hastings," Poirot replied. "The finest vintage or the most charming companion neither sways the conclusions of Hercule Poirot. My interest is purely academic, in the romantic entanglements of Jane Wilkinson." "Not precisely. What you term her romance is a rather predictable manoeuvre in the ascent of a strikingly attractive woman. Were the Duke of Merton stripped of his title and fortune, his poetic monastic air would swiftly lose its appeal. No, Hastings, it is the psychological landscape that fascinates me, the subtle dance of personalities. I relish this opportunity to observe Lord Edgware up close." "You don't anticipate a favourable outcome for your client." "Why not? Every man possesses a vulnerability. Do not suppose, Hastings, that because I approach this as a psychological study, I will not apply my full ingenuity to the task I have accepted. I always delight in a test of my faculties. I had braced for a mention of the little grey cells, and was relieved he spared me. So, we are for Regent Gate at 11 tomorrow." "We?" Poirot's eyebrows arched in amusement. "Poirot?" I exclaimed. "You cannot possibly leave me behind. I am your constant companion. If this were a crime, a baffling poisoning, a political assassination, then your spirit would soar, but a simple matter of social negotiation." "Not another word," I stated firmly. "I am coming." Poirot's laughter was soft, and it was at that moment we were informed a gentleman had called. To our considerable surprise, our visitor was Brian Martin. The actor appeared somewhat older in the daylight. His handsomeness remained, but it was now a weathered sort, and a fleeting thought crossed my mind about a potential reliance on stimulants. A palpable nervous energy surrounded him. "Good morning, Mem Poirot," he began cheerfully. "I am pleased to find you and Captain Hastings keeping civilized hours. I suppose you are inundated with work at present." Poirot offered a genial smile. "On the contrary," he said, "my professional calendar is, for the moment, remarkably clear." "Come now," Brian laughed. "Not consulted by the authorities? No delicate inquiries for distinguished personages? I find that hard to credit. You blend fiction with reality, my friend." Poirot smiled. "I assure you I am currently at liberty, though thankfully not yet in need of public assistance. Well, that is fortunate for me, Brian said with another laugh that held a trace of strain. Perhaps you might consider a small commission for me. Poirot studied the young man with a thoughtful air. You have a matter you wish to discuss? Yes, he said after a moment. Well, it's rather complicated. I have a problem, and yet I don't, fully. This time his laugh was distinctly uneasy. Still observing him, Poirot gestured to a chair. The young man sat down opposite us, for I had remained beside Poirot. And now, said Poirot, please unburden yourself. Brian Martin seemed to struggle with where to begin. The difficulty is that I cannot share the complete picture. It's delicate. The affair, you see, has its origins in America. In America, please continue. It began with a seemingly trivial observation. I was on a train, and I took note of a particular fellow, an unremarkable little man, clean-shaven, wearing spectacles, and with a distinct gold tooth. Ah, a gold tooth. Precisely. That detail is, in fact, the very heart of the matter. Poirot nodded several times, a gleam in his eye. I begin to proceed, well, as I said, I merely noticed him. I was en route to New York at the time. Then, 6 months later, I was in Los Angeles, and I saw the same man again. I cannot explain why it registered so strongly, but it did. It felt less like coincidence and more like a shadow I couldn't shake. Still, there was nothing in that. Go on. About a month later, I had business in Seattle, and not long after I arrived, who did I run into but the same man? Only this time he was sporting a beard. Most unusual, wasn't it? Naturally, I didn't think it had anything to do with me then, but when I spotted him again in Los Angeles without the beard, then in Chicago with a moustache and altered eyebrows, and later in a small mountain town dressed like a vagrant, well, I started to get suspicious. Understandably. And finally, it felt strange, but there was no question. I was being followed, as they say. Extraordinary. Right. After that, I was certain, wherever I went, my shadow was nearby, always in some new costume. Luckily, because of that gold tooth, I could always pick him out. Ah, yes, the gold tooth. A very fortunate detail. It was. Forgive me, Mr. Martin, but did you ever approach the man? Ask him why he was following you so persistently? No, I didn't. The actor paused. I considered it a couple of times, but I always talked myself out of it. I figured if I confronted him, I'd just tip him off and learn nothing. Worse, once they realized I'd made him, they might assign someone else, someone I wouldn't recognize. Indeed, someone without that convenient gold tooth. Exactly. I might have been wrong, but that's how I saw it. Now, Mr. Martin, you used the word they a moment ago. Who did you mean by they? Just a manner of speaking, really. I suppose I imagined some vague they behind it all, no particular reason. Do you have any grounds for that assumption? None. So you have no idea who might want you followed, or why? Not a clue. Well, except continue, Poirot urged gently. I have a thought, Brian Martin said slowly. It's only a guess, mind you. A guess can sometimes be very illuminating, monsieur. It's about something that happened in London nearly 2 years ago. A small thing, really, but strange and hard to forget. I've turned it over in my mind ever since. Precisely because I never found an explanation back then, I wonder if this shadowing might be linked to it somehow, though for the life of me, I can't imagine how or why. Perhaps I can. Well, you see, Brian Martin's discomfort returned. The awkward part is, I can't tell you about it now. In a day or two I might be able to. Spurred by Poirot's questioning look, he added hurriedly. You see, a young woman was involved. Ah, perfectly. An English girl? Yes. Actually, how did you know? Quite simple. You cannot tell me now, but you hope to soon. That suggests you need her consent. Therefore, she is in England. Also, she must have been in England during the period you were followed, because if she had been in America, you would have approached her there. So, since she has been in England for the past year and a half, she is likely, though not certainly, English. Is that not sound reasoning? Very. Now tell me, Mr. Poirot, if I get her permission, will you look into this for me? Poirot was silent, as if weighing the matter. Finally he asked, "Why come to me before speaking to her?" "Well, I thought." He hesitated. "I wanted to convince her to let things be settled. I mean, if you handle it, nothing has to become public, does it?" "That depends," Poirot replied calmly. "On what?" "If there is any question of a crime—" "Oh, there's no crime involved. You do not know that. There may be, but you would do your best for her, for us?" Naturally, after a moment, Poirot asked, "Tell me, this follower of yours, this shadow, how old was he?" "Oh, fairly young, around 30. "Ah," said Poirot, "that is truly remarkable. Yes, that makes the entire situation far more intriguing." I stared at him, and Brian Martin did the same. This statement of his was, I am certain, equally baffling to us both. Brian shot me a questioning look, raising his eyebrows. I gave a slight shake of my head. "Indeed," Poirot murmured softly, "it renders the whole account most compelling. He might have been older," Brian suggested with some uncertainty, "but I really don't believe so. No, I am quite convinced your observation is perfectly accurate, Mr. Martin." "Very interesting, extraordinarily so." Somewhat thrown by Poirot's cryptic manner, Brian seemed unsure how to proceed. He fell into making casual remarks. "That was an amusing gathering the other evening," he offered. "Jane Wilkinson remains the most high-handed woman I've ever encountered. She possesses a singular focus," Poirot remarked with a smile. "One objective at a time." "And she manages it too," Martin said, a hint of exasperation creeping into his voice. "How people tolerate it, I'll never understand." "One will tolerate a great deal from a beautiful woman, my friend," said Poirot, his eyes twinkling. "If she had a turned-up nose, a dull complexion, or limp hair, then she would not manage it, as you say." "I suppose that's true," Brian conceded. He paused, as if recalling a specific irritating memory. "But it infuriates me on occasion. All the same, I am devoted to Jane, though in some respects, let me be clear, I don't believe she's entirely present. On the contrary, I should say she is very much alert to her surroundings. That's not precisely what I mean. She can safeguard her interests perfectly well. She has ample business acumen. No, I mean in a moral sense. Morally. She is what people term amoral. Concepts of right and wrong simply do not register for her. I recall you mentioned something similar recently. We were speaking of crime just now." "Yes, my friend?" "Well, it would never shock me if Jane were to commit a crime." A dry, almost sarcastic laugh escaped him. "In fact, given the right incentive, say, a coveted role, or a particularly obstructive social rival, I could picture her planning it over breakfast without a second thought." "And you should know her intimately," Poirot murmured thoughtfully. "You have performed alongside her frequently, have you not?" "Yes. I suppose I know her inside and out, backwards and forwards. I can envision her committing murder quite effortlessly." She possesses a fiery temper, then?" "Not in the least. Cool as an iced drink. I mean, if anyone stood in her path, she would simply eliminate them without a moment's hesitation, and one couldn't truly condemn her for it, not in her own mind. She'd merely conclude that anyone hindering Jane Wilkinson had to be removed." A sudden sharp bitterness tinged his final words, a stark contrast to his earlier tone. I wondered what specific recollection had prompted it. "You believe she is capable of murder?" Poirot watched him with intense focus. Brian drew a deep breath. "Upon my honour, I do. Perhaps one of these days you will recall my words. I understand her, you see. She would kill as readily as she'd sip her morning coffee."
I'm entirely serious, Mr. Poirot. He had risen to his feet. Yes, said Poirot quietly. I can see that you are. I know her, Brian Martin repeated firmly, through and through. He stood frowning for a moment, then his manner shifted. Regarding this matter we've discussed, I will contact you, Mr. Poirot, within a few days. You will take the case, won't you?
Poirot studied him for several seconds without answering. Yes, he said finally. I will undertake it. I find it interesting. There was an odd, weighted quality to his utterance of that last word. I accompanied Brian Martin downstairs. At the door, he turned to me. Did you grasp what he meant about that man's age? Why was it so interesting that he was around 30? I couldn't make sense of it at all. Neither could I admitted. It seems illogical. Perhaps he was merely having a bit of fun. No, I said. Poirot is not like that. You can be sure if he says it has significance, then it does. Well, I'll be blessed if I can see it. I'm somewhat relieved you can't either. I'd hate to feel I was a complete fool. He strode away. I went back up to rejoin my friend. Poirot, I said, what was the point regarding the Shadow's age? You do not perceive it, my poor Hastings? He smiled and shook his head gently. Then he inquired, what was your impression of our interview overall? There is so little concrete information, it seems very difficult to form a judgment. If we had more information, even without it, don't some possibilities occur to you, my friend? The sudden ring of the telephone spared me the embarrassment of confessing that no possibilities at all had crossed my mind. I lifted the receiver. A woman's voice came through, crisp, clear, and professional. This is Lord Edgware's secretary. Lord Edgware regrets he must cancel tomorrow's appointment with Mr. Poirot. An unexpected trip to Paris requires his immediate attention. However, he could spare a few minutes at 12:15 this morning, if that is suitable. I glanced at Poirot, of course, my friend. We shall go this morning, he replied. I relayed his answer. Very well, said the efficient voice. 12:15 then. The line went dead. Chapter 4, a meeting. Poirot and I arrived at Lord Edgware's residence on Regent Gate with a keen sense of anticipation. While I lack Poirot's deep fascination with the psychology, Lady Edgware's brief remarks about her husband had sparked my curiosity. I was eager to form my own impression. The house was imposing, handsome, solidly built, yet undeniably sombre. There were no cheerful window boxes or decorative touches to soften its stern facade. The door was opened, not by the elderly, white-haired butler one might expect from such a stately exterior, but by one of the most strikingly handsome young men I had ever seen. Tall and fair, he could have modelled for a statue of Apollo, yet there was something unsettlingly soft about his voice, a faint effeminacy that put me on edge. Strangely, he also reminded me of someone I had met recently, though I couldn't for the life of me recall who. We asked for Lord Edgware. This way, sir. He led us across the hall, past the staircase, to a door at the rear. Announcing us in that same gentle voice I instinctively mistrusted, he showed us into a library. The room was lined with books, furnished in dark, handsome woods, and appointed with formal, rather uncomfortable chairs. It felt chilly, the dim light from a single window doing little to warm the austere atmosphere. Lord Edgware rose to greet us. A tall man around 50. He had dark hair streaked with grey, a thin face, and a mouth that seemed permanently set in a sneer. He looked ill-tempered and bitter. His eyes held a peculiar, secretive quality that struck me as distinctly odd. His manner was stiff and unnervingly formal. "Mr. Hercule Poirot, Captain Hastings, please sit down." We took our seats. He picked up a letter I recognized as Poirot's. "I am, of course, familiar with your name, Mr. Poirot. Who isn't?" Poirot acknowledged the compliment with a slight bow. "But I fail to grasp your role here. You state you wish to see me on behalf of—" He hesitated. "My wife." He uttered the last two words with noticeable difficulty, as though forcing them out. "That is correct," Poirot affirmed. "I understood you were an investigator of crime, Mr. Poirot, of problems, Lord Edgware. Some involve crime, others are different in nature." "Indeed, and what variety is this?" The sneer in his tone was now unmistakable. Poirot ignored it. "I have the honour of approaching you on Lady Edgware's behalf," he stated. "As you may be aware, she desires a divorce." "I am fully aware," Lord Edgware replied coldly. "Her proposal was that you and I should discuss the matter. There is nothing to discuss." "You refuse, then?" "Refuse? Certainly not." This was the last response Poirot had anticipated. It is rare to see my friend utterly dumbfounded, but on this occasion he was completely thrown. His mouth fell open, his hands flew outward, and his eyebrows shot up. He looked like a caricature from a comic strip. "What?" he exclaimed. "What do you mean you aren't refusing? I must confess I find your surprise rather puzzling, Monsieur Poirot. Listen to me. You are prepared to grant your wife a divorce." "Of course I am. She is perfectly aware of that fact." "I wrote and informed her myself." "You wrote to her?" "Yes. It was 6 months ago." "This is most confusing. I do not comprehend it at all." Lord Edgware offered no further explanation. "I was under the impression you were opposed to divorce on principle." "My personal principles are hardly your concern, M. Poirot. It is true I did not divorce my first wife. My conscience would not permit it. I will admit frankly that my second marriage was an error. When my wife initially suggested a divorce, I refused outright. 6 months ago she wrote to me again, pressing the issue. I had the notion she wished to remarry some film star or other such person. By that time my views had evolved, I wrote to her in Hollywood, to inform her of this change. Why she has sent you to me now is beyond my understanding. I suppose it must be a question of money." His lips curled into that familiar, disdainful sneer as he spoke the final word. "Most peculiar," Poirot murmured, his brow deeply furrowed in concentration. "Most peculiar indeed. There is an element here I cannot grasp." "Regarding money," Lord Edgware continued, "my wife left me of her own volition. If she wishes to bind herself to another man, I can release her to do so, but there is no conceivable reason she should extract a single penny from me, and she will not. There is no discussion of any financial settlement." Lord Edgware's eyebrows lifted in mild surprise. "Jane must be marrying a wealthy man, then," he murmured with clear cynicism. Poirot shook his head, his expression one of genuine perplexity. "There is something here I do not understand. I was given to understand from Lady Edgware that she had approached you repeatedly through legal counsel." "She did," Lord Edgware replied dryly. "English solicitors, American attorneys, every conceivable kind of lawyer, down to the most dubious sort. Finally, as I said, she wrote to me personally." "And you had refused all those prior entreaties?" "That is correct. Yet upon receiving her personal letter, you altered your position." "Why the change of heart, Lord Edgware?" "Not because of anything contained in that letter," he said sharply. "My perspective happened to have shifted. That is all. The shift seems to have been somewhat abrupt." Lord Edgware did not reply. "What particular circumstances prompted this change of mind, Lord Edgware? That, Mem Poirot, is my own affair." "I will not discuss the matter. Let us simply say that I had gradually come to recognize the advantages of severing what, forgive my plain speaking, I considered a degrading connection. My second marriage was a mistake." "Your wife expresses a similar sentiment," Poirot observed softly. "Does she?" For just a moment a strange flickering light appeared in his eyes, vanishing almost instantly. He rose, signaling the end of our interview. As we made our farewells, his manner became slightly less rigid. "You must pardon my rescheduling our meeting. I am obliged to go to Paris tomorrow." "Perfectly understandable. There is an auction of artworks, as it happens. I have my eye on a small statuette, a flawless piece in its own way, a macabre way, perhaps. But I have an appreciation for the macabre. I always have. My tastes are particular. That odd smile touched his lips again. My own gaze had drifted to the books on a nearby shelf. I spotted the memoirs of Casanova, a volume concerning the Marquis de Sade, another on medieval torture methods. I recalled the genuine, involuntary shudder Jane Wilkinson had given when speaking of her husband. That had been no performance. I found myself wondering precisely what sort of man George Alfred St. Vincent Marsh, the 4th Baron Edgware, truly was. With polished suavity, he bid us goodbye, touching a bell as he did so. We left the room, and the statuesque butler was waiting in the hall. As I pulled the library door closed behind me, I could not resist a final glance back into the room. I very nearly cried out. That smooth, smiling face was utterly transformed. His lips were drawn back from his teeth in a vicious snarl, his eyes blazing with a fury and a rage that bordered on madness. Suddenly, it was no mystery to me why 2 wives had chosen to leave Lord Edgware. What truly astonished me was the man's steely composure. To endure that entire conversation with such icy restraint, such detached courtesy. Just as we approached the front entrance, a door on our right swung open. A young woman stood framed in the doorway, recoiling slightly at the sight of us. She was tall and willowy, with dark hair and a pale complexion. For a fleeting second, her wide, startled, dark eyes met mine. Then, like a retreating shadow, she slipped back into the room and shut the door. Moments later, we were on the sidewalk. Poirot flagged down a cab. Once inside, he directed the driver to the Savoy. "Well, Hastings," he remarked, his eyes gleaming, "that conversation certainly did not unfold as I had anticipated. That is a profound understatement. What a bizarre individual Lord Edgware is." I described to him how I had glanced back just before shutting the study door and what I had witnessed. He nodded slowly, a thoughtful expression on his face. "I suspect he dances very close to the edge of insanity, Hastings, I would imagine. He indulges in numerous peculiar depravities, and that beneath that frosty surface lies a deeply ingrained propensity for cruelty. It's little wonder both his wives chose to leave." "Precisely. Poirot, did you see that girl as we were leaving?"
The one with the dark hair and pale face?
"Yes, I observed her, my friend. A young lady who appeared both frightened and profoundly unhappy." His tone was solemn. "Who do you suppose she was?" "Most likely his daughter. I believe he has one. She did look terrified," I said, reflecting on it. "That house must be a dreadfully bleak place for someone so young. Indeed, it must. Ah, here we are, my friend. Now to deliver the favourable news to her ladyship." Jane was in her suite. After a brief telephone call, the desk clerk instructed us to proceed upstairs. A bellhop escorted us to her door, which was opened by a tidy, middle-aged woman wearing glasses, her grey hair arranged in a severe style. From the adjoining bedroom, Jane's distinctive, husky voice called out, "Is that Monsieur Poirot, Ellis? Show him right in. I'll just throw something on and be out in a second." Jane Wilkinson's idea of throwing something on was a sheer negligee that concealed very little. She entered the room eagerly demanding, "Well?" Poirot rose and bowed over her hand. "The word is apt, madame. All is well." What do you mean?" "Lord Edgware is entirely willing to consent to a divorce." "What?" The stunned disbelief on her face seemed utterly genuine. If it was an act, she was a performer of miraculous skill. "Monsieur Poirot, you've done it immediately, just like that. Why, you're a wizard. How on earth did you manage it?" "Madame, I cannot accept praise for work I did not do. It appears your husband wrote to you 6 months ago retracting his opposition." "What are you talking about?" "Wrote to me? Where?" "I understand it was sent while you were in Hollywood." "I never received it. It must have been lost, I suppose." And to think of all the scheming, the worrying, the near madness I've endured these past months, she gave a delighted childlike smile which abruptly shifted to a look of alarm.
Wait, Monsieur Poirot, you didn't tell him about me and the Duke, did you? No, no, set your mind at ease. Discretion is my watchword. That would not have been advisable, correct? Well, you see, he has a peculiar, spiteful nature. If he thought marrying Merton was a social step up for me, he'd absolutely try to ruin it. But a film actor is different, though, I must say. I'm still shocked. Aren't you shocked, Ellis?
I had noticed the maid, Ellis, moving quietly between the rooms, gathering up various coats and scarves tossed carelessly over chairs. It was clear she had been following every word of our discussion, and evidently she was entirely in her mistress's confidence. "Yes, m'lady, indeed I am," the maid replied with a hint of malice. "His lordship must have changed a great deal since our time with him. You find his change of heart difficult to comprehend? It puzzles you?" Poirot suggested.
"Oh, it absolutely does," Jane said, with a breezy wave of her hand. "But anyway, there's no need to dwell on it now. What does it matter? Why he changed his mind, as long as he did?" Jane dismissed the question entirely. "The point is, I'm finally free." "Not quite yet, madame," Poirot corrected gently. She waved a hand, impatient. "Well, I'm going to be. It's practically the same thing." Poirot's expression suggested he found the two states very different indeed.
"The Duke is in Paris," Jane continued, her mind racing ahead. "I must send a cable immediately. Won't his dear old mother just have a fit?" She was practically glowing. Poirot stood to take his leave. "I am pleased, madame, that matters are resolving to your satisfaction. Goodbye, Mem Poirot, and thank you so much. I have done nothing. You brought me the wonderful news, and for that I'm terribly grateful. I truly am." Once we were outside her suite, Poirot turned to me. "And there you have it. The single, all-consuming idea herself. She displays not a shred of curiosity about why that letter never arrived. You see, Hastings, she possesses a sharp, almost cunning business sense, yet intellectually a void. Well, one cannot expect the good Lord to bestow every gift. Except upon Hercule Poirot, I remarked dryly. "You tease your old friend," he replied, utterly unperturbed. "But come, let us walk by the river. I must arrange my thoughts with proper order and method." I knew better than to interrupt his process, and kept a respectful silence as we strolled along the embankment. The water flowed darkly beside us. "That letter," he began again after a time. "It is a puzzle. I see 4 possible explanations, my friend." 4. "Indeed. First, it was lost in the mail. Such things do occur, you know, though not with great frequency. Had it been misaddressed, it would have found its way back to Lord Edgware long before now. So while possible, I am inclined to dismiss this theory, however convenient it might be. Second, our charming client is lying about never receiving it. This is entirely plausible. That woman could tell the most self-serving falsehood with the wide-eyed innocence of a child. Yet Hastings, I failed to see the advantage. If she already knew he would grant a divorce, why send me to persuade him? It makes no logical sense." He paused, watching a barge move slowly upstream. Third, Lord Edgware is the liar, and if one of them is deceiving us, it seems more likely to be him than her. But what purpose would such a lie serve? Why invent a letter sent half a year ago? Why not simply agree to my proposal when I asked? No, I believe he did send that letter, though his sudden change of heart 6 months prior remains a mystery. Which leads us to the 4th solution. Someone intercepted that letter, and here, Hastings, we step into a far more intriguing field of speculation, for the suppression could have happened at either end in America or right here in England. He stopped walking, his gaze fixed on the middle distance. Whoever did it did not want that marriage dissolved. I would give a great deal to know what shadowy motive lies behind this affair. There is something here, I am certain of it. He added slowly, almost to himself, something of which I have so far caught only the barest glimpse. The following day was June 30th. At 9:30, we were informed that Inspector Japp of Scotland Yard was downstairs and quite eager to see us. It had been some years since we'd last encountered the inspector. "Ah, our good Japp," said Poirot. "I wonder what he desires." "Help," I said bluntly. "He's undoubtedly in over his head on some case and has come to you." I did not share Poirot's fond tolerance for the man. It wasn't the brain-picking I minded. Poirot rather enjoyed the intellectual exercise, and the flattery was subtle. What grated was Japp's transparent pretense that he was doing nothing of the sort. I preferred straightforward dealings, and said so. Poirot merely laughed. "You are the bulldog, eh, Hastings? But you must allow the poor Japp to save his professional dignity. It is a little game, very natural." I found it foolish, not natural, and told him so. Poirot shook his head. "The outward form, it is a trifle, but it matters a great deal to people. It allows them to preserve their self-esteem. Personally, I felt a touch of humility might actually benefit Japp, but debating the point seemed futile. More importantly, I was eager to discover the reason for his visit. He greeted us both with his usual vigour. "About to have breakfast, I see. Haven't managed to train the chickens to lay perfectly square eggs yet, Monsieur Poirot?" This referred to Poirot's earlier grievance about irregular egg sizes which offended his meticulous sense of order. "Not as yet," Poirot replied with a smile. "But what brings you to us at such an early hour, my dear Japp?" "Early? Not for me. I've been awake and working for a solid 2 hours. As for why I'm here, it's murder. Murder!" Japp gave a firm nod. "Lord Edgware was killed in his home on Regent Gate last night. Stabbed in the throat by his wife." "By his wife?" I exclaimed instantly. Brian Martin's words from the previous morning flashed through my mind. Had he possessed some prophetic sense of what was to occur? I also recalled Jane's casual remark about bumping him off. Amoral, Brian had labelled her. She was precisely that type, unfeeling, self-absorbed, and foolish. His assessment had been painfully accurate. These thoughts raced through my head as Japp continued. "Correct. She's an actress quite well known, Jane Wilkinson. Married him 3 years back. They didn't get along, she left him." Poirot looked both perplexed and grave. "What evidence leads you to conclude she was the killer?" "It's not a conclusion, it's a fact. She was identified, she didn't exactly try to hide either. She arrived in a taxi. The mention of a taxi made me start. Her words at the Savoy that night echoing back. Rang the bell and asked for Lord Edgware. It was 10 o'clock, the butler said. He would check. "Oh, that's unnecessary," she said. "Cool as you please. I'm Lady Edgware. I assume he's in the library." And with that, she simply walked down the hall, opened the door, went in, and closed it behind her. Well, the butler thought it was odd, but let it go. He returned downstairs. Roughly 10 minutes later, he heard the front door close, so she hadn't stayed long. He secured the house for the night, around 11. He did open the library door, but it was dark, so he assumed his master had retired. This morning, a housemaid discovered the body. He was stabbed at the base of the skull, right where the hair begins. Was there no shout? Nothing heard? Apparently not. That library has remarkably soundproof doors, you know. Plus, there's constant traffic noise outside. With a stab like that, death is practically instantaneous. Straight into the brain stem, according to the doctor, or something very similar, hit the exact spot, and it kills a man on the spot. That suggests a precise knowledge of where to strike. It almost implies medical expertise. True, a point in her favour for what it's worth, but odds are it was pure chance. She just got lucky. Some people have astonishing luck, you know. How wonderfully ironic, to be lucky enough to commit a murder and then get caught for it. What a delightful twist of fate! Not so fortunate if it ends with her execution, my friend, Poirot observed. No, certainly she was a fool marching in like that and announcing her name. Indeed, most peculiar. Maybe she didn't plan violence, they argued. She pulled out a pocket-knife and stabbed him. Was it a pocket-knife? The doctor believes it was something similar. Whatever it was, she took it with her. It wasn't left in the wound. Poirot shook his head, dissatisfied. No, no, my friend. It was not like that. I am acquainted with the lady. She is utterly incapable of such a heated, impulsive act. Moreover, she would be highly unlikely to carry a pocket-knife. Few women do, and most assuredly not Jane Wilkinson. You know her, you say, Monsieur Poirot? Yes, I know her. He fell silent momentarily. Japp studied him with curiosity. Got something on your mind, Monsieur Poirot, he finally ventured. Ah, said Poirot, that reminds me.
What has prompted your visit? It is not merely to exchange pleasantries with an old colleague. Certainly not. You have here a seemingly straightforward murder. You have your culprit. You have the motive, though I must ask, what exactly is that motive? She wanted to marry someone else. She was overheard saying so less than a week ago. She was also heard making threats. She said she intended to hire a cab and go settle the score with him. Indeed, remarked Poirot.
You are remarkably well informed, remarkably. Someone has been quite helpful. I noticed his eyes held a silent question, but if Japp understood, he gave no sign. We have our ways of learning things, Poirot, he replied flatly. Poirot gave a slow nod. He had reached for the daily newspaper, which Japp had evidently opened while waiting and then tossed aside when we arrived. Almost absently, Poirot refolded it to the middle section, smoothing the pages flat. Though his gaze was on the print, his mind was clearly wrestling with some deeper problem. After a moment he spoke. You have not answered my question. If everything is proceeding so swimmingly, why come to me? Because I heard you were at Regent Gate yesterday morning. I see. As soon as I heard that, Japp continued, I said to myself, there's something here. His lordship sent for you. Why? What did he suspect? What was he afraid of? Before taking any decisive steps, I thought it best to come and have a word with you. By decisive steps, I assume you mean making an arrest, precisely? You have not spoken with her yet? Oh, but I have. Went straight to the Savoy first thing, wasn't about to risk her slipping away. Ah, said Poirot. So you, he broke off, his eyes, which had been fixed thoughtfully and until now unseeingly on the paper before him, suddenly sharpened. He lifted his head, his tone shifting. And what did she say, my friend? What exactly did she say? I gave her the usual formalities, of course, requesting a statement, cautioning her about her rights. You can't accuse the English police of being unfair, in my opinion, often foolishly so, but continue. What was her response? She went into hysterics, that's what she did, thrashed about, flung her arms up, and finally collapsed on the floor. Oh, she performed it well. I'll grant her that, a fine piece of theatre. Ah, said Poirot mildly. So you formed the impression that these hysterics were not genuine. Japp gave a crude wink. What do you think? I'm not taken in by such tricks. She hadn't truly fainted, not her. She was putting on a show, and I'd swear she was enjoying every minute of it. Yes, Poirot mused. I should say that is entirely possible. What happened next? Well, she came to, or pretended to. Moaned and groaned and carried on, and that stern-faced maid of hers waved smelling salts under her nose. Finally, she recovered enough to demand her lawyer. Refused to say another word without her solicitor present. Hysterics one moment, lawyers the next. Now I ask you, is that natural behaviour? In this instance, I should say it is perfectly natural, Poirot replied calmly. You mean because she's guilty and knows it? Not at all, I mean, because of her temperament. First, She delivers her interpretation of how a wife, upon suddenly learning of her husband's death, ought to behave. Then, having satisfied her theatrical instincts, her innate shrewdness prompts her to call for legal counsel. That she stages an artificial scene and relishes it is no proof of guilt. It merely indicates she is a born performer. Well, she can't be innocent, that much is certain. You are very confident, Poirot observed. I suppose it must be so. She offered no statement at all, you say? Nothing. Japp smirked. Wouldn't utter a word without her lawyer. The maid telephoned for him. I left 2 of my men there and came straight to you. I thought it wise to get fully briefed on whatever was unfolding before proceeding further, and yet you remain so sure. Of course I'm sure, but I prefer to have all the facts in hand. You see, this is going to cause a major stir. No quiet, discreet affair. The papers will be full of it, and you know how the papers can be. Speaking of papers, said Poirot, how do you account for this, my dear friend? You certainly didn't give your morning paper a thorough read, he remarked, leaning over the table to tap a specific item in the society column. Japp read the announcement aloud. It detailed a successful dinner party hosted by Sir Montague Corner at his riverside home in Chiswick, listing attendees, including Sir George and Lady Duffiset, the critic James Blunt, film studio head Sir Oscar Hammerfelt, and Miss Jane Wilkinson, also known as Lady Edgware. For a brief moment, Japp appeared genuinely startled, but he quickly recovered. What does that prove? These items are sent to the papers in advance. You'll discover she wasn't actually there, or that she arrived very late, perhaps around 11. Come now, you of all people shouldn't take everything printed in the press as absolute truth. Oh, I don't. I assure you, it merely struck me as an interesting point, that's all. Coincidences occur, Japp insisted. Now, Monsieur Poirot, I know from experience you can be as closed as a clam. But you'll share this, won't you? Tell me why Lord Edgware wanted to see you. Poirot shook his head. You have it backwards. Lord Edgware did not summon me. It was I who asked for the appointment. Is that so? And what was your reason? Poirot paused, considering. I will answer, he said deliberately, but I prefer to do so in my own fashion. Japp groaned in frustration, a sentiment I quietly understood. Poirot has a particular talent for being exasperating. I would request, Poirot continued, your permission to telephone a certain individual and ask him to join us. Who did you have in mind? Mr. Brian Martin. The film actor? What's his connection to this? I believe, said Poirot, you may find his perspective both interesting and potentially useful. Hastings, would you be so kind? I picked up the telephone directory. The actor resided in an apartment building near St. James's Park. The number was Victoria 49499. After a short wait, Brian Martin's voice, sounding slightly drowsy, came on the line. Hello. Who is this? What should I tell him? I whispered. My hand over the receiver. Inform him, instructed Poirot, that Lord Edgware has been murdered, and that I would consider it a great favour if he could come here to see me without delay. I relayed the message precisely. A sharp, startled cry came from the other end. My God, Martin exclaimed. So she finally did it. I'll be right there. What was his response? Poirot asked. I told him. Ah, Poirot said, looking distinctly pleased. So she finally did it. That is what he said. Then matters are as I suspected. They are precisely as I thought. Japp studied him with keen interest. I can't figure you out, Monsieur Poirot. 1 minute you sound as if you doubted the woman's guilt, and now you act as though you knew it all along. Poirot responded with nothing but a quiet, knowing smile. Brian Martin was true to his word, arriving in under 10 minutes. While we waited, Poirot stubbornly discussed only trivial matters, offering Japp not a single clue to satisfy his curiosity. The news had clearly shaken the young actor profoundly. His face was pale and tense. "Good heavens, Monsieur Poirot," he said, shaking hands. "This is dreadful. I'm utterly shocked, though I can't claim to be completely surprised. A part of me always feared something like this might occur. You may recall I mentioned as much yesterday?"
But of course, Poirot replied. "I remember our conversation perfectly. Allow me to introduce Inspector Japp, who is leading the investigation." Brian Martin shot a look of mild reproach at Poirot. "I wasn't aware," he murmured. "A little warning would have been appreciated." He gave the inspector a curt, cold nod before sitting down, his lips pressed into a tight line. "I fail to see," he objected, "why you summoned me here."
"This business has nothing whatsoever to do with me." "I think it does," Poirot said gently. "In a murder investigation, one must set aside personal discomforts." "No, it doesn't. I've performed alongside Jane. I know her quite well." "Dash it all, she's a friend of mine," Brian Martin insisted. Poirot observed him with a dry tone. "And yet, the instant you learned of Lord Edgware's murder, your immediate assumption was that she committed the crime." The actor flinched, his eyes widening in alarm. "Are you suggesting I'm mistaken, that she had no part in this?" Japp interjected firmly. "No, Mr. Martin, she is indeed the one." Brian sank back into his chair, a wave of relief washing over him. "For a moment there," he murmured, "I thought I'd made a terrible error in judgment. Sentiment must not cloud your duty in such serious matters," Poirot stated decisively.
"That's easy to say, but—" "My friend, would you truly align yourself with a murderer? It is the most abhorrent of acts." Brian sighed heavily. "You don't understand Jane. She isn't a typical criminal. She operates outside conventional morality, almost without a conscience. In many ways, she cannot be held fully accountable." "That will be for a jury to decide," Japp noted. "Consider this," Poirot added, his tone softening. "You are not the one accusing her. The accusation already exists."
"Withholding what you know is a disservice to justice. You have a responsibility to the public, young man?" After a long pause, Brian yielded. "I suppose you're right. What do you need to know?" Poirot glanced at Japp, who took the lead. "Have you ever heard Lady Edgware, or Miss Wilkinson, as you might know her, make threats against her husband?" "Several times," Brian admitted. "What exactly did she say?" "She claimed that if he refused her freedom, she would have to bump him off." "She wasn't joking. I believe she was entirely serious. Once, she even said she'd take a cab straight to his house and kill him. You heard that yourself in Poirot, didn't you?" He looked pleadingly at the detective, who gave a confirming nod. Japp continued. "We understand she sought her freedom to marry someone else. Do you know who that was?" Brian nodded grimly. "Who?" "It was the Duke of Merton." "The Duke of Merton?" Japp whistled softly. "Aiming for the highest stakes, I see. He's rumoured to be among the wealthiest men in England." Brian's nod was filled with dejection. Poirot, meanwhile, reclined in his chair, fingertips pressed together, a subtle, rhythmic motion of his head, suggesting a man satisfied with the tune he had set in motion. Would her husband not grant her a divorce? No, he refused absolutely. "You are certain of this?" "Completely." "And here," said Poirot, suddenly re-entering the conversation, "is where my role becomes clear, my dear Japp. Lady Edgware engaged me to speak with her husband and persuade him to consent to a divorce. I had an appointment scheduled for this very morning." Brian Martin shook his head with conviction. "It would have been pointless. Edgware would never have agreed." "You are so sure?" Poirot asked, his gaze amiable, yet piercing. "Absolutely. Jane knew it in her heart. She had given up all hope. The man was utterly fixated, a monomaniac on the subject." Poirot's smile widened, his eyes glinting with a sudden vivid green intensity. "You are mistaken, my dear fellow," he said gently. "I met with Lord Edgware yesterday, and he agreed to the divorce. The news struck Brian like a physical blow. He stared, utterly dumbfounded, his composure shattered. You saw him yesterday?" he stammered. "At 12:15, Poirot confirmed with his usual precision, and he consented." "He agreed?" Brian's voice was barely a whisper. "He did." "You should have told Jane immediately," Brian cried, a note of reproach in his voice. "But I did." "M. Martin," Poirot replied calmly. "You did?" Both Martin and Japp exclaimed in unison. A faint smile played on Poirot's lips. "It rather undermines the motive, does it not?" he murmured. "Now, Martin, direct your attention to this." He presented the newspaper clipping. Brian read it, though his interest seemed distant. "You mean this provides an alibi?" "I suppose Lord Edgware was killed sometime last night." "He was stabbed, not shot," Poirot corrected. Martin set the paper down slowly, a look of regret on his face. "I'm afraid this doesn't help matters. Jane wasn't at that dinner. How can you be sure? I heard it from someone. I don't recall who. A pity," Poirot mused, his expression thoughtful. "Japp studied him with curiosity. I can't figure you out. Seems almost like you don't want the lady to be guilty." "Not at all, my dear Japp."
I am no partisan, but the case, as you lay it out, frankly offends reason. What do you mean offends reason? It makes perfect sense to me. I could see the retort forming on Poirot's lips which he held back. Here is a woman who you claim wishes to be rid of her husband. On that point I do not argue. She told me so herself. Very well, how then does she proceed? She announces her intentions to kill him, repeatedly and in a clear voice before witnesses.
Then, one evening, she goes to his house, has herself announced, stabs him, and departs. What do you call that? Does it display even a basic cunning? It was a bit reckless, I'll grant you. Reckless. It is pure idiocy. "Well," said Japp, getting to his feet, "it's to our advantage when criminals don't think straight. I need to get back to the Savoy. You permit that I accompany you?" Japp offered no objection, and we prepared to leave. Brian Martin took a reluctant farewell, his manner fraught with a nervous energy. He earnestly begged for any new developments to be reported to him. "A jumpy sort of fellow," Japp remarked as we departed. Poirot agreed. At the Savoy we were joined by a stern, legal-looking gentleman who had just arrived, and we all proceeded to Jane's suite. Japp addressed one of his officers with a terse, "Anything?" She asked to use the telephone. "Who did she call?" Japp asked eagerly.
Jay's department store?
"To order mourning clothes." Japp muttered a curse under his breath. We entered the suite to find the newly widowed Lady Edgware admiring hats before a mirror, dressed in a flowing black and white gown. She greeted us with a brilliant smile. "Why, Poirot, how kind of you to come, Mr. Moxon," she said, turning to the solicitor. "I'm so relieved you're here. Do sit beside me and advise me on what I should say. This inspector seems to believe I went out and murdered George this morning."
Last night, madam, Japp corrected. You said 10 o'clock this morning. I said 10 p.m. Well, I can never keep those straight, a.m. and p.m. It's only just past 10 o'clock now, the inspector added sternly. Jane's eyes widened in theatrical surprise. "Good heavens," she murmured. "It's been years since I've been awake at such an hour. You must have arrived at the crack of dawn." "One moment, Inspector," interjected Mr. Moxon in his weighty legal tone.
"When precisely am I to understand this most shocking event occurred?" "At approximately 10 o'clock last night, sir." "Why, that's perfectly fine," Jane said sharply. "I was at a party." Oh, she suddenly covered her mouth. Perhaps I shouldn't have said that. Her eyes sought the solicitor's in a show of timid appeal. "If at 10 o'clock last night you were in attendance at a social gathering, Lady Edgware, I can see no objection to your informing the inspector of that fact. None whatsoever." "Quite right," said Japp. "I merely asked for an account of your movements yesterday evening." "You did not. You said 10-something M, and you gave me a dreadful shock. I fainted clean away, Mr. Moxon." "About this party, Lady Edgware." It was at Sir Montague Corner's residence in Chiswick. What time did you arrive? Dinner was for 8:30. And you left here when? I started around 8 o'clock. I made a brief stop at the Piccadilly Palace to bid farewell to an American friend, Mrs. Van Dusen, who was departing for the States. I arrived in Chiswick just before 9 o'clock. When asked what time I departed, I replied it was around 11:30. The inspector pressed on, wanting to know if I came straight back, which I confirmed. He inquired about my transportation, and I explained I used my own hired car from the Daimler Company. His questioning grew sharper, suggesting I must have left the vehicle at some point during the dinner. I admitted, somewhat reluctantly, that I had been called away to take a telephone call. It felt like being cornered by a determined little dog. The caller, I explained, seemed to be playing a prank. A voice simply asked if this was Lady Edgware, and when I said yes, it responded with nothing but laughter before hanging up. The inspector wondered if I had stepped outside to use the phone, which struck me as a ridiculous notion. I was away from the table for barely 90 seconds. After that, the official seemed to deflate, though his chilly disbelief was palpable. He offered a stiff thank you and left. As we prepared to go, I asked M. Poirot to stay behind for a moment. I requested he send a cable to the Duke in Paris, who was staying at the Crillon, to inform him of the news. He gently pointed out it would be unnecessary, as the story would already be in the papers over there. I had to admit he had a point. What a clever man. It's better this way, really. Now I have to maintain a certain appearance, don't I? The dignified, grieving widow I considered sending an extravagant wreath of orchids. They're terribly expensive, which seems appropriate. I suppose the funeral is unavoidable, but Poirot reminded me the inquest comes first. That Scotland Yard inspector absolutely terrified me, you know? It's rather fortunate, when you think about it, that I decided to attend that dinner after all. Poirot, who had been heading for the door, suddenly spun around. "Changed your mind, madame?" he asked, his voice tight. I told him yes. I had intended to skip it entirely due to a splitting headache yesterday afternoon. I'd mentioned it to several people at tea, turning down a cocktail invitation, and stating my plans to go straight home. But Ellis, my maid, practically insisted I go. She lectured me about not offending Sir Montague, who has considerable influence and a notoriously short temper. I almost didn't care. Once I marry Merton, this whole world is behind me. But Ellis is always cautious. She warned me about slips between cups and lips. So in the end, I went. "You owe Ellis a great deal," Poirot said gravely. "I suppose I do. That inspector had his timeline all figured out, didn't he?" I laughed, but Poirot remained solemn. "This gives one furiously to think," he murmured, almost to himself. Yes, furiously to think. I called Ellis in and told her Poirot said it was lucky she made me go. She barely glanced at him, her expression stern and disapproving. "It doesn't do to break engagements, my lady," she chided. "You are far too fond of it, people remember, and they can turn quite nasty." I picked up one of the black hats I'd been considering earlier. "I despise black," I sighed. "I never wear it, but I suppose a proper widow must. All these options are dreadful. Ellis, ring the other hat shop. I need to look the part." Poirot and I took our leave quietly. The secretary was next, but we certainly hadn't seen the last of Inspector Japp. He returned roughly an hour later, tossing his hat onto the table with a frustrated sigh. "Completely stumped," he declared. Poirot offered a sympathetic look. "You have conducted the inquiries?" Japp gave a grim nod. "Unless a whole room of people is lying through their teeth. She didn't do it," he grumbled. He continued, "I'll be honest, M. Poirot, I was sure we'd find some clever conspiracy on the surface. Who else had any reason to kill Lord Edgware? She's the only one with a real motive. I would not be so certain. But please, go on." "Right. Like I said, I expected a staged alibi. You know how those theatre types are. They'd cover for a friend in a heartbeat. But this crowd was different. Last night's guests were all important people, not her close pals. Some didn't even know each other. Their stories are independent and solid. I then hoped she'd slipped away for a bit. She could have a trip to the ladies' room, fixing her makeup, any excuse. But no. She did leave the table to take a phone call, just as she told us, and the butler was right there. He heard her say, "Yes, that's correct. This is Lady Edgware." Then the caller hung up. Strange detail that probably means nothing. Perhaps not yet. It is intriguing. Was the caller a man or a woman?
A woman? I believe she mentioned...
Curious, Poirot mused. Japp waved a hand impatiently. Never mind that. Back to the facts. The entire evening unfolded exactly as she described. She arrived at 10 minutes to 9, left at 11:30, and was back at her hotel by 1:15 midnight. I spoke to her chauffeur, a reliable man from Daimler. Staff at the Savoy confirm her return and the timing. Well then, that appears quite definitive. So what about the two witnesses at Regent Gate? It's not just the butler. Lord Edgware's secretary saw her as well. They both swear up and down it was Lady Edgware who showed up at the house around 10. How long has this butler been employed there? About 6 months. Good-looking fellow, by the way. Indeed. Well, my friend, if he has only been there 6 months, he could not have recognized Lady Edgware from personal acquaintance. He knew her from her photographs in the society pages. But the secretary is the clincher. She's worked for Lord Edgware for 5 or 6 years, and she's absolutely positive. "Ah," said Poirot, "I should very much like to meet this secretary. Well, why not come with me now? Thank you, my friend. I would be delighted. You include Hastings in this invitation, I hope?" Japp grinned. "What do you think? Where the master goes, the faithful hound follows," he added, a remark I found rather lacking in taste. It's almost laughable, really. Here we are chasing shadows while he makes jokes. The whole situation has a bizarre theatrical quality, as if we're all actors in a poorly written play where no one knows their lines. Reminds me of the Elizabeth Canning case, Japp went on, suddenly serious again. Remember, dozens of upstanding witnesses swore they saw the gypsy, Mary Squires, in 2 different counties at once. Her face was so distinctive it seemed impossible. That mystery was never solved. This is similar. One group swears she was at a dinner, another swears she was at the house. Who's telling the truth? That should not be impossible to discover. Easy for you to say. This secretary, Miss Carroll, actually lived with Lady Edgware day in and day out. She isn't likely to be mistaken. We shall see. Who inherits the title? I asked. A nephew, Captain Ronald Marsh. From what I hear, a bit of a ne'er-do-well, Japp replied. Poirot inquired, what does the doctor estimate for the time of death? We'll need the autopsy for anything exact to see how far the dinner had progressed, Japp said, his phrasing characteristically blunt. But 10 o'clock fits the window well enough. He was last seen alive just after 9 o'clock when he left the dinner table and the butler brought his whisky and soda into the library. By 11, when the butler retired for the night, the light in the library was off. So he must have already been dead by then. No one would sit in the dark like that. Poirot considered this with a thoughtful nod. Shortly after, we arrived at the house, its windows now shaded. The door was opened by the same distinguished butler. Japp entered first, with Poirot and me following. The door swung to the left, placing the butler against that wall. Poirot, being shorter than I, was on my right, and it was only as we stepped into the hall that the butler fully noticed him. Standing close, I heard the man's sharp intake of breath and saw a flash of startled fear cross his face as he stared at Poirot. I tucked that observation away for later. Japp strode into the dining room on our right and summoned the butler after him. Now, Alton, let's go over this once more, carefully, Japp began. This lady arrived at 10 o'clock. Her ladyship. Yes, sir? How did you recognize her? Poirot inquired. She gave her name, sir, and I've seen her picture in the papers. I've also seen her perform on stage. Poirot gave a nod. How was she dressed? In black, sir, a black walking dress and a small black hat. She wore a string of pearls and grey gloves. Poirot glanced at Japp for confirmation. White taffeta evening dress and an ermine wrap, Japp stated plainly. The butler's account continued, matching exactly what Japp had already told us. Did anyone else come to see your master that evening? Poirot asked. No, sir. How was the front door secured? It has a Yale lock, sir. I usually draw the bolts when I go to bed at 11. But last night, since Miss Geraldine was at the opera, it was left unbolted. And how was it this morning? It was bolted, sir. Miss Geraldine must have bolted it when she returned. Do you know when she came in? I believe it was around 11:45, sir. So, until 11:45, the door could not be opened from outside without a key, though from inside one only needed to turn the handle. Yes, sir. How many latch keys exist? His lordship had his, sir, and there was another key in the hall drawer that Miss Geraldine took last night. I'm not aware of any others. Does no one else in the house possess a key? No, sir. Miss Carroll always rings. Poirot indicated he had no further questions for the moment, and we went to find the secretary. We discovered her busily writing at a large desk. Miss Carroll was a pleasant, efficient-looking woman around 45. Her fair hair was streaked with grey, and she peered at us through pince-nez, shrewd blue eyes gleaming. When she spoke, I recognized the clear, business-like voice from our telephone conversation. Ah, M. Poirot, she said, acknowledging Japp's introduction. Yes, it was with you I scheduled that appointment for yesterday morning? Precisely, mademoiselle. I sensed Poirot was favourably impressed by her neat, precise demeanour. Well, Inspector Japp, Miss Carroll said. What more can I do for you? Just this? Are you completely certain it was Lady Edgware who came here last night?
That's the third time you've asked. Of course, I'm sure. I saw her. Where did you see her, mademoiselle? In the hall, she spoke with the butler briefly, then walked down the hall and entered the library. And where were you? On the first floor, looking down. And you're positive you weren't mistaken? Absolutely. I saw her face clearly. You couldn't have been misled by a resemblance. Certainly not. Jane Wilkinson's features are quite distinctive. It was her.
Japp shot a glance at Poirot as if to say, You see, did Lord Edgware have any enemies? Poirot asked abruptly. Nonsense, Miss Carroll declared. What do you mean by nonsense, mademoiselle? Enemies. People nowadays don't have enemies. Certainly not English people, yet Lord Edgware was murdered. That was his wife, Miss Carroll insisted. A wife isn't an enemy, or is she? I'm certain it was a most unusual event. I've never heard of anything like it happening, not to anyone in our social circle. It was evident Miss Carroll believed murders were only committed by inebriated members of the lower classes. How many keys exist for the front door? 2, she answered promptly. Lord Edgware always carried one. The other was kept in the hall drawer, so anyone returning late could take it. There was a third, but Captain Marsh misplaced it. Very careless. Did Captain Marsh visit the house frequently? He resided here until 3 years ago. Why did he leave? Japp inquired. I wouldn't know. I suppose he couldn't get along with his uncle. I believe you know a bit more than that, mademoiselle, Poirot suggested gently. She shot him a quick look. I am not one to gossip, Miss Poirot. Yet you can tell us the truth regarding the rumours of a serious disagreement between Lord Edgware and his nephew. It wasn't all that serious. Lord Edgware was a difficult man. Even you found him so? I'm not speaking of myself. I never had any disagreement with Lord Edgware. He always considered me perfectly reliable. But concerning Captain Marsh, Poirot persisted, gently nudging her toward further revelation. Miss Carroll shrugged. He was extravagant, fell into debt. There was some other trouble. I don't know the precise details. They quarrelled. Lord Edgware forbade him the house. That's all." Her mouth closed firmly. She clearly intended to say no more. The room where we interviewed her was on the second floor. As we left, Poirot took my arm. "A little moment. Remain here, if you will, Hastings. I am going down with Jap. Watch until we have entered the library, then join us." I had long since stopped asking Poirot questions beginning with why. Like the Light Brigade, mine was not to reason why. I assumed he might suspect the butler of spying and wanted confirmation. I took my position overlooking the staircase. Poirot and Jap first went to the front door, out of my view. Then they reappeared, walking slowly along the hallway. I followed their progress until they disappeared into the library. I waited another minute, but no butler appeared, so I hurried down and joined them. The body had, of course, been removed. The curtains were drawn and the electric lights were on. Poirot and Jap stood in the centre of the room looking around. "Nothing here," Jap remarked. Poirot replied with a smile, "Alas! No cigarette ash, no footprint, no lady's glove, not even a lingering fragrance. None of the convenient clues the detective in fiction so easily discovers. The police are always portrayed as blind as bats in detective stories," Jap said with a grin. "I once found a clue," Poirot mused. "But since it was 4 feet long instead of 4 inches, no one would believe in it." I recalled the incident and laughed. Then I remembered my task. "It's all clear, Poirot," I said.
"I watched, but no one was spying on you as far as I could tell. The eyes of my friend Hastings," Poirot said with gentle mockery. "Tell me, my friend, did you notice the rose between my lips?" "The rose between your lips?" I asked, astonished. Jap turned away, spluttering with laughter. "You'll be the death of me, M. Poirot," he said. "The absolute death of me. A rose, what next?" "I had the fancy to pretend I was Carmen," Poirot stated, utterly unperturbed.
I wondered if they were going mad or if I was. "You did not observe it, Hastings?" Poirot's voice held a note of reproach. "No," I replied, staring. "But then I wouldn't have been able to see your face." "It's of no consequence," he said, shaking his head gently. "Were they teasing me?" "Well," Jap announced, "I don't think there's anything more for us here. I'd like another word with the daughter, if possible. She was too distressed earlier for me to get any useful information." He rang for the butler. "Would you ask Miss Marsh if I might speak with her briefly?" The servant left. A few moments later, however, it was not he who returned, but Miss Carroll. "Geraldine is asleep," she stated. "The poor girl has suffered a dreadful shock after you departed. I gave her something to help her rest, and she's sound asleep now, perhaps in a few hours." Jap accepted this. "In any event, there's nothing she could tell you that I cannot," Miss Carroll said firmly. Poirot then inquired, "What is your impression of the butler?" "To be perfectly honest, I don't care for him," Miss Carroll answered, "though I can't precisely say why. We had moved to the front hall. It was up there that you were standing last night, was it not, mademoiselle?" Poirot asked abruptly, gesturing toward the staircase. "Yes. Why do you ask? And you observed Lady Edgware proceed down the hall and enter the study?" "I did, and you saw her face quite clearly." "Without a doubt. But that would have been impossible, mademoiselle. From your position, you could only have seen the back of her head." Miss Carroll flushed with anger, clearly taken aback. "The back of her head, her voice, her walk, it amounts to the same thing. It was unmistakable. I tell you, I know it was Jane Wilkinson, a thoroughly wicked woman if ever there was one." With that, she turned and marched stiffly upstairs. Chapter 8. Possibilities. Jap was required to leave us. Poirot and I walked into Regent's Park and located a quiet bench. "Now I understand your little stunt with the rose," I said with a laugh. "At the time I was convinced you'd lost your mind." He nodded, unsmiling. You see, Hastings, the secretary, is a dangerous witness precisely because she is inaccurate. Did you note how positively she claimed to have seen the visitor's face? I thought it impossible at the time, coming from the study, perhaps, but not going to the study. So I conducted my small experiment, which confirmed my suspicion and then sprung my trap. She immediately shifted her ground. Yet her conviction remained unchanged, I argued, and after all, a person's voice and walk are just as distinctive. No, no. Why, Poirot, I'd say a voice and someone's general manner of moving are among the most characteristic things about them. I agree, and for that very reason they are the most easily imitated.
You think? Cast your mind back a few days. Do you recall an evening when we sat in the theatre stalls? Carlotta Adams? Ah, but she is a genius at that sort of thing. A well-known figure is not so difficult to mimic, but I concede she possesses unusual gifts. I believe she could carry off such a deception even without the advantage of footlights and distance. A sudden startling thought occurred to me. Poirot, I exclaimed.
You don't suppose it's possible? No, that would be too incredible a coincidence. That depends entirely on your perspective, Hastings. Viewed from a certain angle, it would be no coincidence at all. But why on earth would Carlotta Adams wish to kill Lord Edgware? She didn't even know him. How do you know she did not know him? Do not make assumptions, Hastings. There may have been some connection between them, of which we are entirely unaware. Not that this is precisely my theory. Then you have formed a theory? I have. The possibility of Carlotta Adams's involvement occurred to me from the outset. But, Poirot? Wait, Hastings. Allow me to assemble a few facts for you. Lady Edgware, with a complete lack of discretion, discusses her marital difficulties openly, even going so far as to talk of killing her husband. Not only you and I hear this, a waiter overhears it. Her maid has likely heard it repeatedly, Brian Martin hears it, and I imagine Carlotta Adams herself hears it. And then there are all the people to whom these individuals might repeat it. Furthermore, that very same evening, someone remarks upon the excellence of Carlotta Adams' imitation of Jane, who would want Lord Edgware dead. His wife, naturally. But imagine if someone else wished him gone. A convenient scapegoat was already prepared. On the very evening, Jane Wilkinson claimed a headache and planned a quiet night. The scheme was set in motion. Lady Edgware needed to be seen entering the house on Regent Gate, and she was seen even going so far as to announce who she was. Honestly, that was a bit much enough to make even the most gullible person suspicious. Consider another detail. A small one, I'll admit. The woman who visited that night wore black. Jane Wilkinson, as we heard her say, never wears black. So let's assume the visitor was not Jane, but someone impersonating her. Did that woman kill Lord Edgware? Or did a third party enter the house to commit the murder? If so, did they arrive before or after the supposed Lady Edgware? If after, what could the impostor possibly have said to Lord Edgware? How would she explain her sudden appearance? She might fool a butler who didn't know her face, or a secretary who didn't get a close look, but she could never hope to deceive her own husband. Unless, of course, she was speaking to a corpse. Was Lord Edgware already dead when she arrived sometime between 9 and 10 o'clock? "Stop, Poirot," I exclaimed. "You're making my head spin." "Not at all, my friend. We are merely trying on possibilities. It is like fitting a suit. Does this one fit? No, it pulls at the shoulders. This one, better, but still too tight in the chest. Another is far too large. We continue until we find the perfect fit, the truth." "But who would devise such a fiendish plot?" I asked. "Ah, it is too soon to say. One must first ask who had a motive for wanting Lord Edgware dead. There is the nephew who inherits, perhaps a little too obvious. And then, despite Miss Carroll's certain pronouncements, we must consider his enemies. Lord Edgware struck me as a man who could easily make them." "Yes," I agreed. "That's true. Whoever did this must have felt remarkably safe. Remember, Hastings had Jane Wilkinson not changed her mind at the last minute. She would have had no alibi. She might have been in her room at the Savoy, and proving otherwise would have been difficult. She would have been arrested, tried, likely condemned. I shivered at the thought. But one thing puzzles me, Poirot continued. The desire to frame her is clear. Yet, what of the telephone call? Why did someone ring her at Chiswick, and once assured of her presence there, immediately hang up? It appears, does it not, as if someone wanted to confirm her location before proceeding with? What? That call was at 9:30, almost certainly before the murder. The intention then seems, there is no other word for it, protective. It cannot be the murderer who called. The murderer laid all plans to incriminate Jane. So, who was it? It suggests we are dealing with two entirely separate threads of circumstance. I shook my head, completely bewildered. Could it just be a coincidence?
I suggested weakly.
No, not everything can be a coincidence. 6 months ago, a letter was suppressed. Why? There are too many unexplained elements. They must be connected by some underlying reason. He sighed, then went on. That story Brian Martin came to tell us. Surely, Poirot, that has no connection to this business. You are blind, Hastings, blind and stubbornly obtuse. Can you not see the entire affair forms a pattern? It is confused now, but it will gradually become clear. I felt Poirot was being overly optimistic. Nothing seemed clear to me at all. My mind was frankly reeling. It's no use, I said suddenly. I can't believe it of Carlotta Adams. She seemed like such a thoroughly decent person. Yet even as I spoke, I recalled Poirot's earlier words about the love of money, and a cold doubt settled in my stomach. The love of money, could that truly explain such a bewildering chain of events? I sensed Poirot had been struck by a profound insight that evening. He had recognized Jane was in peril, a consequence of that peculiar self-centered personality. He had also seen how Carlotta had been tempted and led astray by sheer greed. I do not believe she is the murderer, Hastings. Her nature is too controlled and calculating for such a violent act. It is possible she was not even informed a killing would take place. She may have been an unwitting pawn. Yet, he paused, his brow furrowed in thought. Even under those circumstances, she is now an accessory after the fact. She will read the papers today, she will understand. A raw, choked sound escaped Poirot. Quickly, Hastings, immediately, I have been a fool, a blind imbecile, a taxi, now! I gaped at him. He gestured wildly toward the street, a taxi, this instant. One was cruising by. He shouted for it, and we scrambled inside. Do you have her address? Carlotta Adams, you mean? Yes. Hurry, Hastings, hurry. Every second is precious. Do you not see? No, I admitted, utterly bewildered. I do not, Poirot muttered a curse under his breath. The telephone directory? No, she would not be listed. At the theatre, they were initially reluctant to provide Carlotta's address, but Poirot, with his peculiar persuasion, succeeded. It was a flat in a modern building near Sloane Square. We raced there, Poirot a bundle of nervous energy. If I am not too late, Hastings, if only I am not too late. What is this frantic rush about? I don't comprehend it. What does it mean? It means I have been obtuse, painfully slow to grasp what was staring me in the face. Ah, for heaven's sake, let us be in time. Chapter 9. Another Loss. Though Poirot's intense anxiety mystified me, I knew him well enough to trust it was founded. We reached Rosedew Mansions. Poirot leaped from the cab, thrust money at the driver, and rushed into the building. A visiting card fixed to a board informed us Miss Adams' flat was on the first floor. Poirot took the stairs 2 at a time, not waiting for the lift which was lingering somewhere above. He knocked and rang the bell insistently. After a brief pause, the door was opened by a tidy, middle-aged woman with her hair pulled tightly back. Her eyes were rimmed with red, as if from crying, "Miss Adams." Poirot demanded urgently. The woman studied him. "Haven't you heard? Heard, Hort. Heard what his face turned ashen, and I knew instantly that whatever this was, it confirmed his deepest fear." The woman slowly shook her head. "She's gone. Died in her sleep last night. It's a dreadful shock." Poirot sagged against the doorframe. "Too late," he whispered. His distress was so palpable that the woman peered at him more closely. "Excuse me, sir, but were you a friend of hers?" "I don't recall seeing you here before." Poirot sidestepped the question. "You called a doctor. What was his conclusion? An overdose of her sleeping medicine. Oh, such a waste! She was a lovely young woman. These drugs are nasty, dangerous things. The doctor said it was veronal." Suddenly, Poirot straightened. His manner shifted, becoming commanding and decisive. "I must come inside," he stated. The woman, now clearly suspicious and hesitant, began to protest. "I don't really think." But Poirot was determined. He took what was likely the only approach that would work. "You must allow me entry," he said, his voice low and serious. "I am a detective, and I must investigate the circumstances surrounding your mistress's death." The woman gasped. She stepped aside, and we entered the flat. From that moment, Poirot assumed complete control of the situation. "What I have told you," he said with authority, "is in the strictest confidence. It must not be repeated to anyone. It is vital that everyone continues to believe Miss Adams' death was a tragic accident. Now, please provide me with the name and address of the doctor you summoned." "Dura Heath, of 17 Carlisle Street." "And your name?" "Bennet, Alice Bennet. You were clearly devoted to Miss Adams. I can see that, Miss Bennet." "Oh, yes, sir. She was a proper young lady. I worked for her last year during her stay. She wasn't like some of those actresses, all airs and graces. She had refined manners and liked everything just so." Poirot listened with genuine attention and sympathy, his mind already racing far ahead of the sorrowful scene. He showed no trace of impatience now. I understood that a gentle approach was the most effective method for drawing out the details he sought. "It must have been a terrible shock for you," he said softly. "Oh, it was, sir. I brought her tea in at 9:30, just like always, and there she was lying there. I thought she was asleep. I set the tray down. When I went to pull the curtains, one of the rings got stuck, and I had to give it a hard tug. It made such a racket. I was surprised when I glanced over and saw she hadn't stirred. Then, all at once, a strange feeling came over me. Something about how she was lying didn't seem right. I went to the bedside and touched her hand. It was icy cold, sir." I cried out. She paused, her eyes filling with tears. "Yes, yes," Poirot said with sympathy. "It must have been dreadful. Did Miss Adams often take anything to help her sleep?" "She took something for a headache now and then, sir. Some little pills from a bottle. But the doctor said it was something different she took last night." "Did she have any visitors yesterday evening?" "No, sir, she went out." "Did she say where she was going?" "No, sir. She left around 7 o'clock." "I see. How was she dressed?" "She had on a black dress, sir. A black dress and a black hat." Poirot glanced at me. "Was she wearing any jewellery?" "Just her usual string of pearls, sir. And gloves, were they grey?" "Yes, sir. Grey gloves." "Now, please describe her manner to me. Was she cheerful, excited, sad, anxious? It seemed to me she was pleased about something, sir. She kept smiling to herself, like she was in on some private joke." "What time did she return?" "A little past midnight, sir." "And how did she seem then?" "The same." "She was dreadfully tired, sir, but not upset or distressed?" "Oh, no, sir. I think she was still pleased about whatever it was, but just worn out, if you know what I mean. She started to make a telephone call, but then she said she couldn't be bothered. She'd do it in the morning."
Ah.
Poirot's eyes brightened with interest. He leaned forward, affecting a casual tone.
Did you happen to hear the name of the person she was calling? No, sir. She just asked for the number and waited. Then the operator must have said, "I'm trying to connect you," like they do, and she said, "All right." But suddenly she yawned and said, "Oh, I can't bother, I'm too tired." She hung up the receiver and began to undress. And the number she called, can you recall it? Think carefully. This may be important. I'm sorry, I can't, sir.
It was a Victoria Exchange number. That's all I remember. I wasn't paying close attention, you see. Did she have anything to eat or drink before going to bed? A glass of hot milk, sir, like she always did. Who prepared it? I did, sir. And no one came to the apartment that evening. No one, sir. What about earlier in the day? No one that I recall, sir. Miss Adams was out for lunch and tea. She came back around 6. When was the milk delivered?
The milk she drank last night. It was the fresh afternoon delivery, sir. The boy leaves it outside the door at 4 o'clock. But oh, sir, I'm sure there was nothing wrong with that milk. I had some myself with my tea this morning, and the doctor said plainly that she'd taken the awful stuff herself. It is possible I am mistaken, said Poirot. Yes, entirely possible. I shall speak with the doctor. But you must understand Miss Adams had enemies.
Matters are handled quite differently in America. He let the sentence hang, and the faithful Alice rose to the bait. Oh, I know, sir. I've read about Chicago and all those gangsters. It must be a dreadful country. What their police are thinking I can't imagine. Not like our policemen here. Poirot left it thankfully at that, recognizing that Alice Bennet's firmly local outlook spared him further explanation. His gaze fell upon a small suitcase, more of an attaché case, resting on a chair nearby. "Did Miss Adams take that case with her when she left yesterday evening?" Poirot inquired. "She took it in the morning, sir," Alice Bennet replied. "She didn't have it when she returned for tea, but she brought it back later that night." "Ah, you allow me to open it?" Alice Bennet would have agreed to anything at that point. Like many shrewd and cautious women, once her initial wariness faded, she became remarkably easy to guide. She nodded readily as Poirot lifted the case. It wasn't locked, and he opened it smoothly. I stepped closer to peer over his shoulder. "You observe, Hastings, you observe," he whispered, with palpable excitement. The contents were indeed telling. Inside lay a compact makeup kit, 2 small inserts designed to add height to one's shoes, a pair of grey gloves, and wrapped carefully in tissue paper, an impeccably crafted golden wig, its shade and style a centre part with curls at the nape, mirrored Jane Wilkinson's hair perfectly. "Do you still harbour doubts, Hastings?" Poirot pressed. I realized then that I had, until that very moment, but now any uncertainty vanished. Poirot shut the case and turned back to the maid. "You are unaware of whom Miss Adams dined with last night?" "No, sir." "What of her luncheon or tea engagements?" "I couldn't say about tea, sir. I believe she lunched with Miss Driver." "Miss Driver?" "Yes, her closest friend. She runs a hat shop called Genevieve on Moffat Street, just near Bond Street." Poirot jotted the address beneath the doctor's in his notebook. "One final matter, madame. Can you recall anything at all that Miss Adams said or did after returning at 6 o'clock that struck you as unusual?" The maid paused, thinking. "I truly can't think of anything, sir," she finally answered. "I asked if she wanted tea, and she said she'd already had some." "Oh, she mentioned she had taken tea," Poirot interjected. "Pardon, continue. After that, she wrote letters until nearly the time she went out." "Letters? You don't know to whom?"
"Just one letter, sir, to her sister in Washington. She wrote her twice a week, regular as clockwork. She took it to post for the overseas mail, but forgot it, so it remains here. No, sir, I posted it. She remembered last night, just as she was getting into bed. I told her I'd run it out with an extra stamp into the late box. It would still go. Ah, and is the post office far? Just around the corner. Sir, did you close the flat door behind you? Bennet looked puzzled. No, sir.
I just pulled it to, like I always do when I run out to post. Poirot seemed on the verge of another question, but stopped himself. Would you care to see her, sir? The maid asked, her eyes glistening. She looks ever so peaceful. We followed her into the bedroom. Carlotta Adams appeared strangely serene and much younger than she had that night at the Savoy, like a weary child deep in sleep. Poirot stood gazing down at her, an unreadable expression on his face. I saw him quietly make the sign of the cross. I have made a vow, Hastings, he said, as we descended the stairs. I didn't need to ask its nature. I could surmise. Moments later, he added, one burden is lifted from me at least. I could not have saved her. By the time I learned of Lord Edgware's death, she was already gone. That brings me some solace. Yes, it comforts me greatly. Our next step was to visit the doctor whose address the maid had provided. He was an elderly, somewhat distracted man with a fussy manner. He recognized Poirot by reputation and expressed delighted surprise at meeting him in person. Now, what may I do for you, M. Poirot? He asked, after the initial pleasantries. You were summoned this morning, Doctor, to attend a Miss Carlotta Adams. Ah, yes, the poor girl, a talented actress. I'd seen her show twice. A terrible shame it ended this way. I can't understand why these young women feel the need for such things, the doctor remarked with a sigh. So you believe she had a dependency? I asked. From a medical standpoint, I wouldn't go that far. There were no needle marks, for one thing. She clearly ingested it orally. Her maid claimed she slept soundly normally, but servants rarely know the full truth. I doubt she took veronal every single night, but the evidence suggests a prolonged habit. What evidence points to that? This little item now, where did I put it? He rummaged through his bag. Ah, here we are. He produced a small black leather handbag. There will be an inquest, naturally. I removed this to prevent the maid from tampering with it. Opening the bag, he extracted a delicate gold case adorned with the ruby initials C.A. It was an expensive piece. Inside was nearly a full compartment of white powder. Veronal, he stated. Now observe the inscription inside the lid. Engraved within were the words, to C.A. from D. Paris, Nov. 10. Sweet dreams, November 10th. Poirot mused. Precisely. And we are now in June. This indicates a habit spanning at least half a year. Since the year is omitted, it could easily be 18 months or even 2 years or more. Paris. D. Poirot repeated, his brow furrowed. Does that signify anything to you? Incidentally, I have not inquired about your specific interest in this matter. I assume your grounds are sound. I presume you wish to know if it was suicide. I cannot tell you. No one can. According to the maid, she was in perfectly good spirits yesterday. That suggests an accident, and in my professional opinion, an accident it was. Veronal is notoriously unpredictable. A person might take a massive dose and survive, or a very small one and perish. It is a dangerous substance for that reason alone. The inquest will likely rule it accidental death. I'm afraid I cannot be of further assistance. Might I examine the young lady's bag? By all means. Poirot emptied the contents onto the table. A linen handkerchief monogrammed CMA, a powder compact, a lipstick, a £1 note with some loose change, and a pair of pince-nez spectacles. These last he examined with keen interest. They were gold-rimmed with rather severe academic lenses. Curious, Poirot said. I was not aware Miss Adams required glasses, perhaps for reading. The doctor picked them up.
No, these are for distance, he confirmed. Quite a strong prescription. The wearer must have been extremely nearsighted. You are not certain if Miss Adams... I had never attended her professionally before.
I was once called to treat the maid's infected finger. Otherwise, I had never visited the flat. The Miss Adams I glimpsed briefly on that occasion was definitely not wearing spectacles. After thanking the doctor, we took our leave. Poirot's expression was deeply thoughtful.
"It is possible I am mistaken," he conceded. "About the impersonation?"
No, that seems conclusively proven. I refer to her death. Obviously, she possessed veronal. It is plausible she was fatigued and overwrought last night and sought to guarantee herself a proper rest. Then he halted abruptly on the sidewalk, to the astonishment of other pedestrians, and struck one palm against the other. No, he declared with force. Why should such a convenient accident occur?
It was no accident. It was not suicide. She performed her role, and in doing so she signed her own death warrant. Veronal may have been selected precisely because it was known she occasionally took it and owned that distinctive box. But if so, the murderer must have been intimately acquainted with her habits. "Who is this D. Hastings? I would give a great deal to know the identity of D. Poirot," I said, as he remained lost in thought, oblivious to the stares we were attracting. "Shouldn't we continue? Everyone is looking at us." Perhaps you are correct, although I am not particularly inconvenienced by being stared at. The dampness did nothing to disturb my own thoughts, but I must admit I was uncomfortable with the attention we were attracting. Poirot, of course, was utterly unbothered by public opinion, his sole concern being the precise curl of his magnificent moustache. "We will take a taxi," he announced, hailing one with a flourish of his cane. He directed the driver to an address on Moffat Street, a place called Genevieve. Genevieve proved to be one of those modest millinery shops, with a single lonely hat displayed in the downstairs window and the real business conducted up a narrow, slightly musty staircase. At the top, a door instructed us to "Please walk in," and we entered a small, cluttered room dominated by hats. An imposing blonde woman approached, eyeing Poirot with distinct suspicion.
"Miss Driver,"
he inquired. "I'm not sure if Madam can see you. What is your business, please? Please inform Miss Driver that a friend of Miss Adams wishes to speak with her." The errand proved unnecessary. A black velvet curtain was thrust aside, and a small, energetic woman with vivid red hair burst into the room. "What's all this?" she demanded. "I'm Jenny Driver. What about Carlotta? You have not heard the tragic news?" "What tragic news?" Miss Adams passed away in her sleep last night. An overdose of veronal. The girl's eyes widened in genuine shock. "That's terrible, poor Carlotta. I just saw her yesterday. She was so full of life. There was a raw, disbelieving edge to her voice, a sudden vulnerability beneath her brisk exterior. Nevertheless, it is true, mademoiselle," Poirot said gently. "Now observe, it is nearly 1 o'clock. I wish you to do me the honor of joining myself and my friend for lunch. I have several questions." She looked him over with a frank, almost pugnacious scrutiny. She put me in mind of a clever, alert terrier. "Who are you exactly?" "My name is Hercule Poirot. This is my associate, Captain Hastings." I gave a slight bow. Her sharp glance moved between us. "I've heard of you," she stated bluntly. "All right, I'll come." She turned and called to the blonde assistant. "Dorothy, Mrs. Lester will be in about that Rose Descartes model experiment with the different feathers, will you? I shouldn't be long." Snatching up a small black hat, she pinned it at a rakish angle, applied powder to her nose with fierce concentration, and then shot a look at Poirot. "Ready?" she declared. Minutes later, we were seated in a cosy Dover Street restaurant after ordering with cocktails before us. Jenny Driver fixed Poirot with a direct stare. "All right, let's have it. What's the meaning of this? What kind of trouble had Carlotta gotten herself into?" "Had she gotten herself into trouble, then?" "Mademoiselle—" "Hold on. Who's asking the questions here, you or me?" "My idea was that I should," Poirot replied with a faint smile. "I understand you and Miss Adams were close friends. We were, eh bien. Then I give you my solemn word that what I am doing is in the interests of your late friend. I assure you this is so." Jenny Driver was silent for a moment, weighing his words. Finally, she gave a quick, decisive nod. "I believe you. Go on. What do you want to know?" "I understand your friend lunched with you yesterday." "She did. Did she mention her plans for last evening? She didn't specifically talk about last night." "But she said something, well?" "She hinted at something that might be what you're after, mind you. She spoke in confidence. That is understood." "Right. Let me explain it my way, then." She took a sip of her drink, her expression turning thoughtful. "Carlotta was excited, which wasn't like her at all. She's usually so level-headed. She wouldn't give me any details. Said she'd promised not to, but she'd definitely got something on, as she put it. She was practically buzzing with it. It sounded like she was involved in some kind of elaborate trick," I said. "A trick? That's the word she used. She didn't give any specifics about how, when, or where. It's just, I hesitated, thinking it over. The thing is, Carlotta wasn't the type for pranks or silly deceptions. She was a serious, decent, hard-working person. What I'm getting at is, someone must have talked her into this scheme, and I believe, though she never said it outright, I understand completely." "What was your impression?" "My impression was that money was at the heart of it. Nothing ever got Carlotta as animated as the prospect of cash. She had a real talent for business, one of the sharpest minds I've known. She wouldn't have been that thrilled and confident unless a significant sum was involved. It felt like she'd accepted a challenge for a reward and was certain she'd succeed, although, to be honest, Carlotta wasn't one for wagers. I never knew her to make a bet. Still, somehow, I'm positive money was the driving force. She didn't explicitly state that. Not in so many words, she just talked about all the things she'd be able to do soon. She was planning to bring her sister over from the States to meet her in Paris. She adored that younger sister, a fragile, musical girl, from what I understood. That's really all I know. Is that helpful?" Poirot gave a slow nod. "It supports my hypothesis. I had hoped, I confess, for more detail. I assumed Miss Adams would have been sworn to secrecy, but I also hoped that as a woman she might not have resisted sharing the secret with her closest friend. I did try to get her to tell me," Jenny admitted, "but she just laughed and said she'd fill me in some day." Poirot was quiet for a moment. Then he asked, "Are you familiar with the name Lord Edgware?" "You mean the man who was murdered? I saw it on a poster a little while ago." "Precisely. Do you know if Miss Adams was acquainted with him?" "I don't believe so. I'm fairly sure she wasn't." "Oh, wait a minute." "Yes, mademoiselle?" Poirot leaned forward eagerly. "Now I remember," she said, her brow furrowed in concentration. "She mentioned him once, and she was quite bitter about it." "Bitter? Yes. She said something like, men like that shouldn't be allowed to ruin people's lives with their cruelty and lack of compassion. She definitely said that the world would probably be better off if he were dead." "When was this, mademoiselle?" "Oh, about a month ago, I think." "How did the subject come up?" Jenny Driver thought hard for several moments, then shook her head. "I can't recall his name might have come up in the papers. I just remember finding it strange that Carlotta would get so heated about a man she didn't even know." "It is indeed peculiar," Poirot agreed thoughtfully. He then inquired, "Was Miss Adams in the habit of taking veronal?" "Not that I ever saw. I never noticed her use it or mention it." "Did you ever see a small gold box in her bag with the initials C.A.?"
"Set in rubies? A small gold box?"
"No, I'm certain I never did. Can you recall where Miss Adams was last November?"
Let me think. She went back to America in November. Toward the end of the month, before that, she was in Paris. Alone? Alone, of course. Sorry, maybe that's not what you meant.
I don't know why Paris always puts certain ideas in people's heads. It's a perfectly respectable city, but Carlotta wasn't the type for romantic escapades, if that's what you're asking.
Now, mademoiselle, a very important question. Was there any man in whom Miss Adams took a particular romantic interest? The straightforward answer is no, Jenny replied slowly. Since I've known her, Carlotta has been completely devoted to her work and to her frail sister. She had that the whole family depends on me mentality very strongly. So, strictly speaking, the answer is no. I see, Jenny considered the question carefully. D, she said after a moment. No, I'm sorry. I can't think of anyone with that initial. Poirot had not truly expected a different answer, yet he shook his head with a touch of melancholy, retreating into his own thoughts. Leaning forward with her elbows on the table, Jenny Driver fixed him with a direct look. Well, she asked, do I get to hear anything in return? Mademoiselle, Poirot began. First, allow me to offer a compliment. Your responses to my inquiries have been remarkably perceptive. You possess a keen mind. You ask if I will tell you anything. I answer, not a great deal. I will share only a few essential facts. He paused, his voice dropping to a quiet, serious tone. Last night, Lord Edgware was murdered in his library. At 10 o'clock, a lady we believe to be your friend, Miss Adams, arrived at the house. She asked to see Lord Edgware and introduced herself as Lady Edgware. She wore a golden wig and was made up to closely resemble the real Lady Edgware, the actress Jane Wilkinson. This visitor remained only briefly, departing at 5 minutes past 10, yet she did not return to her own home until after midnight. She then went to bed, and whether by accident or design, took a fatal overdose of veronal. You perceive now, perhaps, the purpose behind some of my questions. Jenny drew a sharp breath. Yes, she whispered, I see, and I believe you're correct, mon Poirot. I think it was Carlotta. It fits with something else. She bought a new hat from me just yesterday.
A new hat?
Yes. She was quite specific. She wanted one that would shade the left side of her face. Here, a brief explanation is necessary regarding the fashion of the day, for such details are fleeting. I have witnessed countless hat styles, the deep cloche that hid the face entirely, the saucy tilt forward, the precarious perch at the back of the head. That particular June, the prevailing style resembled an inverted soup plate, worn as if magnetically attached over one ear, leaving the opposite side of the face and hair fully exposed. It was almost always worn on the right side of the head. But we do keep a few made for the left side, Jenny explained. Some people prefer their right profile, or they part their hair only on one side. But for Carlotta to specifically want the left side shadowed, was there a reason? I recalled then that the door of the Regent Gatehouse opened to the left, meaning anyone entering would present their left profile to the butler. I also remembered from seeing her at the theatre that Jane Wilkinson had a small distinctive mole at the outer corner of her left eye. I mentioned this with some excitement. Poirot agreed vigorously. Precisely. You are correct, Hastings. That explains the hat perfectly. Suddenly, Jenny sat bolt upright, her expression shifting from thoughtful curiosity to defiant protectiveness. Ma Poirot, you can't possibly think you don't, for a second, believe that Carlotta killed him? Just because she said some harsh things about him, that's absurd. I do not necessarily think so, Poirot replied calmly, but it is undeniably curious that she spoke with such venom. What had he done? What did she know about him to provoke such bitterness? I would very much like to understand that. I don't know, Jenny said, her voice firm. But she didn't do it. She simply couldn't have. She was, in a word, too elegant. Poirot gave a satisfied nod. Precisely. You have phrased it perfectly. It is a psychological distinction, I concur. This was a calculated crime, yet it lacked any sense of sophistication. Calculated?
The killer possessed precise anatomical knowledge of where to strike to sever the vital nerve centers at the base of the skull where it meets the spinal column. That suggests a medical background, Jenny mused. Was Miss Adams acquainted with any doctors? I mean, was there a particular physician among her friends? Jenny shook her head. Not that I ever heard. Certainly not here in London. Another detail. Did Miss Adams wear pince-nez, glasses? Absolutely not. Ah! Poirot's brow furrowed. A sudden ridiculous image flashed in my mind. A doctor reeking of antiseptic, his myopic eyes enlarged behind thick lenses. It was absurd. Incidentally, was Miss Adams familiar with Brian Martin, the film star? Oh, yes, she mentioned knowing him as a child. I don't believe she saw him often, just occasionally. She told me she thought he'd become rather full of himself. She glanced at her watch and gasped, "Good heavens, I must dash." Have I been of any assistance, my Poirot? You have. I may call upon your assistance again in due course. It's yours. Someone orchestrated this wickedness. We must discover who. With a brisk handshake and a flash of her bright smile, she was gone as abruptly as she had arrived. A fascinating character, Poirot remarked, settling the bill. I like her, I said. It's always refreshing to encounter a sharp intellect. Perhaps a touch severe, I considered. The shock of her friend's death didn't seem to affect her as deeply as I might have expected. She is decidedly not the weeping type, Poirot agreed dryly. Did you obtain what you hoped from the conversation? He shook his head. No, I had hoped, very much hoped, to gain some insight into the identity of D, the individual who gave her that small gold box. There I have failed. Unfortunately, Carlotta Adams was a private person. She was not one to chatter about her companions or her potential romantic entanglements. Conversely, the person who proposed the deception may not have been a friend at all. It could have been a mere acquaintance who suggested it, likely for some amusing wager, a financial transaction. This person might have noticed the gold box she carried and seized an opportunity to discover its contents. But how on earth did they persuade her to take the substance? And when? Well, there was the interval when her apartment door was unlocked, while her maid was out posting a letter. Though that explanation does not satisfy me, it relies too heavily on chance. But now to business. We still have two potential leads. Which are? The first is the telephone call to a Victoria number. It seems quite probable to me that Carlotta Adams would have called upon her return to report her success. On the other hand, where was she between 10 past 10 and midnight? She may have had a pre-arranged meeting with the architect of the hoax. In that case, the call may have been simply to a friend. And the second lead? Ah, that one I do have hopes for, the letter Hastings, the letter to her sister. It is possible. I only say possible that within it she may have described the entire affair. She would not have considered it a betrayal of confidence, as the letter would not be read until a week later, and in another country besides. That would be extraordinary. If true, we must not pin all our hopes on it, Hastings. It is merely a chance, nothing more. No, we must now work from the opposite direction. What do you mean by the opposite direction? A meticulous examination of all those who benefit in any measure from Lord Edgware's death. I shrugged, aside from his nephew and his wife. And the man the wife wished to marry, Poirot added. The Duke, he is in Paris. Exactly so. But you cannot deny he is an interested party. Then there are the household staff. The butler, the servants. Who knows what resentments they may have harboured? But I believe our first point of focus should be another interview with Mademoiselle Jane Wilkinson. She is astute. Perhaps she can offer an idea. We return to the Savoy Hotel. The actress was in a sea of boxes and tissue paper, with elegant black garments draped over every available chair. Jane wore a focused, solemn expression, adjusting another small black hat before the mirror. "Oh, M. Poirot, please sit down if you can find a spot. Ellis, clear something off, would you? Madame, you look quite lovely." Jane's face remained serious. "I don't wish to be insincere, M. Poirot, but one must keep up appearances, don't you agree? I feel I should be cautious. Oh, and I received the most touching telegram from the Duke." "Sent from Paris?" "Yes, from Paris. Carefully worded, naturally. Meant to read as sympathy, but phrased so I can read between the lines." "My congratulations, madame." "Mem Poirot." She clasped her hands, her voice dropping to that familiar husky tone. She looked almost angelic, as if about to express something profoundly sacred. "I've been reflecting. It all feels so miraculous, if you understand. Here I am, all my difficulties resolved, no tedious divorce proceedings, no complications. My path is simply cleared, smooth sailing ahead. It leaves me feeling almost devout, if you catch my meaning." I held my breath. Poirot observed her, his head tilted slightly. She was entirely earnest. "That is how it appears to you, madame." "Things just work out for me," Jane murmured with an awed softness. "Lately I'd even thought, what if Edgware were to die? And then, there it is, he's gone. It's almost like an answer to a prayer." Poirot cleared his throat. "I cannot say I view it quite that way, madame. Someone killed your husband." She nodded vaguely. "Well, of course. Has it not crossed your mind to wonder who that someone might be?" She stared at him, puzzled. "Does it matter? I mean, what does it have to do with anything? The Duke and I can be married in 4 or 5 months." With visible effort, Poirot kept his composure. "Yes, madame, I am aware. But aside from that, have you not asked yourself who killed your husband?" "No." She seemed genuinely surprised by the question. We watched her consider it. "Does it not interest you to know?" pressed Poirot. "Not terribly much, I'm afraid," she confessed. "I suppose the police will sort it out. They're quite clever, aren't they?" "So it is said. I too intend to make it my business to discover the truth." "Really? How amusing." "Why amusing? Well, I don't know." Her attention drifted back to the clothing. She slipped on a satin coat and studied her reflection. "You do not mind, then?" said Poirot, eyes twinkling. "Why, of course not, M. Poirot. I'd be delighted for you to be clever about the whole affair. I wish you every success. Madame, I desire more than your wishes. I want your opinion." "My opinion?" Jane asked absently, twisting to view her shoulder in the glass. "On what?" "Who do you believe likely to have killed Lord Edgware?" Jane gave a light shrug. "I haven't the faintest idea." She experimented with a slight adjustment to the coat and picked up a hand mirror. "Madame," Poirot's voice was suddenly sharp and emphatic, "who do you think killed your husband?" This time it broke through her distraction. Jane shot him a startled look. "Geraldine, I suppose? Who is Geraldine?" But Jane's focus had already wandered again. "Ellis, take this up just a bit on the right shoulder there."
What was that, Mim Poirot?
"Geraldine is his daughter." "No, Ellis, the right shoulder." "That's better." "Oh, must you leave, Mem Poirot? I'm so terribly grateful for everything, even the divorce work, though it isn't needed now. I shall always believe you were marvellous. I only encountered Jane Wilkinson twice more, once during a theatre performance, and once across from her at a luncheon. My lasting impression is of her that day, utterly absorbed in matters of fashion, her lips casually shaping words that would steer Poirot's next steps, her mind fixed, beautifully and entirely, upon herself. "Remarkable," Poirot said, with something like reverence as we stepped out onto the Strand. A handwritten letter awaited us on the table upon our return. Poirot retrieved it, slicing the envelope open with his customary precision before letting out a soft chuckle. "Is it not the phrase, 'Speak of the devil'? Observe, Hastings?" He passed me the note. The paper bore the letterhead of 17 Regent Gate, and the handwriting was deceptively clear, upright and distinctive, yet somehow challenging to read. It stated, "Dear Sir, I understand you visited the house this morning with the inspector. I regret missing the chance to speak with you. If it is convenient, I would be grateful if you could spare me a few minutes at any point this afternoon. Yours truly, Geraldine Marsh." "Interesting," I remarked. "I wonder what she wants. Is it so interesting that she should wish to consult me?" "You are not being gallant, my friend. Poirot has that infuriating tendency to jest when least expected. We shall call on her immediately," he declared, carefully adjusting his hat after flicking away an imaginary speck of dust. Jane Wilkinson's offhand remark that Geraldine might have been responsible for her father's death struck me as utterly ridiculous. Only someone profoundly thoughtless could suggest such a thing. I said as much to Poirot. Brains. Brains. What do we truly mean by the word? In your vernacular you would claim Jane Wilkinson possesses the brains of a rabbit, a term of contempt. Yet consider the rabbit. It survives and thrives, does it not? In nature that signifies a certain shrewdness. The charming Lady Edgware knows nothing of history, geography, or the classics, sans doute. To her, Lao Tzu might suggest a pedigree, Pekingese, and Molière a fashion house. But in selecting her wardrobe, securing advantageous marriages, and achieving her own desires, her success is extraordinary. A philosopher's view on who murdered Lord Edgware would be of little use to me. From a philosopher's perspective, the motive would be the greatest good for the greatest number, and since that is notoriously difficult to determine, few philosophers turn to murder. However, a casual opinion from Lady Edgware could prove valuable precisely because her outlook is materialistic and rooted in a familiarity with the baser aspects of human nature. There might be some truth in that, I conceded. "Nous voici," said Poirot. "I am intrigued to learn why the young lady is so eager for an audience." "A perfectly natural impulse," I retorted, seizing the chance to repay his earlier jab, as you yourself pointed out. "The natural urge to examine a rare specimen up close. Or perhaps it is you, my friend, who made an impression upon her heart the other day," Poirot replied, pressing the doorbell. I remembered the girl's startled expression as she had stood in the doorway, those intense dark eyes set in a pale face. That brief glimpse had left a deep mark on me. We were ushered upstairs to a spacious drawing-room, and within moments Geraldine Marsh joined us. The aura of intensity I had noted previously was even more pronounced now. This tall, slender girl, with her pallid complexion and those compelling, haunted eyes, made a striking impression. She was remarkably self-possessed, unusually so for someone her age. "It is very good of you to come so promptly, M. Poirot," she began. "I am sorry to have missed you this morning. You were resting." "Yes, Miss Carroll, my father's secretary, insisted. She has been very kind." There was a strange, reluctant tone in her voice that I found puzzling. "How may I be of service, mademoiselle?" Poirot inquired. She paused briefly before asking, "The day before my father was killed, you came to see him?" "Yes, mademoiselle." "Why? Did he send for you?" Poirot did not answer immediately. He seemed to be weighing his response, a calculated pause, I believe, designed to provoke her into saying more. He had already sensed she was the impatient type, eager for swift answers. Was he frightened of someone? "You must tell me. I have to know. Who was he so afraid of? Why? What exactly did he say to you? For heaven's sake, why won't you answer?" That strained calm of hers hadn't seemed genuine, and now it shattered completely. She leaned forward, her hands twisting anxiously in her lap. "What Lord Edgware and I discussed was confidential," Poirot replied, his gaze never leaving her face. "Then it must have concerned the family. Oh, you're just sitting there tormenting me. Why won't you tell me? I need to know. It's essential, I tell you." Poirot shook his head slowly, a picture of deep uncertainty. "Monsieur Poirot," she said, drawing herself upright. "I am his daughter. I have a right to know what my father feared the day before he died. It isn't fair to leave me in the dark. It isn't fair to him to keep it from me." "Were you truly so devoted to your father, mademoiselle?" Poirot asked softly. She recoiled as if struck. "Devoted to him," she whispered. "Devoted. I." Suddenly her composure broke. Peals of laughter burst from her. She fell back in her chair, laughing uncontrollably. "It's just so absurd," she gasped between breaths. "To be asked that it's utterly absurd." The sound of her hysterics hadn't gone unnoticed. The door opened, and Miss Carroll entered, efficient and firm. "Now, Geraldine, my dear, this won't do. Hush now, I insist. Stop it at once." Her no-nonsense tone had its effect. Geraldine's laughter subsided. She wiped her eyes and sat up.
"I'm sorry,"
she murmured. "I've never done that before." Miss Carroll watched her with concern. "I'm quite all right now, Miss Carroll. It was foolish of me." A sudden bitter smile twisted her lips. She sat perfectly straight, avoiding everyone's eyes. "He asked me," she stated in a cold, clear voice, "if I had been fond of my father." Miss Carroll made a faint, uncertain sound. Geraldine continued, her tone now high and scornful. "I wonder whether it's better to lie or tell the truth. The truth, I suppose." "I wasn't fond of my father. I hated him. Geraldine, dear. Why pretend you didn't hate him because he couldn't touch you? You were one of the few people he couldn't affect. You saw him merely as an employer who paid you a salary. His tempers and his oddities didn't interest you. You simply ignored them. I know what you'd say. Everyone has to put up with something. You were cheerful and detached. You're a very strong woman and not really human. But then you could have walked out any time. I couldn't. I belonged here. Really, Geraldine, I don't think we need to go into all this. Fathers and daughters often don't get along, but in life I've found the less said, the better." Geraldine turned away from her and addressed Poirot directly. "Monsieur Poirot, I hated my father. I am glad he is dead. It means my freedom, my independence. I am not the least bit eager to find his murderer. For all we know, the person who killed him may have had ample reasons, justified reasons." Poirot studied her thoughtfully. "That is a dangerous principle to adopt, mademoiselle. Will hanging someone else bring my father back?" "No," Poirot replied dryly, "but it may prevent other innocent people from being murdered. I don't understand. A person who has killed once, mademoiselle, nearly always kills again. Sometimes again and again. I don't believe that. Not a real person, not someone sane." "You mean not a homicidal maniac? But it is true, one life is taken perhaps after a great struggle with the killer's conscience. Then, when danger threatens, a second murder becomes morally easier. At the slightest hint of suspicion, a third follows. Little by little, an artistic pride develops. Killing becomes a craft, a métier. It is done at last, almost for pleasure." The girl buried her face in her hands. "Horrible. It's horrible." "That's not correct." "And what if I told you it already has? That the killer, to protect himself, has already struck again?" "Another murder, Monsieur Poirot?" Miss Carroll exclaimed. "Where? Who?" Poirot gave a gentle shake of his head. "It was merely a hypothetical example. I apologize." "Oh, I understand. For a moment I truly thought, Geraldine, if you're quite finished with this utter nonsense." "You agree with me, I see?" Poirot said with a slight bow. "I don't believe in the death penalty," Miss Carroll stated briskly. "But aside from that, I am certainly on your side. Society must be protected." Geraldine rose, smoothing back her hair. "I apologize. I'm afraid I've been behaving rather foolishly. You still won't tell me why my father asked for your help." "Asked for his help?" Miss Carroll said, astonished. "You misunderstand, Miss Marsh. I haven't refused to tell you. Poirot was compelled to be direct." I was merely considering the confidentiality of that meeting. Your father did not summon me. I requested an interview with him on behalf of a client. That client was Lady Edgware. Oh, I see. An odd expression crossed the girl's face. At first, I took it for disappointment, but then I recognized it as relief. I've been very silly, she said slowly. I thought perhaps my father believed he was under some threat. It was a stupid notion.
You gave me quite a shock, Monsieur Poirot, Miss Carroll remarked, when you suggested that woman might have killed a second time. Poirot did not reply to her. He addressed the girl. Do you believe Lady Edgware committed the murder, mademoiselle? She shook her head. No, I don't. I can't picture her doing something like that. She's far too well artificial. I can't see who else could have done it, said Miss Carroll.
And I don't believe women of that sort possess any moral sense whatsoever. It might not have been her, Geraldine argued. She could have come here, had her meeting with him, and left. The real murderer might have been some madman who got in afterward. All murderers are mentally deficient. I'm quite sure of that, Miss Carroll declared. It's a matter of internal gland secretion. Just then the door opened and a man entered, stopping awkwardly. Sorry, he said. I didn't realize anyone was in here. Geraldine made a perfunctory introduction. My cousin, Lord Edgware. Monsieur Poirot. It's quite all right, Ronald. You're not interrupting? Sure, Dina. How do you do, Monsieur Poirot? Are your famous little grey cells churning away on our delightful family scandal? My mind raced backward, trying to place him. That round, pleasant, rather vacant face, the eyes with slight pouches beneath them, the little moustache stranded like an island in the middle of that expansive face. Of course, he was Carlotta Adams's companion at the supper party in Jane Wilkinson's suite. Captain Ronald Marsh, now Lord Edgware. The new Lord Edgware had a quick eye. He noticed my slight start. Ah, you've placed me, he said amiably. Aunt Jane's little gathering. I was just a shade overserved, wasn't I? Though I fancied it went entirely unnoticed. Poirot was saying his goodbyes to Geraldine Marsh and Miss Carroll. I'll see you out, said Ronald genially. He led the way downstairs, talking as he went. Life is a rum business. Kicked out one day, lord of the manor the next. My dearly departed uncle gave me the boot, 3 years ago. But I expect you're already familiar with that tale, Monsieur Poirot. I have heard the fact mentioned. Yes, Poirot replied calmly. Naturally. A juicy bit like that is bound to be dug up. The earnest detective can't afford to overlook it. He grinned, then threw open the dining-room door. Have a quick one before you go. Poirot declined. So did I. But the young man mixed himself a drink and continued, his tone taking a sharp, almost sarcastic turn. Here's to murder, he said cheerfully. In the space of one short night, I've been transformed from a creditor's nightmare into a tradesman's dream. Yesterday, ruin stared me in the face.
Today, it's all champagne and credit. Funny how a bit of bloodshed can brighten one's prospects, isn't it? He took a long sip, the ice clinking softly against the glass. God bless Aunt Jane, he said, finishing his drink. His tone shifted slightly as he turned to Poirot. But seriously, what brings you here? Just days ago, Aunt Jane was dramatically asking who would free her from a tyrant, and now, miraculously, she is free.
I hope you weren't involved. The perfect crime by the former detective Hercule Poirot? Poirot offered a faint smile. I'm here this afternoon because Miss Geraldine Marsh requested my presence. A diplomatic reply, Ronald noted. Come now, Miss Poirot. What is your real purpose? You've taken an interest in my uncle's passing. I'm invariably interested in murder, Lord Edgware, but you do not commit it. A cautious approach. You ought to teach Aunt Jane some caution, and perhaps a bit more subtlety. Forgive me for calling her Aunt Jane. It amuses me. Did you see her confused expression when I used the name the other evening? She had no idea who I was. Truly. Absolutely. I was sent away from this house 3 months before she arrived. For a moment, the pleasant expression faded from his face. Then he continued lightly. She is a beautiful woman, but lacking in subtlety. Her methods are rather blunt, wouldn't you say? Poirot gave a slight shrug. It is possible. Ronald studied him curiously. I believe you think she is innocent, so she has won you over as well? I hold a great admiration for beauty, Poirot replied calmly. But also for evidence, he emphasized the last word softly. Evidence, Ronald said sharply. Perhaps you are unaware, Lord Edgware, that Lady Edgware was attending a party in Chiswick last night, at the very time she was supposedly seen here. Ronald let out a frustrated exclamation. So she went after all. How typical. At 6 o'clock she was adamant about not going, and I suppose 10 minutes later she changed her mind. When plotting a murder, never rely on a woman to do what she says. That's how the best-laid plans go awry. No, M. Poirot, I'm not accusing myself.
Oh, I can guess what you're thinking. Who is the obvious suspect? The notorious, troublesome nephew. He leaned back, chuckling. I'm saving your little grey cells some effort, M. Poirot. No need to search for someone who saw me lurking about when Aunt Jane was swearing she would never go out that night. I was there. So you must wonder, did the wicked nephew truly come here last night, disguised in a blonde wig and a fashionable hat? He seemed to relish the situation, looking between us.
Poirot watched him closely, head tilted. I felt distinctly uneasy. I had a motive. Yes, I admit it, and I'll give you a valuable piece of information. I visited my uncle yesterday morning. Why? To ask for money? Go ahead, savour that. To ask for money, and I left empty-handed. Then, that very same evening, Lord Edgware dies. By the way, that's a good title, Lord Edgware Dies. It would look splendid on a bookstand. He paused. Poirot remained silent. I'm truly flattered by your attention, M. Poirot. Captain Hastings looks as if he's seen a ghost, or expects to see one momentarily. Don't get so tense, my dear fellow. Wait for the anticlimax. Now, where were we? Ah, yes, the case against the wicked nephew. Guilt is to be pinned on the despised aunt by marriage. The nephew, once known for playing female roles, delivers his greatest performance. In a high-pitched voice, he announces himself as Lady Edgware and glides past the butler with delicate steps. No one suspects a thing.
Jane cries, my dear Uncle George, I squeak in reply. I throw my arms around his neck and deftly slip in the penknife. The following details are purely medical and can be skipped. Exit the false lady, and so to bed after a satisfactory day's work. He laughed, stood up, and poured himself another whisky and soda before slowly returning to his chair. It works out rather neatly, doesn't it? But here we arrive at the heart of the problem, the letdown.
That irritating feeling of having been thoroughly misled. Because now, Monsieur Poirot, we must discuss the alibi. He drained his glass. I've always found alibis particularly entertaining, he observed. Whenever I pick up a mystery novel, I pay special attention when an alibi is presented. This one is a remarkably solid alibi. 3 witnesses, strong ones, and Jewish no less, to put it plainly. Mr., Mrs. and Miss Dortheimer, exceptionally wealthy and exceptionally fond of music. They maintain a private box at the Royal Opera House. To this box they invite promising young gentlemen. I, Monsieur Poirot, am considered a young man with prospects, arguably as good as any they might hope to attract. Do I enjoy the opera? To be honest, not particularly. But I do appreciate the superb dinner at their Grosvenor Square home beforehand, and I equally enjoy a fine supper elsewhere later, even if it means dancing with Rachel Dortheimer and suffering a stiff arm for 2 days afterward. So you see, Monsieur Poirot, there it is. While my uncle's life was ebbing away, I was murmuring pleasant trivialities into the diamond-studded ear of the lovely I beg her pardon, the dark-haired Rachel, seated in a Covent Garden theatre box. Her pronounced nose was trembling with feeling. And that, Monsieur Poirot, is why I can afford to be so utterly candid. He settled back into his chair. I hope I haven't bored you. Any questions? I can assure you, boredom is the last thing I have experienced, Poirot replied. Since you are so gracious, there is one small inquiry I would like to make. By all means. How long, Lord Edgware, have you been acquainted with Miss Carlotta Adams? Whatever the young man had anticipated, it was certainly not this. He sat up abruptly, his expression entirely transformed. Why on earth would you ask that? What could that possibly have to do with our conversation? Merely curiosity. As for the other matter, you have explained everything so completely that no further questions are necessary. Ronald shot him a swift, appraising look. He seemed almost displeased by Poirot's agreeable acceptance. He would have preferred, I thought, a bit more suspicion. Carlotta Adams? Let me think. About a year, perhaps a little more. I met her last year around the time of her first performance. Were you close? Reasonably so. She wasn't the sort of person one ever got terribly close to, rather reserved. But you liked her? Ronald stared at him. I wish I understood your intense interest in her. Is it because I was seen with her recently? Yes, I liked her very much. She was sympathetic, a good listener who made a fellow feel he was someone of consequence after all. Poirot nodded. I understand. Then you will be grieved. Grieved? About what? That she is dead? What? Ronald sprang to his feet, astonished. Carlotta is dead. He looked utterly stunned by the news. You're joking, Monsieur Poirot. Carlotta was perfectly healthy when I last saw her. When was that? Poirot asked swiftly. The day before yesterday, I believe. I can't recall exactly. Nevertheless, she is dead. It must have been terribly sudden. What happened? A street accident? Poirot gazed at the ceiling. No, she took an excessive dose of veronal. Oh, I say, poor girl, how dreadfully tragic. N'est-ce pas? I'm truly sorry. And she was doing so well. She was planning to bring her younger sister over and had all sorts of ambitions. It's awful. I'm more upset than I can easily say. Yes, said Poirot. It is a profound sadness to die when one is young, when one has no wish to die, when all of life stretches ahead and there is everything to live for. Ronald looked at him curiously. I'm not sure I entirely follow you, Monsieur Poirot. No. Poirot rose and offered his hand. I express my sentiments perhaps a little too forcefully, for I have a great distaste for seeing youth robbed of its right to live, Lord Edgware. I feel very strongly on the subject. I wish you a good day. Oh, goodbye. He appeared somewhat disconcerted. As I opened the door to leave, I nearly collided with Miss Carroll in the hallway. Ah, Monsieur Poirot, they mentioned you were still here. I would like a word with you, if I may. Would you mind stepping up to my room for a moment? She asked. Once we were inside her private space and the door was shut, she came straight to the point. It's about Geraldine. She said a great deal of foolishness this afternoon. Please don't object. I call it foolishness because that's precisely what it was. The girl dwells on things too much, I observed. She seemed under considerable strain. Poirot remarked gently. Well, to be perfectly honest, her life hasn't been a happy one. There's no pretending otherwise. Lord Edgware was a peculiar man, M. Poirot, not the sort who should have been involved in raising a child. He frankly terrified her. Poirot gave a slow nod. Yes, I can imagine that might be the case. He was a strange person. It's difficult to explain, but he seemed to take a kind of grim satisfaction in seeing fear in others. It gave him a twisted sense of pleasure. Quite. He was intellectually gifted and very well read, yet there was another side to him, a side I never personally encountered, but it was there. I can't say I'm surprised his wife left him. This wife, I mean. Not that I approve of her. I have a very low opinion of that young woman. Still, in marrying Lord Edgware, she got exactly what she deserved, and more. She walked away, clean and simple, as they say, but Geraldine couldn't walk away. He'd forget about her for long stretches, and then, suddenly, he'd remember. I sometimes wonder, perhaps I shouldn't say this. Please, go on. Well, I sometimes wondered if he was taking revenge on the mother, his first wife, through the daughter. By all accounts, she was a gentle soul with a lovely nature. I've always felt sorry for her. I wouldn't be mentioning any of this, Mem Poirot, if not for Geraldine's unfortunate outburst earlier. The things she said about hating her father, they could sound very odd to someone who doesn't understand the context. Thank you, mademoiselle. I fancy Lord Edgware was a man who would have been far better off never marrying at all. Infinitely better. He never considered marrying for a third time. How could he? His wife was still alive. By granting her freedom, he would have gained his own. I should think he'd had enough trouble with 2 wives to last a lifetime, Miss Carroll said grimly. So you believe there was no prospect of a third marriage? No one in particular? Think carefully, mademoiselle. No one at all. Miss Carroll's cheeks flushed. I cannot comprehend why you persist with this line of questioning. Of course there was no one. Later, during our drive home, my curiosity got the better of me. Why did you press Miss Carroll about Lord Edgware possibly wanting to marry again? The possibility simply occurred to me, my friend. But why? I have been turning over in my mind what could explain Lord Edgware's sudden about-face regarding the divorce. There is something peculiar there, Hastings. He confirmed what Madame told us. She had engaged every lawyer imaginable, and he refused to yield an inch. Then, abruptly, he gives in, or so he claims, I pointed out. An excellent and very just observation, Poirot conceded. So he claims we have no proof the letter was ever written. Therefore, on one side, this gentleman is lying. He tells us a fabrication, an embroidery. Why? We do not yet know, but if we hypothesize he did write that letter, a reason must exist. The most natural reason, one imagines, is that he suddenly met someone he wished to marry. That would perfectly explain his change of heart. And so, naturally, I inquire. Miss Carroll dismissed the idea rather forcefully, I noted. Ah, yes, Miss Carroll. Poirot said, his voice turning thoughtful. Now, what are you implying? I asked, somewhat exasperated. Poirot has a particular talent for planting seeds of doubt with just the inflection of his voice. Why would she have any reason to lie about it? I inquired. None at all. None, he replied. But you must understand, Hastings, it is challenging to place full confidence in her testimony. Do you believe she is deliberately lying? But why? She appears to be a perfectly respectable woman. That is precisely the point. Sometimes it is exceedingly difficult to tell the difference between an intentional falsehood and an innocent misstatement. I'm not sure I follow. To deceive with purpose, that is one matter. But to be so utterly convinced of your facts, of your beliefs and their fundamental truth, that the minor details become irrelevant, that my friend is a hallmark of certain exceptionally sincere individuals, already note. She has provided us with one inaccuracy. She claimed to have seen Jane Wilkinson's face when it was physically impossible for her to have done so. Now, how did that occur? Consider it from this perspective. She glances down and observes Jane Wilkinson in the hall. Not a shadow of doubt crosses her mind that it is anyone else. She knows it is Jane Wilkinson. She states she saw the face clearly because, being so certain of the core fact, the precise particulars seem unimportant. It is then pointed out to her that she could not possibly have seen the face. Is that so? Well, what difference does it make whether she saw the face or not? It was Jane Wilkinson, and so it goes with any other query. She knows. Consequently, she answers questions based on this internal knowledge, not from a recollection of specific remembered facts. The overly positive witness should always be regarded with a degree of suspicion, my friend. The hesitant witness who doesn't quite recall, who isn't entirely sure, who pauses to think, "Ah, yes, that is how it happened," is infinitely more reliable. "Good heavens, Poirot," I said, "you are overturning all my established notions about witness credibility." In response to my question regarding Lord Edgware contemplating remarriage, she dismissed the notion outright, simply because the idea had never occurred to her. She will not bother to recall whether any slight indications might have pointed in that direction. Therefore, we find ourselves precisely where we started. She certainly didn't seem the least bit perturbed when you pointed out the impossibility of her seeing Jane Wilkinson's face. I remarked thoughtfully. No. That is why I concluded she belongs to that category of honestly inaccurate persons rather than a purposeful liar. I can discern no motive for deliberate deception unless, true, that presents an idea. What idea? I asked eagerly, but Poirot merely shook his head. A notion suggested itself. But it is too improbable. Yes, far too improbable, and he would say no more on the subject. She seems very fond of the girl, I offered. Yes. She was certainly determined to be present for our interview. What was your impression of the Honourable Geraldine Marsh, Hastings? I felt sorry for her, profoundly sorry. You always possess the tender heart, Hastings. A beautiful woman in distress unsettles you every single time. Didn't you feel similarly? He nodded gravely. Yes, she has not led a happy life. That is written quite plainly upon her face. At the very least, I said with feeling, you must see how absurd Jane Wilkinson's suggestion was that Geraldine could have had anything to do with the crime, I mean. No doubt, her alibi is satisfactory, though Japp has not yet seen fit to share it with me. My dear Poirot, are you actually saying that even after meeting her and speaking with her, you remain unsatisfied and still require an alibi? Well then, my friend, what is the result of our meeting and speaking with her? We perceive that she has endured great unhappiness. She admits she hated her father and is glad he is dead, and she is deeply anxious about what he may have said to us yesterday morning. And, after all that, you declare no alibi is necessary. Her sheer frankness proves her innocence, I insisted warmly. Frankness appears to be a family trait. Consider the new Lord Edgware, with what a dramatic flourish he laid all his cards upon the table. He certainly did, I said, smiling at the memory. A rather unorthodox approach. Poirot nodded. He, how do you say it, cut the ground from beneath our feet. Exactly. It made us look rather foolish. What a curious idea. You may have looked foolish. I did not feel foolish in the slightest, and I do not believe I appeared so. On the contrary, my friend, I was the one who unsettled him. Really? I replied, uncertain, for I had not noticed any such effect. Yes, indeed. I listened very carefully. Finally, I posed a question on an entirely unrelated matter, and that, as you might have observed, threw our gallant gentleman completely off balance. You do not always see these things, Hastings. I believed his shock and dismay upon learning of Carlotta Adams's death were sincere, I countered. I suppose you will claim it was merely skillful performance. One can never be certain. I admit the reaction appeared genuine. Then why present all those facts to us in such a blunt, almost mocking manner, simply for his own amusement? That is always a possibility. You English do possess some very peculiar ideas about humour. Yet it may have been a calculated strategy. Details that are hidden tend to grow in suspicion, while those openly displayed often seem less significant than they truly are. Like his argument with his uncle that morning. Precisely. He knows such a fact will inevitably come to light. Very well, then. He parades it before us. He is sharper than he appears. Oh, he is not foolish in the slightest. He possesses considerable intellect when he chooses to employ it. He understands his position perfectly, and as I said, he lays his cards upon the table. You play bridge, Hastings? Tell me, when does one do such a thing? You play bridge yourself, I said with a laugh. You know perfectly well when all the remaining tricks are assuredly yours, and you wish to save time to begin a new hand. Yes, my friend, that is quite true, but occasionally there exists another motive. I have noted it once or twice when playing with certain ladies. A small element of doubt remains. Well then, the lady throws down her cards, declares the rest are mine, and gathers everything to deal anew. And perhaps the other players acquiesce, especially if they are somewhat inexperienced. The maneuver is not obvious, you understand. It requires careful thought. Halfway through dealing the next hand, a player might realize, but she would have been forced to take that fourth diamond from dummy whether she wished to or not, and then she would have had to lead a low club, allowing my 9 to win. Is that what you believe occurred here? I believe, Hastings, that excessive bravado is a most fascinating phenomenon, and I also believe it is time we dined. A little omelette, is it not? Afterwards, around 9 o'clock, I have one final call I wish to make. Where to? We will dine first, Hastings, and until we finish our coffee, we will not discuss the case further. While engaged in eating, the brain should dutifully serve the stomach. Poirot was true to his word. We went to a small restaurant in Soho, where he was a familiar patron, and there we enjoyed an excellent omelette, followed by sole, a roast chicken, and a rum baba, for which Poirot had a particular weakness. Later, as we lingered over coffee, Poirot smiled warmly across the table. "My good friend," he said, his tone unusually earnest, "I rely on you more than you realize." I was both flustered and pleased by this unexpected admission. He had never spoken to me in such a way before. Secretly, I had sometimes felt a little wounded by his habitual teasing about my deductive abilities. Though I never doubted his own brilliance, it struck me then that he might have come to value my assistance more deeply than he ever let on. Indeed, he continued thoughtfully, you may not always grasp precisely how, but you frequently and quite instinctively point the way. I could scarcely believe what I was hearing. "Good heavens, Poirot," I stammered. "I'm tremendously glad. I suppose I have picked up a thing or two from you over the years." He shook his head gently. "But no, that is not it. You have learned nothing." "Oh," I exclaimed, rather taken aback. "That is as it should be," he stated firmly. "No person should seek to learn from another in such matters. Each individual must cultivate his own unique faculties to their fullest extent, not attempt to mimic those of someone else. I do not desire a second, lesser Poirot. I wish for the supreme Hastings. And you are precisely that." A brief, comfortable silence fell between us then, filled only by the quiet clink of china from a nearby table, a moment of unspoken understanding that felt entirely new. In you, Hastings, I see the very model of a normal mind, almost perfectly realized. "I hope I'm not abnormal," I replied. "No, no, you are wonderfully and perfectly balanced. Sanity is personified in you. Do you understand what a gift that is to me? When a criminal commits a crime, their primary objective is to deceive. Whom do they seek to deceive? The image in their mind is that of the ordinary, reasonable man. Such a man may not truly exist. He is a mathematical ideal, yet you come as close to embodying that ideal as anyone could. There are flashes, moments of surprising brilliance where you soar above the average, and other moments, forgive my bluntness, where you sink to puzzling depths of misunderstanding. But taken as a whole, you are remarkably steadfastly normal. So, how does this aid me? It is simple. Your mind acts as a mirror, reflecting back to me precisely what the criminal wishes me to believe. That is tremendously helpful and suggestive. I wasn't entirely sure I followed. It struck me that Poirot's words were not exactly a compliment. He quickly corrected that impression. "I have phrased it poorly," he said with haste. "You possess an insight into the criminal psyche that I myself lack. You show me the narrative the criminal is constructing for me. It is a rare talent. Insight?" I repeated thoughtfully. "Yes, perhaps I do have insight." I looked across the table at him. He was smoking one of his diminutive cigarettes and regarding me with immense kindness. "My dear Hastings," he murmured, "I have a very great fondness for you." I was both pleased and slightly flustered, and hurried to steer the conversation elsewhere. "Very well," I said, adopting a businesslike tone.
"Let us discuss the case."
Poirot leaned back, his eyes narrowing to slits as he slowly exhaled a plume of smoke.
"I ask myself certain questions," he said. "Yes."
It was a most exceptional case. I will recount it to you some day. It was a true feather in my cap. But what were we discussing? "The questions you were posing to yourself," I replied dryly. It was on the tip of my tongue to suggest that my real use to him was to serve as an audience for his boasting, but I held back. If he wished to lecture, so be it. "Go on, then," I said. "Let's hear them." That was all the encouragement his vanity required. He settled back once more into his contemplative pose. "The first question we have already touched upon. Why did Lord Edgware have a change of heart regarding the divorce? One or two theories present themselves to me on that point. One of them you're already aware of. My second question is this. What became of that letter? Who stood to gain from Lord Edgware and his wife remaining bound together? Third, what was the meaning of the expression on his face that you observed yesterday morning when you glanced back upon leaving the library? Do you have any interpretation for that, Hastings? I shook my head. I cannot make sense of it. You are certain you did not imagine it? Sometimes, Hastings, your imagination can be a little too lively. No, I shook my head firmly. I am quite sure I was not mistaken. Good. Then it is a fact that demands explanation. My fourth question concerns those pince-nez. Neither Jane Wilkinson nor Carlotta Adams wore spectacles. So what were eyeglasses doing in Carlotta Adams' handbag? And for my fifth question, why did someone telephone to ascertain if Jane Wilkinson was at Chiswick, and who was it? Those, my friend, are the questions that torment me. If I could answer them, I should feel much more at ease. If I could just develop a theory that explained these events in a satisfying way, my pride wouldn't feel so wounded. There are a few other points to consider, I said. Like what? Who persuaded Carlotta Adams to take part in this charade? Where exactly was she that night, both before and after 10 o'clock? And who is this mysterious D who gave her the little gold box? Those are straightforward gaps in our knowledge, Poirot replied. They lack subtlety. They are simply facts we have yet to discover, and we might learn them at any moment. My questions, my friend, are of a psychological nature. The little grey cells, Poirot, I cut in urgently, feeling I had to stop him before he launched into that familiar lecture. You mentioned paying a call this evening. Poirot glanced at his watch. Indeed, I shall telephone to see if it is convenient. He left the room and returned a few minutes later. Come, he announced. All is arranged. Where are we headed? I asked. To Sir Montague Corner's residence in Chiswick. I wish to learn a little more about that particular telephone call. We arrived at the riverside house in Chiswick around 10 o'clock. It was a large property, set well back from the road within its own grounds. A butler admitted us into a beautifully panelled hall. To our right, through an open doorway, we glimpsed a dining room where candlelight gleamed on a long polished table. Will you come this way, please? The butler led us up a broad staircase to a long room on the first floor, which overlooked the river. Monsieur Hercule Poirot, he announced. It was a room of beautiful proportions, with an old-world air enhanced by carefully shaded lamps that cast a soft glow. In one corner, near an open window, a bridge table was set up with 4 people seated around it. As we entered, one of them rose and came forward. It is a great pleasure to make your acquaintance, Monsieur Poirot. I studied Sir Montague Corner with interest. He had a distinctly Jewish cast of features, very small, intelligent black eyes, and a carefully arranged toupee. He was a short man, no more than 5'8", I estimated. His manner was affected to an extraordinary degree. Honestly, he carried himself as if he were auditioning for a stage role about a nobleman. Allow me to introduce you, Mr. and Mrs. Whitburn. We've met before, said Mrs. Whitburn brightly. And Mr. Ross. Ross was a pleasant-faced young man of about 22 with fair hair. I disturb your game. 1,000 apologies, said Poirot. Not in the least. We hadn't started. We were just about to deal, Sir Montague assured him. Some coffee, Monsieur Poirot? Poirot declined, but accepted an offer of old brandy, which was brought to us in immense goblets. As we sipped, Sir Montague held forth. He discoursed on Japanese prints, Chinese lacquer, Persian carpets, the French Impressionists, modern music, and even the theories of Einstein. Then he sat back and smiled at us benevolently, having clearly enjoyed his own performance immensely. In the dim light, he looked rather like a genie from a medieval tale. The room was filled with exquisite examples of art and culture. And now, Sir Montague, said Poirot, I will trespass on your kindness no longer and come to the purpose of my visit. Sir Montague waved a curiously claw-like hand. There is no hurry. Time is infinite. One always feels that in this house, sighed Mrs. Whitburn, it's so wonderful. I would not live in London for £1,000,000, Sir Montague declared. Here one exists in an atmosphere of old-world peace, that, alas, we have left behind in these jarring modern times. A sudden mischievous thought crossed my mind. If someone actually were to offer Sir Montague that £1,000,000, his cherished old-world peace might very well be swiftly abandoned. I quickly suppressed such a heretical notion. What is money, after all? Murmured Mrs. Whitburn dreamily. Ah, said Mr. Whitburn thoughtfully, and then absent-mindedly jingled some coins in his trouser pocket. Charles, said Mrs. Whitburn reproachfully. Sorry, said Mr. Whitburn, stopping immediately. To speak of crime in such an atmosphere feels, I confess, unpardonable. Poirot began apologetically. Not at all, Sir Montague said, waving a gracious hand. A crime can be a masterpiece. A detective can be an artist. Naturally, I am not speaking of the official police. An inspector called on me today, a most peculiar individual. He had, for example, never even heard of Benvenuto Cellini. He was here regarding Jane Wilkinson, I assume, Mrs. Whitburn said, her curiosity immediate. It was most fortunate for the lady that she was a guest in your home last night, Poirot observed. So it appears, Sir Montague agreed. I invited her, aware of her beauty and talent, hoping I might assist her professionally. She was considering theatrical management. Yet fate, it seems, destined me to be of service to her in an entirely different and rather macabre manner. Jane has the most incredible luck, Mrs. Whitburn remarked. She's been desperate to be free of Edgware, and now someone has simply taken care of the matter for her. She'll marry the young Duke of Merton now. Everyone is saying it. His mother is apparently beside herself. I formed a favourable impression of her, Sir Montague stated with a gracious air. She offered several remarkably perceptive observations on classical Greek sculpture. I hid a smile, easily imagining Jane offering her magical husky yes and no, and how perfectly fascinating. Sir Montague was precisely the sort of man who equated intelligence with the ability to listen to his own pronouncements with suitable reverence. Honestly, the man's ego was a work of art all its own. Edgware was a strange character, by all accounts, Mr. Whitburn noted. I shouldn't wonder if he had made a fair number of enemies. Is it true, Monsieur Poirot, inquired Mrs. Whitburn, that someone drove a penknife into the base of his skull? It is perfectly true, madame. It was executed with notable neatness and efficiency. One might even say scientifically. "I note your professional appreciation, Monsieur Poirot," Sir Montague commented dryly. "And now," said Poirot, "permit me to come to the purpose of my visit. Lady Edgware was summoned to the telephone while she was dining here. It is concerning that call that I seek enlightenment. Perhaps you would allow me to question your staff on the matter. By all means. Please ring the bell, would you, Ross?" The butler, a tall, middle-aged man with a somewhat clerical demeanour, answered. Sir Montague explained the request, and the butler turned to Poirot with polite attention. Who answered the telephone when it rang? Poirot began. "I did so myself, sir. The instrument is situated in an alcove off the main hall." "Did the caller ask specifically for Lady Edgware or for Miss Jane Wilkinson?" "For Lady Edgware, sir." "What precisely was said?" The butler reflected briefly. "To the best of my recollection, sir, I said, 'Hello.' A voice then inquired if this was Chiswick 43434. I confirmed it was. The voice asked me to hold the line. A moment later, another voice, the same one, I believe, asked again if this was Chiswick 43434. Upon my affirming it, the voice said, 'Is Lady Edgware dining there this evening?' I replied that her ladyship was present. The voice then said, 'I would like to speak with her, please.' I went to the dining room to inform Lady Edgware, who was at the table. She excused herself, and I showed her to the telephone. And then what occurred? Her ladyship lifted the receiver and said, 'Hello, who is calling, please?' Then she said, 'Yes, this is she.' Lady Edgware speaking. I was on the point of withdrawing to afford her privacy when she called me back. She said the connection had been severed. She mentioned that she had heard a distinct laugh before the line went dead. She asked me if the caller had given a name. They had not. That was the entirety of the incident, sir." Poirot frowned thoughtfully. "Do you truly believe that telephone call has some connection to the murder, Monsieur Poirot?" asked Mrs. Whodunit. "It is impossible to state, madame. It is merely a curious circumstance. People do telephone as a prank on occasion. It has happened to me." "C'est toujours possible, madame." He addressed the butler once more. "Was the voice that rang up a man's or a woman's?" "I believe it was a woman's, sir." "What was the character of the voice? High or low?" "Low, sir. Measured and quite distinct." He paused, considering. "It may have been my imagination, sir, but it sounded slightly foreign. The pronunciation of the was particularly noticeable. For all we know, it could have been a Scottish accent, Donald," Mrs. Whodunit said with a smile, glancing at Ross. Ross laughed. "I'm afraid I must plead not guilty," he replied. "I was seated at the dinner table." Poirot addressed the butler once more. "Tell me," he inquired, "do you believe you could identify that voice if you were to hear it again?" The butler paused, considering. "It's difficult to be certain, sir, perhaps. I think it is possible I might recognize it." "Thank you, my good man. Thank you, sir." With a final dignified nod, the butler departed. Sir Montague Corner remained exceedingly amiable, his old-fashioned charm on full display. He insisted we stay for a game of bridge. I declined. The stakes were higher than I preferred. Young Ross appeared equally relieved to have someone take his place. He and I observed as the other four played. The evening concluded with Poirot and Sir Montague winning a considerable sum. After expressing our thanks to our host, we left. Ross accompanied us. "A peculiar little man," Poirot remarked as we emerged into the cool night air. It was a pleasant evening, and we had decided to walk a while before hailing a cab. "Indeed, a very peculiar little man," Poirot repeated. "A very wealthy little man," Ross added with feeling. "I imagine so." "He seems to have taken a liking to me," Ross continued. "I hope it endures. Having a man of his influence as a patron would be invaluable." "You are an actor, Mr. Ross?" Ross confirmed that he was, seeming slightly wounded, that his name did not provoke immediate recognition. He mentioned he had recently received excellent reviews for a role in a sombre Russian translation. After Poirot and I managed to mollify his bruised ego, Poirot inquired casually, "You were acquainted with Carlotta Adams, were you not?" "No. I read about her death in the paper tonight, an overdose of some drug. It's foolish, the way these girls indulge. It is a tragedy, yes. She was quite talented." "I suppose so." He displayed a typical self-absorption, showing little interest in anyone else's career. "Did you ever see her performance?" I asked. "No. That sort of act isn't to my taste. It's a passing fad, in my opinion. I doubt it will last." "Ah," said Poirot, "here is a taxi." He raised his cane to signal it. "I believe I'll walk," Ross said. "I can take the tube straight home from Hammersmith." Abruptly, he let out a tense, short laugh. "Odd thing about last night's dinner." "Oh, there were 13 of us. Someone cancelled at the very last minute. We didn't even notice until we were nearly finished." "And who rose from the table first?" I asked. He gave a strange, nervous chuckle. "I did," he replied. "When we arrived home, we found Jap waiting." "Thought I'd stop by for a word before calling it a night, M. Poirot," he said cheerfully. "Eh bien, my friend, how progresses the affair?" "Not as well as I'd like, to be honest." He looked troubled. "Have you anything for me, Mem Poirot?" "I have one or two small notions I should like to submit for your consideration," Poirot said. "You and your notions, sometimes you are a real piece of work, you know. Not that I'm unwilling to hear them, I am. There's solid thinking in that oddly shaped head of yours." Poirot accepted the backhanded compliment with a chill. "What about this double lady business? That's what I want to know, eh, Mem Poirot? What's the story? Who was she?" "That is precisely what I wish to discuss." He asked Jap if he was familiar with Carlotta Adams. "The name rings a bell, but I can't quite place it at the moment." Poirot explained. "Her, the impressionist. Now what made you settle on her? What evidence do you have?" Poirot recounted our steps and the conclusions we had drawn. "Well, I'll be damned. It certainly fits. The clothes, the hat, the gloves, the blonde wig. Yes, it must be her. I have to admit, you've got the knack, Poirot. Sharp work. Not that I'm convinced she was murdered. That seems a bit of a stretch. I don't fully agree with you there. Your theory is a touch too theatrical for my taste. With my experience, I'm sceptical of this master villain lurking in the shadows. Carlotta Adams was the woman all right, but I'd lean toward one of two simpler explanations. She had her own reasons for going there, perhaps blackmail, given her hints about securing money. They argued, tempers flared on both sides, and she ended his life. I suspect that once she returned home, she completely fell apart. Murder wasn't her intention. My guess is she intentionally took an overdose, seeing it as the simplest escape. Do you believe that explains everything? Naturally, there are still gaps in our knowledge. It's a solid working theory for now. The alternative is that the hoax and the murder are unrelated, just a bizarre coincidence. Poirot remained unconvinced, though he only offered a non-committal. Yes, that's possible. Or consider this. The hoax itself was harmless. Someone else learned about it and decided it would perfectly serve their own ends. Not a bad thought, is it? He paused. But personally, I lean toward the first idea. We'll uncover the connection between his lordship and the girl one way or another. Poirot mentioned the maid's letter to America, and Jap agreed it could prove very useful. "I'll follow up on that immediately," he said, jotting it down. "Frankly, I'm inclined to believe the lady is the killer, mostly because I can't pinpoint anyone else. Take Captain Marsh, the current Lord Edgware. His motive is glaring. He's financially strained and has a shady history with money. He even admitted to quarrelling with his uncle yesterday morning, which oddly makes it seem less suspicious. He'd be a prime suspect, but he has an alibi for last evening. He dined with the Dortheimers in Grosvenor Square, attended the opera, and then went to supper at Sobrani's. That checks out? And the young lady?" "His daughter. She was also out. She dined with the Carthew Wests, who took her to the opera and brought her home just before midnight. That clears her. The secretary appears perfectly respectable, very capable, and straightforward. Then there's the butler. I don't much care for him. A man with such striking looks seems unnatural. There's something off about him, especially how he came into Lord Edgware's service. I'm looking into his background, though I don't see a murder motive yet. Any new developments? A couple. It's unclear if they're significant. For one, Lord Edgware's front door key is missing. That is certainly interesting. It could mean a lot or nothing at all. More telling, in my view, is this. Lord Edgware cashed a cheque yesterday for £100. Not a huge sum, but he took it in French notes for his Paris trip. That money has vanished. Who told you? Miss Carroll. She handled the transaction and gave him the cash in a bank envelope around 3:30 in the library. He set it on the table beside him, and now it's gone. That adds a layer of complexity, or perhaps simplifies things. Regarding the wound, the doctor says it wasn't from an ordinary penknife. The blade was similarly small, but differently shaped, and exceptionally sharp. Not a razor. No, much smaller. Poirot frowned, deep in thought. The new Lord Edgware seems to find this all rather amusing, Japp remarked. He made sure we suspected him, which strikes me as odd. It might simply be cleverness. More likely a guilty conscience. The timing of his uncle's passing was certainly convenient for him. He's taken up residence in the house now, by the way. Where was he living previously? Over on Martin Street, off St. George's Road. Not exactly the most fashionable area. You should jot that down, Hastings. I did so, though I was somewhat puzzled. If Ronald had already relocated to Regent Gate, his former address seemed rather irrelevant. I believe the Adams girl is our culprit, declared Japp, getting to his feet. A sharp piece of deduction on your part, M. Poirot, to uncover that connection. But then, you're out at theatres and enjoying yourself, things catch your attention that never get a chance with me. It's a shame there's no clear motive yet, but a little digging will likely bring it to light. There is one individual with a motive whom you have entirely overlooked, Poirot remarked. Who might that be, sir? The gentleman who is said to have wished to marry Lord Edgware's wife. I refer to the Duke of Merton.
Right.
I suppose there is a motive there, Japp chuckled. But a man in his social position isn't exactly prone to committing murder. Besides, he's currently in Paris. So you do not consider him a serious suspect? Well, my Poirot, do you? Amused by the sheer absurdity of the notion, Japp took his leave. The following day was a quiet one for us, but full of activity for Japp. He came by to see us around tea-time, flushed and furious. I've made a colossal mistake. Impossible, my friend, Poirot said soothingly. Yes, I have. I've let that wretched butler slip right through my fingers. He has vanished. Yes, cleared off. What makes me want to kick myself is that I didn't even suspect him particularly. Calm yourself, I implore you. Easy for you to say. You wouldn't be calm if you'd been chewed out at headquarters. Oh, he's a slippery character. This isn't the first time he's given someone the slip. He's an old hand at this. Japp mopped his brow, looking utterly miserable. Poirot made sympathetic clucking noises. With a better grasp of the English temperament, I poured a strong whisky and soda and set it before the gloomy inspector. He perked up slightly. Well, he said, I don't mind if I do. After a moment he began to speak more cheerfully. I'm not even convinced he's the murderer, of course. Running off like this looks terrible, but there could be other reasons for it. I had started looking into him, you see. It appears he's involved with a couple of dubious nightclubs, not your usual spots, something far more exclusive and unpleasant. In short, he's a real bad egg. Tout de même. That does not automatically make him a murderer. Exactly. He might have been involved in some shady business, but not necessarily murder. No, I'm more convinced than ever it was the Adams girl. I just have nothing to prove it yet. I've had men going through her flat all day, but we found nothing helpful. She was a cautious one, kept no personal letters, only a few business correspondences about financial contracts, all neatly filed and labelled, a couple of letters from her sister in Washington, all perfectly straightforward. She had some pieces of old-fashioned jewellery, nothing new or expensive, no diary. Her bank books don't show anything useful. Dash it all, the girl seems to have had no private life to speak of. She was of a reserved nature, Poirot mused. From our perspective, that is unfortunate. I've spoken to her cleaning woman. Nothing there. I also went to see that young woman who runs the hat shop, the one who was apparently a friend of hers. Ah, and what is your impression of Miss Driver? She seemed a smart, wide-awake sort. She couldn't help me, though. Not that it surprises me. I've had to trace so many missing girls, and their families and friends always say the same thing. She was bright and affectionate, and had no gentleman friends. That's never true. It's unnatural. A young woman ought to have some male acquaintances. If there isn't, then something's off with them. It's that fuzzy, unquestioning loyalty from friends and family that makes a detective's job so tough. He stopped to catch his breath, and I refilled his glass. Thank you, Captain Hastings. I won't say no. So there you have it. You've got to dig and dig. There are about a dozen young men she went to dinner with or danced with, but no sign that any one of them meant more than the others. There's the current Lord Edgware, there's Mr. Brian Martin, the movie star, there's half a dozen more, but nothing stands out. Your theory about a man pulling the strings is off the mark. I believe you'll find she worked alone, M. Poirot. What I'm searching for now is the link between her and the murdered man. That connection has to be there.
I believe I'll need to go to Paris. That little gold box had Paris inscribed on it, and the late Lord Edgware made several trips to Paris last fall. So Miss Carroll informs me, attending auctions and buying antiques. Yes, I think a trip to Paris is necessary. The inquest is tomorrow. It'll be adjourned, naturally. After that I'll catch the afternoon ferry. You possess a relentless energy, Jap. It astonishes me. Well, you're getting sluggish. You just sit there and think.
What you call employing the little grey cells. It's no good. You have to go out and find things. They won't come to you. The young maid opened the door. Mr. Brian Martin is here, sir. Are you busy, or will you see him? I'm on my way, M. Poirot. Jap heaved himself up. All the stars of the stage and screen seem to seek your advice. Poirot gave a modest shrug, and Jap chuckled. You must be a millionaire by now, Mem Poirot. What do you do with all the money? Save it? I most certainly practice thrift. And speaking of how money is handled, how did Lord Edgware arrange for his? The property that wasn't tied up in an entail went to his daughter. 500 to Miss Carroll, no other gifts. A very straightforward will, and it was drawn up when? After his wife left him, just over 2 years ago. He specifically left her out of it, by the way. A spiteful man. Poirot murmured to himself, with a cheerful, so long, Jap left. Brian Martin came in. He was impeccably dressed and looked remarkably handsome. Yet I thought he appeared worn and rather troubled. I'm afraid it's been a while since I last came, M. Poirot, he said apologetically. And, in the end, I'm afraid I've wasted your time for nothing. Is that so? Yes. I've spoken with the lady in question. I've argued with her. I've pleaded with her. But it was all useless. She refuses to let me involve you in the matter. So I'm afraid we'll have to drop it. I'm very sorry to have troubled you. Not at all, said Poirot warmly. I anticipated this. Oh. The young man seemed startled. You expected this, he asked, puzzled. But of course, when you mentioned consulting your friend, I could have predicted exactly how things would turn out. So you have a theory, then? A detective, Mr. Martin, always has a theory. It's expected of him. I don't call it a theory myself. I say I have a little idea. That is the first step. And the second step? If the little idea proves correct, then I know. It is quite simple, you see. I wish you'd tell me what your theory or your little idea is. Poirot shook his head gently. That is another rule. The detective never tells. Can't you even hint at it? No. I will only say that my idea formed as soon as you mentioned a gold tooth. Brian Martin stared at him. I'm completely lost, he declared. I can't understand what you're getting at.
If you just give me a clue. Poirot smiled and shook his head. Let us talk of something else. Yes, but first your fee you must let me pay. Poirot waved a commanding hand. Not a cent. I have done nothing to help you. I took up your time. When a case interests me, I accept no payment. Your case interested me greatly. I'm glad, said the actor uneasily. He looked profoundly unhappy. Come now, said Poirot kindly. Let's change the subject, shall we?
Was that the Scotland Yard inspector I passed on the stairs? Yes, Inspector Japp. The lighting was so poor, I couldn't be certain. He did stop by to ask me a few questions about that unfortunate Carlotta Adams, the one who died from a veronal overdose. You knew her well then? Not intimately. We were acquainted as children in America. I ran into her here occasionally, but we were never close. Her death came as a shock. You were fond of her? Yes. She had a remarkable way of putting people at ease. A genuinely sympathetic personality. I felt the same. I imagine they're considering suicide. I couldn't offer the inspector anything useful. Carlotta always kept her private life very guarded. I doubt it was suicide, Poirot remarked. An accident seems far more plausible, I agree. After a moment's silence, Poirot added with a slight smile, the matter of Lord Edgware's death grows more fascinating by the day, does it not? Utterly bewildering. Do the police have any leads now that Jane is clearly in the clear? Mais oui, they have a rather compelling suspicion. Brian Martin leaned forward, intrigued. Really? Who? The butler has vanished. You understand? Flight often serves as a confession. The butler? Now, that does surprise me. A notably handsome man. He bears a certain resemblance to you. Poirot offered a polite bow. Of course, that explained why the butler's face had seemed vaguely familiar when I first saw it. You flatter me, Brian Martin laughed, though it sounded strained. I think not. But tell me, do not all the young women, the starry-eyed fans, the secretaries, the socialites, do they not all adore Brian Martin? Is there one who can resist your charm? Plenty, I should imagine, Martin replied tersely. He stood up abruptly. Thank you for your time, Mes Poirot. My apologies again for disturbing you. He shook hands with both of us. As he turned to leave, I noticed he suddenly looked older, the weariness in his features more pronounced. Once the door closed, my curiosity overflowed. Poirot, did you genuinely expect him to return and abandon any investigation into those strange incidents in America? You heard me say so, Hastings? But then I pieced it together logically.
Then you must know who this mysterious woman is that he felt compelled to consult. He smiled enigmatically.
I have a theory, my friend. It began, as I mentioned, with the reference to the gold tooth. If my theory is correct, I know her identity. I understand why she forbade M. Martin from consulting me, and I see the truth of the entire affair. And you could discern it as well if you would only employ the intellect the good Lord provided. Sometimes I truly wonder if, in his infinite wisdom, he simply overlooked you. I will not detail the inquests for Lord Edgware or Carlotta Adams. In Carlotta's case, the ruling was death by misadventure. For Lord Edgware, the inquest was adjourned after identification and medical testimony were presented. Stomach analysis placed the time of death roughly between 10 and 11 o'clock, most likely toward the earlier hour. No details about Carlotta impersonating Jane Wilkinson were disclosed to the public. A description of the missing butler circulated in the papers, fueling the widespread belief that he was the culprit. His account of Jane Wilkinson's visit was dismissed as a brazen lie, and the secretary's supporting statement was withheld. The newspapers ran endless columns about the murder, but revealed little substance. Meanwhile, I knew Japp was tirelessly pursuing the case. It frustrated me somewhat that Poirot remained so passive, seemingly content to observe from the sidelines while the investigation unfolded without him. The thought that advancing age might be a factor crossed my mind once more, not for the first time. He offered me explanations that felt hollow and unconvincing. At my stage, one avoids unnecessary exertion, he stated. I immediately objected, feeling he required some bolstering. Modern psychology advocates treatment by suggestion, and I was determined to apply it. You mustn't think of yourself as old, Poirot, I insisted earnestly. You possess the same vitality as always. You are in your prime, at the absolute peak of your abilities. You could step out and unravel this case brilliantly if you simply chose to. Poirot countered that he would much rather unravel it from the comfort of his armchair. But that's impossible, Poirot, I argued.
Not entirely impossible. It is true, he conceded. What I mean is, we are accomplishing nothing. Inspector Japp is handling everything. A situation which suits me perfectly, Poirot replied with a serene smile. Well, it doesn't suit me in the least. I want to see you taking action. But I am taking action. What action precisely? Waiting, he said simply. Waiting for what? Pour que mon chien de chasse me rapporte le gibier? Poirot answered, his eyes twinkling.
Seeing my confusion, he translated, so that my hunting dog may bring me the game. Why keep a dog and do the barking yourself? The admirable Japp brings us the fruits of the physical energy you so admire. He has resources at his disposal which I lack. I have no doubt he will deliver news to us very soon. It was true that through dogged investigation, Japp was gradually assembling information. His inquiries in Paris had yielded nothing, but he appeared in our rooms a couple of days later with a satisfied air. "It's meticulous work," he announced, "but we're finally making progress. My congratulations, mon ami. What has occurred? I've confirmed that a fair-haired woman left an attaché case in the cloakroom at Euston Station at 9 o'clock that night. The attendants were shown Miss Adams's case and identified it positively. It's of American manufacture, which made it distinctive. Euston, yes, the closest major terminal to Regent Gate. She undoubtedly went there, altered her appearance in a restroom, and then deposited the case. When was it retrieved at 10:30? The clerk says by the same woman. Poirot gave a satisfied nod, and I have uncovered something further. I have reason to believe Carlotta Adams was in the Lion's Corner house on the Strand at 11 o'clock that night. Ah, c'est très bien, ça. How did you discover this? More or less by fortunate accident, to be honest. You see, the papers mentioned that little gold box with the ruby initials. Some reporter crafted a sensational piece about the scourge of narcotics among young performers, the typical Sunday paper melodrama. The tragic little box with its lethal contents, the poignant figure of a gifted girl with her whole future ahead of her. It included wistful speculation about how she spent her final evening. Well, a waitress at the corner house read this and recalled serving a lady who held such a box, noting the C.A. on it. She grew quite excited, telling all her colleagues, perhaps hoping a newspaper might pay for her story. A keen journalist got wind of it, and there's to be a Maudlin feature in tonight's Evening Shriek, the last hours of a talented star. Full of sentiment about waiting for a man who never arrived, and the actress's sympathetic premonition that another woman was in distress. You know the sort of drivel, M. Poirot? And how did this intelligence reach you so promptly? Oh, we maintain excellent relations with the Evening Shriek. The information was passed to me while the enterprising young man was attempting to pry news from me on another matter. I went directly to the corner house. This was how an investigation should be conducted. I felt a sharp pang of sympathy for Poirot. Here was Japp gathering facts first-hand, potentially overlooking subtle clues, while Poirot remained placidly content with second-hand reports. I interviewed the waitress, Japp continued, and I don't think there's much room for doubt. The waitress couldn't identify Carlotta Adams from a photograph, admitting she hadn't paid much attention to the woman's face. She described the customer as young, slender, and dark-haired, dressed impeccably in a stylish new hat. Poirot remarked that Miss Adams possessed a fluid, sensitive quality to her features, making her face difficult to fix in memory. The waitress noted she was wearing black and carried an attaché case, which seemed an odd accessory for someone so elegantly dressed. She ordered scrambled eggs and coffee, but spent most of her time glancing at a wristwatch, clearly waiting for someone. When the bill arrived, the waitress observed the woman take a small, exquisite gold box from her handbag, opening and closing the lid while smiling dreamily. The box was so beautiful, the waitress later confessed she wished for one just like it, with ruby initials. After paying, Miss Adams lingered a while longer, checked her watch one final time with a resigned air, and then departed. Poirot frowned, murmuring that it was a rendezvous, one where the other party never arrived. He wondered intensely whether she later met that person or, disappointed, went home and tried to telephone them. Japp dismissed the notion of a mysterious man in the background as pure myth. His theory was simpler. After the business at Lord Edgware's house, she had arranged to meet someone, but the shock of what she had done there overwhelmed her. When her companion failed to appear, despair took hold, and she chose a permanent escape with an overdose from that very box. It was all perfectly plain, he insisted. Poirot's hand drifted thoughtfully to his moustache, a proud, almost defensive gesture. Japp pressed on, stating there was no evidence for any shadowy accomplice, though he remained confident a connection between Adams and Lord Edgware would surface in time. He admitted the Paris leads had grown cold, but maintained hope. With a teasing jab, he called Poirot pig-headed, which the detective took in stride after a mock protest about the insult to his nose and his intellect. The tension dissolved into a moment of wry camaraderie. As Japp turned to leave, Poirot offered not an order, but a suggestion: circulate an inquiry among taxi drivers, seeking one who carried a fare, or, more likely, 2 fares from the Covent Garden area to Regent Gate around 20 minutes to 11 on the night of the murder. Japp's expression sharpened, his eyes alert like a terrier on a scent. He agreed without hesitation, the idea now firmly planted in his mind. It can't hurt, and you do occasionally have a point. The moment he was gone, Poirot sprang up and began brushing his hat with great vigour. Do not interrogate me, my friend. Instead, fetch the cleaning fluid. A fragment of this morning's omelette made an unfortunate landing upon my waistcoat. I brought it to him. For once, I remarked, I believe no questions are necessary. The situation appears reasonably clear. But are you convinced it is truly so? My dear fellow, at this moment my attention is devoted entirely to matters of grooming. If you will permit an observation, your necktie does not delight the eye. It's a perfectly respectable tie, I protested, perhaps in its prime. It shows its age much as you have been told you do. Change it, I implore you, and do not neglect to brush the right sleeve. Are we planning to pay a call on the President? I inquired with some sarcasm. No. However, I noticed in this morning's paper that the Duke of Merton has returned to his residence. I understand he occupies a most elevated position within the American aristocracy. I wish to extend every courtesy. There is not a trace of the iconoclast in Poirot. And why are we calling upon the Duke of Merton?
I wish to speak with him.
That was the entirety of his explanation. Once my appearance finally met his exacting standards, we departed. At the grand house, a uniformed attendant inquired if Poirot had an appointment. Upon receiving a negative reply, the man took Poirot's card and disappeared, returning shortly to announce that his Grace was terribly sorry, but was completely occupied for the morning. Poirot promptly settled into a chair in the foyer. "Very well," he declared. "I shall wait. I am prepared to wait for several hours if required." This, however, proved unnecessary. Likely viewing it as the quickest method to be rid of a persistent visitor, Poirot was eventually ushered into the presence of the gentleman he sought. The Duke appeared to be in his late 20s. His appearance was hardly imposing. He was slight and somewhat frail. He had thin, indeterminate hair already receding at the temples, a small, pinched mouth, and eyes that held a vague, distant quality. The room contained several religious icons and various works of spiritual art. A broad bookshelf seemed devoted entirely to theological texts. He looked far more like a sickly shop clerk than a peer of the realm. I knew he had been privately educated, having been a terribly fragile child. This was the man who had become an instant and complete conquest for Jane Wilkinson. The sheer absurdity of it was almost comical. His manner was stiff and superior, and his reception of us hovered just on the polite side of dismissive. "You may possibly be familiar with my name," Poirot began. "I have no knowledge of it whatsoever," the Duke replied, not looking up from the unfinished letter on his writing desk, where he tapped an impatient pen. "My work involves the study of criminal psychology." The Duke remained silent, the tapping continuing. "For what purpose do you wish to see me?" he asked coldly. Poirot, seated opposite, had his back to the window. The Duke faced the light. "I am presently investigating the circumstances surrounding the death of Lord Edgware." Not a flicker of movement crossed that pale, stubborn face. "Indeed, I was not acquainted with the gentleman, but you are, I believe, acquainted with his wife, with the actress Jane Wilkinson." "That is correct. You are aware she is widely considered to have possessed a powerful motive for wishing her husband dead." "I am aware of no such thing." "I must ask you directly, Your Grace. Do you intend to marry Miss Jane Wilkinson in the near future?" "When I am engaged to be married, the fact will be announced publicly. I consider your question an impertinence." He rose to his feet. "Good day." Poirot also stood. His demeanour shifted entirely. He suddenly looked awkward and crestfallen. He hung his head and began to stammer. "I intended no offence. I beg your pardon." "Good day," the Duke repeated more firmly. This time Poirot surrendered. He made one of his characteristic gestures of helpless resignation, and we took our leave. It was a thoroughly humiliating dismissal. I felt a pang of sympathy for Poirot. His usual confident flair had fallen utterly flat. To the Duke of Merton, a celebrated detective was evidently beneath notice. "That didn't go particularly well," I offered as we stepped outside. "What an insufferable prig that man is." "So, what was the real reason you wanted to see him?" "I needed to find out if he and Jane Wilkinson are actually planning to marry." "She claimed they were." "Ah, she claimed. But you must understand, she's the type who'll say whatever serves her purpose at the moment. She might have decided to marry him, and he, poor fellow, might still be completely in the dark about it. Well, he certainly sent you off with a sharp rebuke." "He gave me the kind of answer he'd give to a reporter." "Yes." Poirot chuckled softly. "But I understand the situation perfectly. How could you possibly know from his demeanour?" "Not at all." "Did you notice he was writing a letter?" "Yes." "Well then, in my early days with the police force in Belgium, I found it quite useful to read handwriting upside down. Shall I tell you what he was writing in that letter? My dearest Jane, my adored one, my beautiful angel, how can I express what you mean to me? You who have endured so much, your beautiful soul." "Poirot?" I exclaimed, genuinely shocked, cutting him off. That was as far as he had gotten. "Your beautiful soul, only I truly know it." I felt deeply unsettled. He seemed so innocently proud of his little trick. "Poirot," I insisted, "you can't do something like that. Snooping on a private letter is wrong. You speak nonsense, Hastings." It is absurd to say I cannot do something I have already done. It's not playing fair. I do not play games. You know that. Murder is not a game. It is a grave matter. And anyway, Hastings, you should retire that phrase. Playing fair. It is outdated. I have noticed this. It is obsolete. Young people simply laugh when they hear it. Yes, indeed, even lovely young women will chuckle at you if you say playing fair or not cricket. I fell silent, unable to reconcile myself with what Poirot had done so casually. It was entirely unnecessary, I argued. If you had simply told him that you went to Lord Edgware at Jane Wilkinson's request, he would have treated you completely differently. But I could not do that. Jane Wilkinson is my client. I cannot discuss a client's affairs with another person. I undertake a confidential mission. To speak of it would be dishonourable. Dishonourable, precisely. But she intends to marry him. That does not mean she has no secrets from him. Your notions about marriage are quite antiquated. No, what you suggest was impossible for me. I must consider my professional honour as a detective. Honour, it is a very serious thing. Well, I suppose it takes all sorts of honour to make a world. Chapter 19. A Great Lady. The visitor we received the following morning struck me as one of the most astonishing developments in the entire case. I was in my sitting-room when Poirot glided in, his eyes bright. "My friend, we have a caller." "Who is it?" "The Dowager Duchess of Merton." "How extraordinary! What could she want?" "If you join me downstairs, my friend, you will see." I hurried to comply. We entered the room together. The Duchess was a petite woman with a pronounced aristocratic nose and commanding eyes. Though she was short, one would never describe her as stout. Dressed in somewhat dated black attire, she was nevertheless every inch a grande dame. She also struck me as possessing an almost merciless strength of character. Where her son was passive, she was decisive. Her will was formidable. I could nearly sense waves of authority radiating from her. No wonder this woman had always dominated everyone around her. She raised a lorgnette and studied first me, then my companion, then she addressed him. Her voice was clear and imperious, the voice of someone accustomed to command and to be obeyed without question. "You are M. Hercule Poirot?" My friend bowed. "At your service, Madame la Duchesse?" She glanced at me. "This is my associate, Captain Hastings. He assists me in my investigations." Her eyes flickered with a moment's uncertainty. Then she inclined her head in acceptance. She took the chair Poirot offered. "I have come to consult you on a very delicate matter, M. Poirot. Poirot, and I must insist that what I am about to share remains entirely confidential." "That is understood, madame. It was Lady Yardley who recommended you. The manner in which she spoke of your assistance and her profound gratitude convinced me you were the one person who could possibly aid me. You have my assurance that I shall do all I can." She hesitated again, gathering her resolve. Finally, she came to the point with a directness that in a strange way reminded me of Jane Wilkinson's own blunt approach that night at the Savoy. "Monsieur Poirot, I require your services to prevent my son from marrying the actress." Jane Wilkinson, Poirot betrayed no surprise, merely studying her thoughtfully before he replied. "Could you be more precise, madame, regarding what you wish me to accomplish?" "It is difficult to define. I am convinced such a union would be a profound catastrophe. It would destroy my son's future." "Are you certain of that, madame? I have no doubt. My son possesses lofty ideals. He knows surprisingly little of the world's true nature. The young women of his own social circle have always seemed to him shallow and silly. But this woman, well, her beauty is undeniable, I grant you. She possesses a certain power to captivate men. She has utterly enchanted my son. I had hoped the fascination would fade, especially as she was not free to marry. Now, with her husband gone," she left the sentence hanging. They plan to marry within a few months. My son's entire happiness is in jeopardy. Her tone grew more forceful. It must be prevented, M. Poirot. Poirot gave a slight shrug. I do not necessarily disagree with your assessment, madame. The match is, on the surface, unsuitable. Yet what is to be done? That is for you to determine. Poirot shook his head slowly. I fear very little would be effective, your son, I imagine, would refuse to hear a word against the lady. Furthermore, I suspect there is not much of a damaging nature to say about her past. She has been, shall we say, discreet. I'm aware of that, said the Duchess grimly. Ah, so you have already made inquiries in that direction? She coloured slightly under his penetrating gaze. There is nothing I would not do, M. Poirot, to rescue my son from this entanglement. She emphasized the word. Nothing. She paused, drawing a steadying breath. Money is no object. Name your price. But the marriage must not proceed. You are the man to ensure it. Poirot shook his head once more, a gesture of finality. It is not a question of fees. I am unable to act for a reason I will shortly make clear. But I will also say that I see no viable course of action. I cannot offer you my help, your grace. Will you consider it impertinent if I offer counsel instead? What counsel? Do not make an enemy of your son. He is of an age to make his own choices, because his choice differs from yours. Do not assume you are invariably correct. If this proves to be a misfortune, then you must endure it. Remain close to support him when he requires it, but do not alienate him. You do not fully comprehend the situation. She stood, her lips trembling. But I do, Madame la Duchesse. I understand the heart of a mother. No one understands it better than I, Hercule Poirot. And I say to you with conviction, be patient. Be patient and composed, and conceal your distress. There remains a chance the affair may collapse of its own accord. Opposition will only strengthen your son's resolve. Goodbye, Mem Poirot, she said, her voice icy. I am deeply disappointed. I regret infinitely that I cannot be of service. My position is a delicate one. You see, Lady Edgware has already done me the honour of consulting me herself. Oh, I understand, her voice was sharp as a blade. You are in the opposing camp. That no doubt explains why Lady Edgware has not yet been arrested for her husband's murder. Pardon, Madame la Duchesse? I believe you heard me. Why is she not under arrest? She was there that night. A new, sharp detail of her own investigation seemed to hang in the air. A silent accusation of the police's inaction that she clearly believed Poirot was now a part of. She was observed entering the house, going straight into his study. No one else approached him, and he was discovered dead. And yet she remains free. Our police must be utterly corrupt from top to bottom. With trembling fingers, she adjusted the scarf around her neck, offered the faintest of bows, and swept from the room. Good heavens, I exclaimed, what a formidable woman! I must say I admire her spirit, don't you? Because she desires to rearrange the entire universe to suit her own opinions. Well, she's solely concerned with her son's well-being. Poirot gave a slow nod. That is undeniable, Hastings. Yet ask yourself, would it truly be such a disaster for the Duke to marry Jane Wilkinson? You can't possibly believe she has genuine feelings for him. Almost certainly not. But she is profoundly in love with his title and position. She will perform her role meticulously. She is a woman of great beauty and even greater ambition. It is hardly a catastrophe. The Duke could just as easily have married some vapid young socialite of his own circle, who would accept him for identical reasons, and no one would have raised the slightest fuss about that. That may be so, but... And consider if he were to marry a girl who adored him passionately. Is that always such an advantage? I have often observed it to be a great misfortune for a man to have a wife who loves him too intensely. She creates jealous scenes. She makes him appear foolish. She demands every moment of his time and attention. Ah, no, it is not a path strewn with roses, Poirot, I said. You are a hopeless old cynic. But no, I merely reflect upon life as it is. You see, in truth, I find myself sympathizing with the concerned mamma. I could not help but laugh at hearing the imperious Duchess described so simply. Poirot remained entirely grave. You should not laugh. This is a matter of great consequence, I must think. I must think very deeply. I don't see what you can possibly do about it, I remarked. Poirot paid no heed. You noticed, Hastings, how remarkably well informed the Duchess was, and how vindictive. She was acquainted with every scrap of evidence against Jane Wilkinson. The prosecution's case, but not the case for the defence, I said with a smile. How did she come by the information? Jane told the Duke. The Duke told her, I suggested. Yes, that is one possibility, yet I have a... The telephone rang sharply. I answered it. My part consisted of uttering yes at various intervals. Finally, I replaced the receiver and turned to Poirot with excitement. That was Jap. First, you are, as he puts it, the real article. Second, he's received a cable from America. Third, he's located the taxi driver. Fourth, he asks if we would like to come round and hear the man's account. Fifth, he reiterated that you are the goods, and added that he's been convinced all along you were right about a man being behind this whole affair. I neglected to mention that we had just entertained a visitor who declared the entire police force corrupt. So Jap is persuaded at last, murmured Poirot. It is curious that this man in the background theory should find support precisely when I was leaning toward another possibility. What possibility? That the motive for the murder might have had nothing whatsoever to do with Lord Edgware himself. Imagine someone who despised Jane Wilkinson, hated her so profoundly they would gladly have seen her hanged for murder. C'est une idée, ça. He sighed, then roused himself. Come, Hastings, let us go and hear what Jap has discovered. We found Jap questioning an elderly man with a ragged moustache and spectacles, who spoke in a hoarse, self-pitying tone. Ah, there you are, said Jap. Well, matters are becoming clear, I believe. This man, his name is Jobson, picked up 2 fares in Long Acre on the night of June the 29th. That's right, agreed Jobson hoarsely. Where a lovely night it was, moon out, and all the lady and gentlemen were by the tube station and waved me down. They were in evening dress? Yes, sir, gentlemen, in a white waistcoat, and the young lady all in white, with what looked like little birds stitched on it, leaving the Royal Opera House, I imagine. What time was this? A little before 11. Go on. Told me to head for Regent Gate. They'd specify the house once we arrived. They insisted I hurry too. Everyone says that, as if a driver wants to dawdle. The quicker you finish one fare and pick up another, the better your night goes. Passengers never consider that. And of course, if anything goes wrong, you're the one blamed for reckless driving. Enough, Jap said, annoyed. There was no accident this time, was there? No, the man conceded, sounding almost disappointed to lose the grievance. No, there wasn't anyway. I reached Regent Gate. It took maybe 7 minutes, and then the gentleman tapped the glass for me to stop. We were around number 8. The gentleman and lady got out. He stayed by the cab and told me to wait. The lady crossed the street and started walking back along the houses on the other side. The gentleman remained on the sidewalk, his back to me, watching her go. He had his hands in his pockets. After about 5 minutes, I heard him mutter something, a kind of surprised exclamation, and then he took off, too. I kept my eyes on him because I wasn't about to be cheated. It's happened before, so I watched. He went up the steps of a house on the opposite side and let himself in. Did he just push the door open? No, he used a key. What was the house number? 17 or 19, I think. Well, the whole thing struck me as odd, being told to wait like that. So I kept watching. About 5 minutes later, he and the young lady came out together. They got back into the cab and told me to return to the Covent Garden Opera House. They had me stop just short of the entrance and paid me. Paid me well, I'll say that. Though I suppose it's just landed me in more trouble. Seems trouble's all I ever find. You're fine, said Jap. Now, take a look at these and tell me if the young lady is among them. There were 6 photographs, all of a similar type. I peered over his shoulder with interest. "That's her," said Jobson. He pointed a firm finger at a picture of Geraldine Marsh in an evening gown. "Certain, quite certain. She was pale and dark-haired. Now the man." Another set of photographs was handed to him. He studied them carefully and then shook his head. "Well, I couldn't swear to it. It might be either of these two." The photos included one of Ronald Marsh, but Jobson hadn't chosen it. Instead, he indicated 2 other men who bore a general resemblance. Jobson left, and Japp tossed the photographs onto the table. "Good enough. I wish I could have gotten a clearer identification of his lordship. Of course, it's an old picture taken 7 or 8 years ago. It was the only one I could find. Yes, a clearer ID would be nice, but the case is solid. There go a couple of alibis. Clever of you to think of it, M. Poirot." Poirot assumed a modest air. When I discovered that both she and her cousin were at the opera, it seemed possible they might have met during one of the intermissions. Naturally, their respective parties would assume they never left the opera house. But a half-hour interval provides ample time to get to Regent Gate and back. The moment the new Lord Edgware placed such emphasis on his alibi, I was certain something was amiss. "You're a wonderfully suspicious man, aren't you?" said Jaff with a touch of fondness. "And you're right. Can't be too careful in this world. His lordship is our man, no question. Look at this." He produced a paper, cable from New York. They contacted Miss Lucy Adams. The letter was in her mail this morning. She was reluctant to surrender the original unless absolutely necessary, but she readily allowed an officer to make a copy and cable it to us. Poirot accepted the cable with keen interest, and I read it over his shoulder. The message was addressed to Lucy Adams, dated June 29th, from 8 Rosedew Mansions in London. It began, "Dearest little sister, I'm sorry last week's note was so rushed, but everything has been wonderfully busy. Darling, it's all been such a triumph. The reviews are excellent, the box office is strong, and everyone has been so kind. I've made some genuine friends here, and I'm even considering leasing a theatre for 2 months next year. The Russian dancer sketch went over well, and so did the American in Paris bit, though I believe the scenes at a foreign hotel remain the favourite. I'm so thrilled I can scarcely think straight. You'll understand why in a moment. First, let me share what people have said. Mr. Hergesheimer has been exceedingly gracious and plans to invite me to lunch to meet Sir Montague Corner, who could open important doors. The other evening I encountered Jane Wilkinson, and she was terribly sweet about my performance and my impression of her, which leads me to what I must tell you. I don't care for her much personally. I've heard quite a lot about her lately from a friend, and she has behaved, in my opinion, in a cruel and underhanded manner. But I won't dwell on that now. You know she is actually Lady Edgware. I've also learned a great deal about him recently, and he is no prize, I assure you. He treated his nephew, Captain Marsh, whom I've mentioned before, in the most disgraceful way, essentially throwing him out and cutting off his allowance. The captain told me the whole story, and I felt terribly for him. He said he thoroughly enjoyed my show. I believe it would fool Lord Edgware himself, he remarked. Tell me, would you be willing to help with a wager? I laughed and asked, "For how much, Lucy, darling?" The answer nearly stole my breath. $10,000, imagine. $10,000. Just to assist in winning a silly bet. Why? I said. For that, I'd play a joke on the king at Buckingham Palace and risk charges of lèse-majesté. So we put our heads together and worked out the details. I'll tell you everything next week, whether I'm found out or not. But regardless, Lucy, whether I succeed or fail, the $10,000 is mine.
Oh, little sister, think what that will mean for us. No time for more. I'm off to carry out my hoax. All my love, dearest sister, yours, Carlotta. Poirot set the letter down. I could see it had moved him. Japp, however, reacted quite differently.
"We have him," Japp declared triumphantly. "Yes," Poirot replied, his voice oddly flat. Japp glanced at him curiously. "What is it, Poirot?" "Nothing. It is simply not, somehow, as I had pictured." That is all. He looked profoundly troubled. "And yet it must be so," he murmured, as if to himself. "Yes, it must be. Of course it is. Why, you've said so from the beginning?" "No, no, you misunderstand. Didn't you claim there was someone behind all this, who drew the girl in without her realizing?" "Yes, yes. Then what more do you need?" Poirot sighed and remained silent. "You are a peculiar fellow. Nothing ever satisfies you. I must say it was a stroke of luck the girl wrote this letter." Poirot agreed with more energy than he had shown thus far. "Mais oui, that is what the murderer did not anticipate. When Miss Adams accepted those $10,000, she signed her own death warrant. The killer believed he had covered every possibility, and yet in her sheer innocence she outmaneuvered him. The dead do speak. Yes, sometimes the dead speak. I never believed she acted entirely on her own," Japp stated, without a hint of embarrassment. "No, no," Poirot responded absently. "Well, I must proceed with matters. You are going to arrest Captain Marsh, or rather, Lord Edgware." "Why not? The case against him appears conclusively proven." "True, you seem remarkably downcast about it," minced Poirot. "The truth is you prefer things to be difficult. Your own theory has been confirmed, yet you still seem unsatisfied. Can you spot any weakness in the evidence we've gathered?" Poirot gave a slow shake of his head. "Whether Miss Marsh was involved or not, I can't say," Japp continued. "It certainly looks like she must have known something, leaving the opera with him like that. If she was innocent, why would he bring her along? Well, we'll hear what both of them have to say for themselves. May I be present?" Poirot's question was almost meek. "Of course you can. I owe the entire line of thinking to you." Japp picked up the telegram from the table. I pulled Poirot aside, lowering my voice. "What's troubling you?" "I'm deeply uneasy, Hastings. Everything appears straightforward and logical, yet something is amiss. Somewhere, my friend, a crucial fact eludes us. The pieces fit the pattern I envisioned, and still I tell you something is not right." He looked at me with such genuine distress that I was at a loss for words. I struggled to grasp Poirot's perspective. Wasn't this the very scenario he had anticipated from the start? During the entire drive to Regent Gate, he sat in silence, brow furrowed, ignoring Japp's satisfied commentary. He finally emerged from his thoughts with a sigh. "At the very least," he murmured, "we shall hear his account. He'd be wise to say next to nothing," Japp remarked. "Plenty of men have hanged themselves by being too eager to explain. Not that we don't warn them. Everything's by the book. Funny thing is, the guiltier they are, the more they itch to serve you the rehearsed lies they've concocted. They never learn you should always run your stories by a solicitor first." He sighed again, a note of professional grievance entering his tone. "Solicitors and coroners are the police's worst enemies. Time and again I've seen a perfectly clear case muddled because some coroner fumbled about and let the guilty party slip away. Lawyers, well, you can't blame them as much, I suppose. They're paid to be artful, to twist things this way and that. Upon our arrival at Regent Gate, we learned our quarry was at home, the family just finishing luncheon. Japp requested a private word with Lord Edgware, and we were shown into the library. The young man joined us within minutes, an easy smile on his face that faltered slightly as his quick glance took in our party. His lips tightened. "Hello, Inspector. What's all this about?" Japp delivered his formal explanation in the classic manner. "So that's it, is it?" said Ronald. He drew a chair forward and sat, pulling out a cigarette case. "You know, Inspector, I believe I'd like to make a statement. That is entirely your prerogative, my lord. Which is your way of saying it's a damned foolish thing to do, all the same. I think I will. Having no reason to fear the truth, as the virtuous characters in novels always declare. Japp remained silent, his face impassive. "There's a perfectly good table and chair," the young man continued with a hint of theatrical flourish. "Your officer can sit right down and take it all in shorthand." Japp, unaccustomed to having his logistics arranged so thoughtfully by a suspect, allowed the suggestion to stand. To begin with, Ronald started, lighting a cigarette. Possessing a few grains of intelligence, I strongly suspect my lovely alibi has shattered, gone up in smoke. Exit the helpful Dortheimers. "A taxi driver, I presume?" "We are fully aware of your movements that night," Japp stated flatly. "My admiration for Scotland Yard knows no bounds. Still, you must admit, if I had truly been planning an act of violence, I wouldn't have hired a cab, driven directly to the scene, and kept the driver waiting. Have you considered that?" "Ah, I see Poirot has." The thought had crossed my mind. "Yes," Poirot acknowledged. "Such is not the method of premeditated crime," Ronald asserted, a trace of sarcasm now colouring his tone. "One puts on a false moustache and spectacles, drives to the next street, pays the man, and takes the underground. Well, I won't elaborate. My barrister, for a fee of several thousand guineas, will paint that picture far more convincingly. Naturally, I see your counter-argument. The crime was a sudden impulse. I was sitting there in the cab, waiting, when it hit me. Time to get moving. Let me be straight with you. I was in a real bind for cash, which I'm sure hasn't escaped your notice. Things were looking desperate. I needed the money by the next day, or I was finished. I tried my uncle first. He never had much affection for me, but I thought he might care about the family name. Sometimes men his age do. Turns out he was disappointingly modern about it, completely cynical and indifferent. So there I was, looking like I'd just have to take my lumps. I considered asking Dortheimer for a loan, but I knew there was zero chance. Marrying his daughter wasn't an option either. She's far too sensible a woman to ever say yes to someone like me. Then, completely by chance, I ran into my cousin at the opera. I don't see her often, but she was always a good kid when I lived in the house. Before I knew it, I was telling her the whole mess. She'd already heard a bit from her father, and then she showed her true colours. She offered me her mother's pearls. He paused. I think there was genuine feeling in his voice then, or maybe he was just better at faking it than I ever gave him credit for. I accepted the dear girl's offer. I could get the money I needed by pawning them, and I swore I'd work like mad to buy them back. The pearls were at the house on Regent Gate. We figured the best plan was to go get them right away. We hailed a cab and took off. We had the driver stop on the other side of the street so no one would hear a taxi pulling up at the door. Geraldine got out and crossed the road. She had her key. The idea was for her to slip in quietly, grab the pearls, and bring them out to me. She didn't expect to run into anyone, except maybe a servant. Miss Carroll, my uncle's secretary, was usually in bed by 9:30, and he himself would likely be in the library. So off Dina went. I stood on the sidewalk, lighting a cigarette. Every so often I'd glance over at the house to see if she was coming back. And this is where the story gets to the part you can choose to believe or not. A man walked right past me on the pavement. I turned to watch him. To my surprise, he went up the front steps and let himself into number 17, or at least I thought it was number 17. I was a fair distance away. It shocked me for two reasons. First, he'd used a key, and second, I was almost certain I recognized him as a rather famous actor. I was so thrown that I decided to check it out. As it happened, I had my own old key to number 17 in my pocket. I'd lost it, or thought I had, 3 years back, then found it again just a couple of days ago. I meant to return it to my uncle that morning, but during our heated discussion, it completely slipped my mind. I'd transferred it with the rest of my things when I changed clothes. Telling the cabby to wait, I hurried along the pavement, crossed the street, went up the steps of number 17, and let myself in with my key. The hall was empty, no sign that anyone had just come in. I stood there for a minute, looking around. Then I moved toward the library door. Maybe the man was inside with my uncle. If so, I'd hear voices. I stood right outside the door, but I heard nothing. And then it hit me, what a complete and utter fool I'd made of myself. Of course, the man must have gone into the house next door. Regent Gate isn't exactly well lit at night. I felt like a total idiot. What on earth had possessed me to follow the guy? I couldn't explain it even to myself. It had landed me here, and I'd look like a perfect moron if my uncle suddenly walked out of the library and found me. I'd get Geraldine into trouble, and the whole plan would be ruined. All because something about the man's manner had made me think he was up to no good. Luckily, no one spotted me. I had to get away from there as quickly as possible. I crept silently back toward the front door, and just then Geraldine came down the stairs, holding the pearls. Naturally, she was completely shocked to see me. I managed to get her out of the house, and then I explained everything to her. He stopped for a moment. We rushed back to the opera. We arrived just as the curtain was rising. No one had any idea we'd been gone. It was a sweltering evening, and plenty of people were stepping outside for some fresh air. He paused again. I know what you're thinking. Why didn't I tell you this immediately? So let me ask you, if you had a motive for murder that was glaringly obvious, would you cheerfully admit you were actually at the scene of the crime on the very night it happened? To be perfectly honest, I lost my nerve. Even if we were believed, it was going to mean a world of trouble for both Geraldine and me. We had nothing to do with the killing. We saw nothing, we heard nothing. I assumed, quite naturally, that Aunt Jane was responsible. So, why involve myself? I told you about the argument and my financial troubles because I knew you'd dig it up anyway. If I'd tried to hide all that, you'd have been far more suspicious, and you'd have certainly examined my alibi much more carefully. As it was, I figured if I protested loudly enough about it, I could almost hypnotize you into accepting it. The Dortheimers were genuinely convinced I'd been at Covent Garden the entire time. The fact that I spent one intermission with my cousin wouldn't seem odd to them, and she could always say she'd been with me there and that we never left the building. Did Miss Marsh agree to this concealment? Yes. As soon as I heard the news, I contacted her and warned her, for her own safety, not to say a word about her little trip here last night. She'd been with me, and I'd been with her during the last intermission at Covent Garden. We'd chatted on the street for a bit. That was all. She understood perfectly, and she agreed completely. He paused once more. I know how this looks, revealing it all after the fact, but the story is absolutely true. I can give you the name and address of the man who gave me the cash for Geraldine's pearls this morning, and if you ask her, she'll confirm every single word I've told you. He leaned back in his chair and looked at Jap. Jap's face remained completely blank. You say you thought Jane Wilkinson had committed the murder, Lord Edgware, he asked. Well, wouldn't you have thought the same after hearing the butler's account? What about your bet with Miss Adams? My bet with Miss Adams, with Carlotta Adams, you mean? What does she have to do with any of this? Do you deny that you offered her $10,000 to impersonate Miss Jane Wilkinson at the house that night? Ronald stared, utterly bewildered. Offered her $10,000? That's ridiculous. Someone's been having you on. I don't have $10,000 to offer anyone. You're chasing a wild goose. Does she say that? Oh, for heaven's sake, I forgot. She's dead, isn't she? Yes, said Poirot, his voice quiet. She is dead. Ronald's eyes moved from one of us to the other. His earlier confidence was gone. His face had paled. His eyes now held a look of genuine fear. I don't understand any of this, he said. What I told you is the truth. I suppose you don't believe me, any of you. And then, To my utter astonishment, Poirot stepped forward. "Yes," he said. "I believe you. Strange behaviour of Hercule Poirot." We were back in our rooms. What on earth? I started to say. Poirot cut me off with a gesture more dramatic than any I had ever seen him make. Both of his arms whirled through the air. "I beg of you, Hastings, not now. We cannot discuss it now." And with that, he snatched up his hat, jammed it onto his head as if the very concepts of order and method were foreign to him, and bolted headlong from the room. He had not returned when, roughly an hour later, Japp appeared. "Has the little fellow gone out?" he asked. I nodded. Japp sank into a chair. He mopped his forehead with a handkerchief. The day was quite warm. "What the devil came over him?" he inquired. "Captain Hastings, I must tell you. I was utterly flabbergasted when he walked right up to the man and declared, 'I believe you.' It was as if he were performing in some cheap stage play. It completely baffles me. I admitted it baffled me too. And then he just marches out of the house," Japp continued. "What did he have to say to you about it afterward?" "Nothing at all," I answered. "Absolutely nothing. Not a single word. When I tried to speak to him, he just waved me off. I thought it best to give him some space. Once we returned here, I attempted to question him, but he threw up his arms, grabbed his hat, and rushed out the door again. We exchanged a look. Japp tapped his temple meaningfully. "Has to be," he stated. For once, I was inclined to agree. Japp had often suggested before that Poirot was what he termed a bit off. In those past instances, he simply hadn't grasped what Poirot was getting at. Here, however, I was forced to admit I couldn't comprehend Poirot's stance either. If not unhinged, he was, at the very least, alarmingly inconsistent. His own private theory had just been spectacularly confirmed, and immediately he renounced it. It was enough to dishearten his most loyal supporters. I shook my head, feeling discouraged. "He's always been what I'd call eccentric," Japp remarked. "Has his own peculiar angle on everything, and a very strange one it is. I'll grant he's a sort of genius, but they always say geniuses are skating very close to the edge, liable to topple over at any moment. He's never been satisfied with simplicity. A straightforward case is never good enough for him. No, it has to be convoluted. He's lost touch with real life. He plays his own private game. It's like an old woman playing solitaire. If the cards don't fall right, she cheats. Well, with him it's the opposite. If things are coming together too easily, he cheats to make it more complicated. That's my take on it." I found it hard to argue. I, too, found Poirot's behaviour inexplicable, and since I was deeply fond of my peculiar little friend, it troubled me more than I wanted to say. In the midst of our gloomy silence, Poirot himself entered the room. I was relieved to see he appeared perfectly calm now. With great care, he removed his hat, placed it with his cane on the table, and settled into his usual chair. "Ah, you are here, my good Japp. I am pleased. It was on my mind that I must speak with you at the earliest opportunity." Japp looked at him without a word. He sensed this was merely the preamble. He waited for Poirot to explain himself. My friend did so, speaking with deliberate slowness. "Listen, Japp. We are mistaken. We are all mistaken. It is painful to admit, but we have made a grave error." "That's quite all right," Japp said confidently. "But it is not all right. It is deplorable. It grieves me to my very core. You needn't fret over that young man. He fully deserves whatever comes to him. It is not for him that I grieve. It is for you, for me. You needn't worry about me, but I do consider who set you upon this path. It was Hercule Poirot. Yes, indeed, I set you on the trail.
I directed your attention to Carlotta Adams. I mentioned to you the matter of the letter to America. Every step of the way it was I who pointed the direction. I would have gotten there on my own eventually, Japp said coolly. You just got a bit ahead of me, that's all. Perhaps,
But that does not console me. If harm comes to you, if there is a loss of prestige because you listen to my little ideas, I shall blame myself most bitterly." Japp merely looked amused. I believe he credited Poirot with motives that were less than pure, fancying that Poirot begrudged him the credit for successfully unravelling the case. "That's perfectly fine," he said. "I won't forget to let it be known that I owe you a debt for your help in this business." He gave me a knowing wink. "Oh, it is not that at all." Poirot clicked his tongue with impatience. "I desire no credit, and what is more, I tell you, there will be no credit to be had. It's a disaster of your own making, and I, Hercule Poirot, am the reason for it." Suddenly, at the sight of Poirot's profound gloom, Japp burst into loud laughter. Poirot appeared deeply offended. "My apologies, Monsieur Poirot," Japp said, wiping his eyes. "But you looked exactly like a drowned rat caught in a downpour. Listen, let's put all this aside. I'm prepared to take the credit or the blame for this entire matter. You're correct, it will cause a tremendous uproar. I'm fully committed to securing a conviction. It's possible a clever defence attorney might get his lordship acquitted. You can never predict a jury. But even so, it won't reflect poorly on me. It will be clear we apprehended the correct individual, even if a conviction isn't achieved. And if, by some remote chance, the third housemaid has a fit of hysterics and confesses she committed the crime, well, I'll accept my medicine, and I won't accuse you of leading me on a wild goose chase." That seems fair, doesn't it? Poirot observed him with a gentle, sorrowful expression. "You possess such certainty, always, such certainty. You never pause to ask yourself, can this truly be? You never experience doubt or curiosity. You never consider, this is too straightforward. You can bet your life I don't. And that's precisely where, if you'll pardon my saying so, you keep going off track. Why shouldn't something be easy? What's wrong with the situation being simple?" Poirot looked at him, sighed, made a half-hearted gesture of resignation, and then shook his head. "It is finished. I will say no more." "Excellent," said Japp, with hearty enthusiasm. "Now let's focus on the practical details. Would you like to hear what I've been working on?" "Certainly." "Very well. I interviewed the Honourable Geraldine, and her account matched his lordship's exactly. They could both be involved together, but I doubt it. My opinion is that he deceived her. She's rather infatuated with him anyway. She was terribly upset when she learned of his arrest." "Was she indeed? And the secretary, Miss Carroll?" "I don't believe she was overly surprised in my estimation. However, that's merely my impression." "What about the pearls?" I inquired. "Was that portion of the story accurate?" "Completely. He obtained money for them early the next morning, but I don't think that affects the core of the case. As I see it, the scheme formed in his mind when he encountered his cousin at the opera. It struck him in an instant. He was desperate. Here was a solution. I suspect he'd been contemplating something similar for a while. That's likely why he had the key with him. I don't believe his story about suddenly finding it. So, as he speaks with his cousin, he realizes that by involving her, he provides himself with an extra layer of security. He plays upon her emotions. Hints about the pearls, she responds as hoped, and off they go. Once she's inside the house, he follows her in and proceeds to the library. Perhaps his lordship has dozed off in his chair. Regardless, in a matter of seconds the deed is done, and he's out again. I don't imagine he intended for the girl to discover him inside the house. He was counting on being found pacing near the taxi, and I don't believe the taxi driver was supposed to witness him entering. The impression was meant to be that he was walking back and forth, smoking, while he waited for the girl. Remember, the taxi was facing the opposite direction. Naturally, the following morning he must pawn the pearls. He still needs to appear financially desperate. Then, upon hearing of the crime, he frightens the girl into hiding their visit to the house. Their story would be that they spent that time together at the opera house. Then, why did they not adhere to that story? Poirot asked sharply. Japp shrugged. He changed his mind, or decided she wouldn't be able to maintain the pretense. She's a highly strung type. Yes, Poirot said thoughtfully. She is a highly strung type. After a brief pause, he remarked, "It does not occur to you that it would have been far easier and simpler for Captain Marsh to have left the opera during the interval alone? To have entered quietly with his key, murdered his uncle, and returned to the opera instead of arranging for a taxi to wait outside and involving a nervous young woman who might descend the stairs at any moment and lose her composure, potentially betraying him." Japp grinned. "That's what you and I would have done, but then we're just a bit sharper than Captain Ronald Marsh, aren't we?" "I wouldn't be so certain. He seems quite clever to me, but not as clever as Monsieur Hercule Poirot." "Admit it, I'm confident of that," Japp chuckled. Poirot gave him a frosty look. "If he's innocent, why did he talk the Adams girl into that whole charade?" Japp continued. "There's only one reason for a stunt like that, to shield the actual guilty party. On that point, I am in complete agreement with you." "Well, it's a relief we see eye to eye on something. Perhaps he was the one who actually spoke to Miss Adams," Poirot mused aloud, "while in reality, no, that is a foolish thought." Then, turning sharply to Japp, he fired off a quick question. "What is your personal theory regarding her death?" Japp cleared his throat. "I'm leaning toward accident. A very convenient accident, I'll grant you. I can't see how he could have been involved. His alibi after the opera is solid. He was at Sobrani's with the Dortimers until well past 1 in the morning. Long before that, she was already in bed and asleep." "No. I believe that was a case of the devil's own luck. Criminals sometimes get. Otherwise, if that accident hadn't occurred, I think he had his own plans for handling her. First, he'd have terrified her, told her she'd be arrested for murder if she ever told the truth. Then he'd have bought her silence with another hefty payment. Does it occur to you?" Poirot stared into the middle distance. "Does it occur to you that Miss Adams would have allowed another woman to go to the gallows when she herself possessed evidence that could clear her name? Jane Wilkinson wouldn't have been hanged. The evidence from the Montague Corner party was far too compelling for that. But the murderer did not know that. He would have been counting on Jane Wilkinson being executed and Carlotta Adams remaining silent. You do love to talk, don't you, Monsieur Poirot? And you're now utterly convinced that Ronald Marsh is some innocent lamb who can do no wrong. Do you actually believe his story about seeing a man sneak into the house?" Poirot gave a slight shrug. "Are you aware of who he claims he thought it was?" "I could probably guess. He says he believed it was the film star, Brian Martin. What do you make of that? A man who had never even met Lord Edgware. Then it would indeed be very strange to see such a man letting himself into that house with a key." "Pah!" said Japp, a rich noise dripping with contempt. "And now I suppose it will shock you to learn that Mr. Brian Martin wasn't in London that night at all. He took a young lady to dine down in Molesey. They didn't return to London until midnight." "Ah," said Poirot mildly. "No, I am not shocked. Was the young lady also in the theatrical profession?" "No, she runs a hat shop. As a matter of fact, it was Miss Adams' friend, Miss Driver. I think you'll agree her testimony is above suspicion. I am not disputing it, my friend. Face it, you're beaten and you know it, old boy," said Japp, laughing. "It was a cock and bull story made up on the spot. That's all. Nobody entered number 17, and nobody entered the houses on either side either. So what does that prove? It proves his lordship is a liar." Poirot shook his head sorrowfully. Japp got to his feet, his good humour restored. "Admit it, we've got this right. Who was D. Paris November?" Japp shrugged. "Ancient history, I'd say. Can't a girl keep a souvenir from 6 months ago without it being tied to this crime? We have to keep a sense of proportion." 6 months ago," Poirot murmured, a sudden light in his eyes. "God, but I'm an idiot." "What's he saying?" Japp asked me. "Listen." Poirot stood and tapped Japp on the chest. "Why does Miss Adams' maid not recognize that box? Why does Miss Driver not recognize it? What are you getting at? Because the box was new. It had only just been given to her. Paris, November, that is all very well, doubtless. That is the date it is meant to commemorate. But it was given to her recently, not back then. It was just purchased. Investigate that, I beg of you, my good Japp. The timing is everything. It is an opportunity, most certainly an opportunity. The item was not purchased locally, but overseas, most likely in Paris. Had it been bought here, a jeweller would have come forward by now. It has been photographed and described in all the papers? Yes, Paris. Perhaps some other foreign city, but I believe Paris. Discover the truth. I beg of you, make the necessary inquiries. I so desperately wish, to learn the identity of this mysterious D. It can't hurt, Japp said agreeably. Can't say it's the most thrilling lead to me.
But I'll see what I can do. The more information we gather, the better. With a cheerful nod to us, he took his leave.
Chapter 23. The Letter. "And now," announced Poirot, "we shall go out for lunch." He linked his arm through mine, a smile playing on his lips. "I have hope," he explained. I was pleased to see him returning to his usual self, though privately I remained convinced of young Ronald's guilt. I suspected Poirot himself might have been swayed by Japp's reasoning, and that this search for the box's buyer was perhaps a final face-saving manoeuvre. We proceeded to lunch together quite amicably. To my mild amusement, I spotted Brian Martin and Jenny Driver dining together at a table across the room. Recalling Japp's earlier comments, I wondered if a romance was blossoming. They noticed us, and Jenny gave a wave. Later, as we were sipping our coffee, Jenny left her companion and approached our table. She looked as vibrant and full of energy as ever. "May I sit and talk with you for a moment, Mes Poirot?" "But of course, mademoiselle. I am delighted to see you. Will M. Martin not join us as well?" I asked him not to. "You see, I wanted to speak with you about Carlotta." "Yes, mademoiselle. You were trying to find out about some man she was involved with?" "Correct." "Yes, yes. Well, I've been doing a great deal of thinking. Sometimes the answer isn't immediate. To see things clearly, you have to think back. Recall a lot of little comments and phrases you might not have paid attention to at the time. That's what I've been doing, thinking and remembering exactly what she said. And I've reached a conclusion. Yes, mademoiselle? I believe the man she cared about, or was beginning to care about, was Ronald Marsh. You know, the one who just inherited the title?
What leads you to that belief, mademoiselle?
Well, for one thing, Carlotta was speaking in very general terms one day about a man having a streak of bad luck and how it could shape his character, that a man might be decent at heart yet still go down a wrong path. More sinned against than sinning. You know the sentiment. It's the first story a woman tells herself when she's starting to fall for a fellow. I've heard that tired old line so many times. Carlotta usually had good sense, yet there she was, spouting this nonsense like some naive girl who knew nothing of the world. Hello. I thought to myself, something's going on here. She didn't mention a name, it was all very vague, but almost right after that she began talking about Ronald Marsh and how she felt he'd been treated unfairly. She was very offhand and impersonal about it. I didn't connect the two things then, but now I wonder, it seems to me Ronald was the one she meant. What do you think, Mère Poirot? She looked at him earnestly. I think, mademoiselle, that you may have provided me with some exceedingly valuable information. Good. Jenny clapped her hands together. Poirot regarded her kindly. Perhaps you have not yet heard, the gentleman of whom you speak, Ronald Marsh, Lord Edgware, has just been arrested. Oh, her mouth fell open in surprise. A flicker of something like disappointment crossed her features before she composed herself. Then my bit of detective work is rather late to the party. It is never too late, said Poirot. Not in my investigations, you understand. Thank you, mademoiselle. She returned to Brian Martin. "There, Poirot," I said. "Surely that undermines your theory." On the contrary, Hastings, it strengthens it. Despite this bold declaration, I was convinced that secretly his resolve had faltered. In the days that followed, he never once brought up the Edgware case. If I mentioned it, his replies were brief and disinterested, his attention clearly elsewhere. In other words, he had dismissed the whole affair. Whatever lingering suspicions had occupied his brilliant mind, he was now compelled to concede they had not come to fruition. His initial assessment of the situation had been correct, and Ronald Marsh was, unfortunately, guilty as charged. Being Poirot, however, he could never openly admit such a defeat. So he simply pretended the matter no longer held his attention. That, at least, was my reading of his behaviour, and the facts appeared to support it. He showed not the slightest curiosity about the purely procedural police court hearings. He immersed himself in other cases and, as I noted, remained utterly indifferent whenever the topic was raised. It was nearly 2 weeks after the events of my last entry when I finally understood that my interpretation of his attitude was completely mistaken. It was breakfast. The usual formidable stack of correspondence lay beside Poirot's plate. His nimble fingers sorted through them until he gave a quick, pleased exclamation, selecting an envelope bearing an American stamp. He opened it neatly with his letter opener. My interest was piqued by his evident delight. Inside was a letter and a rather thick enclosure. Poirot read the letter through twice before looking up. "Would you care to see this, Hastings?" I took it from him. It read, "Dear M. Poirot, I was deeply touched by your exceedingly kind letter. I have felt so utterly lost through all of this. Beyond my own profound grief, I have been wounded by the insinuations made about Carlotta, the dearest, most wonderful sister a girl could ever have. No, M. Poirot, she did not take drugs. I am certain of it. She had an absolute horror of that sort of thing. I heard her say so many times. If she was involved in that poor man's death, it was entirely without malice. Her letter to me proves that, of course. I am sending you the letter itself as you requested. I hate to part with the last words she ever wrote to me, but I know you will safeguard it and return it, and if it helps you unravel some of the mystery surrounding her death, as you suggest it might, well, then it must go to you. You asked if Carlotta mentioned any particular friend in her letters. She spoke of many people, naturally, but no one in an especially significant way. Brian Martin, whom we knew years ago, a girl named Jenny Driver, and a Captain Ronald Marsh, were, I believe, the ones she saw most frequently. I wish I could think of something more to assist you. You write with such kindness and understanding, and you seem to appreciate what Carlotta and I meant to each other. Gratefully yours, Lucy Adams. P.S. A police officer came by just now for the letter. I told him I had already mailed it to you. This wasn't true, of course, but I felt somehow that it was crucial you see it first. It seems Scotland Yard requires it as evidence against the murderer. You will take it to them, but, oh, please make certain they allow you to have it back some day. You see, it is Carlotta's final words to me. So you wrote to her yourself, I remarked, setting the letter down. Why did you do that, Poirot, and why ask for the original of Carlotta Adams's letter? He was already leaning over the enclosed sheets. In truth, I could not say, Hastings, unless it is that I hoped against hope the original might somehow clarify the inexplicable. I don't see how you can argue with the content of that letter. Carlotta Adams gave it to her maid to post personally. There was no trickery involved, and it certainly reads as a perfectly genuine, ordinary piece of correspondence. Poirot sighed. I know, and that is precisely what makes it so maddening. Because Hastings, as it stands, that letter is an impossibility. That's absurd, but yes, it is so. You see, as I have reasoned it through, certain events must align. They follow one another with method and logic in a comprehensible sequence. And then arrives this letter, throwing the entire orderly procession into delightful chaos. It's almost as if the truth enjoys wearing a disguise, simply to mock the diligent observer. The facts simply do not align, so who is mistaken? Is it Hercule Poirot, or is it the letter itself? I ventured. As tactfully as I could, is it conceivable that Hercule Poirot might be the one in error? Poirot shot me a look of profound disapproval. There have been moments in my career where I have been mistaken. This is decidedly not one of them. Therefore, if the letter presents an impossibility, it must be impossible. Some crucial detail about this document eludes us. It is that detail I am determined to uncover. With that, he returned to his intense scrutiny of the letter, employing a small pocket microscope. As he finished examining each page, he handed it to me. Frankly, I could detect nothing out of the ordinary. The handwriting was firm and quite readable, matching word for word the version that had been telegraphed. Poirot let out a deep sigh. There is no forgery here, none at all. The entire document is in the same hand. And yet, because it remains, as I stated, an impossibility. He stopped abruptly. With a gesture of impatience, he asked for the pages back. I returned them, and he began his meticulous review once more. Suddenly, he gave a sharp cry. I had moved from the breakfast table to gaze out the window, but I turned sharply at the sound. Poirot was practically vibrating with excitement, his eyes gleaming with a cat-like intensity. His pointing finger trembled slightly. "Do you see, Hastings? Look here! Quickly! Come and see!" I hurried to his side. Before him was one of the middle sheets from the letter. To my eye, it looked perfectly ordinary. You do not see? All the other sheets have clean, even edges. They are single pages. But this one, look, one side is ragged. It has been torn. Do you understand now? This was originally a double sheet, which means, my friend, that an entire page of the letter is missing. I must have stared blankly, for his theory seemed to defy the letter's coherence. But that can't be. It reads perfectly sensibly. Precisely. That is the sheer cleverness of the scheme. Read it, and you will understand. It is perhaps best to imagine the page in question. You see now? Poirot pressed. The letter pauses where she is speaking of Captain Marsh. She expresses sympathy for him, and then writes, "He seemed to enjoy the performance immensely." Then, on the following sheet, she continues, "He remarked, but, my friend, a page is absent. The he on this new page may not refer to the he from the previous page at all. In fact, it does not. It refers to an entirely different man, the one who actually proposed that infamous practical joke. Notice after this point, the name is never mentioned again. Ah, it is brilliant somehow our murderer obtained this letter. It incriminated him. No doubt his first instinct was to destroy it entirely, but upon reading it again, he saw a more cunning alternative. Remove one page, and the letter can be twisted into a damning accusation against another person, a man who also possessed a motive for Lord Edgware's death. Ah, it was a gift, the icing on the cake, as you might say. He tears out that sheet and returns the letter. I looked at Poirot with a certain admiration, though I wasn't entirely convinced. It seemed equally plausible that Carlotta had simply used a leftover half-sheet of paper that was already torn. But Poirot was so transformed by triumphant joy that I hadn't the heart to suggest such a mundane possibility. He might, after all, be correct. I did, however, point out a couple of practical difficulties. But how did this man, whoever he is, get the letter in the first place? Miss Adams took it directly from her handbag and gave it to her maid to post. The maid was quite clear on that point. Therefore, we are left with two possibilities. Either the maid is lying, or, at some point that evening, Carlotta Adams met the murderer. I nodded in agreement. The latter seems far more probable. We still have no account of Carlotta Adams's whereabouts between leaving her flat and depositing her suitcase at Euston Station around 9 o'clock. During that interval, I'm convinced she met the murderer at a pre-arranged location. They likely shared a meal. He would have given her final instructions. The exact circumstances concerning the letter remain unclear, but the encounter itself is the missing piece. We can piece together a likely scenario. Perhaps she intended to mail it, carrying it in her hand, and set it down on the restaurant table. He spots the address and senses a threat. With a deft motion, he could have picked it up, invented a reason to step away, opened and read it, removed the crucial page, and then either returned it to the table or handed it to her as she departed, claiming she had dropped it. The precise mechanics aren't critical. What matters are two clear facts. Carlotta Adams encountered the killer that night either before Lord Edgware was killed or shortly after she left the corner house, allowing time for a brief meeting. I have a notion, perhaps mistaken, that the gold box was a gift from the murderer, a sentimental token of their initial connection. If that's true, then the murderer is the person we're calling D. The gold box seems irrelevant, I remarked. Consider this, Hastings. Carlotta Adams was not a user of veronal. Lucy Adams confirms it, and I believe it. She was a vibrant, healthy young woman with no interest in such substances. None of her friends or her maid recognized the box. So why was it found among her belongings after her death? To fabricate the impression that she was a long-term user for at least 6 months. Suppose she met the murderer after the crime, even for just a few minutes. They shared a drink, Hastings, to toast the success of their scheme. And into her glass he slipped enough veronal to guarantee she would never wake the next morning. It's monstrous, I said, with a shudder. Indeed, it was not a gentle act, Poirot replied dryly. After a moment, I asked, will you share this with Jap? Not yet. What evidence do I have? The excellent Jap would say, another flight of fancy. The girl simply wrote on a loose sheet of paper, and that would be that. I looked away, feeling somewhat responsible. What can one say? It's a possibility, but I know it didn't happen because the story requires that it did not. He paused, a dreamy look crossing his face. Imagine Hastings. If only that individual had possessed order and method, he would have used a blade to cut the sheet, not torn it, and we would have noticed nothing, absolutely nothing. So we conclude he has careless habits, I said, smiling. No, he may simply have been rushed. Observe the tear. It is very haphazard. Oh, undoubtedly he was pressed for time. He paused again, then added, there is one point I hope you appreciate. This man, this D, he must have established a very solid alibi for that evening. I don't see how he could have any alibi if he was first committing murder at Regent Gate and then meeting Carlotta Adams. Precisely, said Poirot. That is my meaning. He desperately needed an alibi, so without doubt he manufactured one. Another question, does his name truly begin with D, or does D represent a nickname by which she knew him? He lowered his voice. A man whose initial or nickname is D. We must find him, Hastings. Yes, we must find him. News from Paris. The next day brought an unexpected visitor. Geraldine Marsh was announced. My heart went out to her as Poirot greeted her and offered a chair. Her large, dark eyes seemed wider and more shadowed than ever, encircled by bruises of sleeplessness. Her face was terribly drawn and weary for someone so young, little more than a child, really. She had the fragile look of a bird caught in a storm, her hands trembling slightly in her lap. I've come to you, Mem Poirot, because I don't know how to continue. I am so terribly worried and distressed. Tell me, mademoiselle. His manner was gravely sympathetic. Ronald told me what you said to him that day, that dreadful day he was arrested. She shivered, wrapping her arms around herself as if suddenly cold. He told me you approached him just as he was saying he doubted anyone would believe him, and that you said, 'I believe you.' Is that accurate, Mr. Poirot?" "It is accurate, miss. Those were my words, but I meant, were they sincere? Did you actually believe his account?" She leaned forward, hands clasped tightly, her expression full of anxious hope. "The words were sincere," Poirot replied calmly. "I do not believe your cousin murdered Lord Edgware." "Oh!" Colour flushed her cheeks, her eyes widening. "Then you must think someone else is responsible." "Naturally, miss." He offered a faint smile. "Forgive me, I'm expressing myself poorly. What I mean is, you believe you might know who that someone is." She leaned in eagerly. "I have my own thoughts, of course, my suspicions, if you will. Won't you share them, please?" Poirot shook his head. "It could be premature, perhaps even unfair." "So you do have a definite person in mind?" He gave only a non-committal shake of his head. "If I just understood a bit more," the girl pleaded, "it would make everything clearer, and I might actually be able to assist you. Truly, I could be of help." Her appeal was disarming, yet Poirot continued to decline. "The Duchess of Merton remains convinced it was my stepmother," the girl mused aloud, casting a questioning glance his way. He showed no reaction, though I can scarcely see how that's possible. "What is your own opinion of your stepmother?" "Well, I hardly know her. I was away at school in Paris when my father remarried. By the time I returned, she was politely indifferent. She simply didn't notice I was there. I always thought her rather shallow and, frankly, mercenary." Poirot nodded. "You mentioned the Duchess of Merton. Have you spent much time with her?" "Yes. She has been exceptionally kind. These past 2 weeks, with all the dreadful gossip, the reporters, Ronald in prison. It's been unbearable," she shivered. "I've felt utterly alone, but the Duchess has been a steadfast support, and her son has been kind as well." "You like him? He's reserved, I think, rather formal, and not easy to know, but his mother speaks of him so often that I feel I understand him better than I actually do." "I see now. Tell me, you are fond of your cousin, Ronald?" "Of course." "I hadn't seen much of him these last 2 years, but before that he lived with us. I always thought he was wonderful, full of jokes and wild ideas. In our gloomy house he made all the difference." Poirot nodded sympathetically, then posed a question so blunt it startled me. "You do not wish to see him hanged, then?" "No, never." She shuddered violently. "If only it could be her, my stepmother, it must be. The Duchess insists it is." "Ah," said Poirot, "if only Captain Marsh had remained in the taxi. What then?" "Yes, or wait, what do you mean?" Her brow furrowed. "I'm not following. If he had not followed that man inside— By the way, did you hear anyone enter the house?" "No, I heard nothing. What did you do when you arrived home?" "I went straight upstairs to retrieve the pearls, you know." "Naturally. And that took you some time?" "Yes. I couldn't immediately locate the key to my jewel case. Isn't it always the way? The more you hurry, the slower things go." She paused, recalling the moment. "It was a while before I came back down, and then I found my cousin in the hall." "Coming from the library?" She swallowed hard. "I understand. It gave you quite a shock." "It did," she admitted, grateful for his gentle tone. "It startled me, you see." "Of course," Ronnie just said from behind me. "Hello, Dina. Got them, and it made me jump." "Yes," Poirot said softly. "As I remarked earlier, it is a pity he did not wait outside. Then the taxi driver could have sworn he never entered the house at all." She nodded in silent agreement. Her tears fell freely now, spotting the fabric of her dress. She rose, and Poirot took her hand. "You wish for me to save him, is that the heart of it?" "Yes. Oh, please. Yes, you cannot understand." She stood there, fighting to steady herself, her hands clenched tight.
Life has not been kind to you, mademoiselle, Poirot said softly. I see that. No, it has not been easy. Hastings, would you be so good as to find mademoiselle a cab? I escorted her downstairs and helped her into the taxi. By then she had regained her composure and thanked me with a quiet grace. Back upstairs, I found Poirot pacing the room, his forehead creased in concentration. He seemed troubled, and I was relieved when the telephone rang. Who is it? Ah, Jap. Bonjour, mon ami.
What does he say? I asked, moving closer. After a series of exclamations, Poirot spoke. Yes. And who collected it? Are they certain? The answer clearly disappointed him. His expression fell almost comically. You are sure? No, it is merely a small complication. Yes, I must reconsider my assumptions. Comment? All the same, my initial reasoning was sound. A detail, as you say. No, my opinion remains unchanged. I must ask you to make additional inquiries at restaurants near Regent Gate and Euston, Tottenham Court Road, and perhaps Oxford Street. Yes, a woman and a man, also in the vicinity of the Strand, just before midnight, comment. But of course I'm aware Captain Marsh was with the Dortheimers. Yet the world contains other people besides Captain Marsh. To say I have the head of a pig is not very polite. Nevertheless, oblige me in this, I beg of you. He hung up. Well? I pressed impatiently. Is it well, I wonder? He sighed. Hastings, that gold box was purchased in Paris. It was ordered by letter from a well-known Parisian shop that specializes in such items. The letter purported to be from a Lady Ackley, signed Constance Ackley. Naturally, no such person exists. It was received 2 days before the murder, requesting the writer's initials in rubies and a specific inscription inside. It was a rush order to be collected the following day, the day before the murder. And was it collected? Yes, it was collected and paid for in cash. Who collected it? I asked, my excitement rising. A woman, Hastings? A woman? I echoed, surprised. Mais oui, a woman, short, middle-aged, and wearing pince-nez. We stared at one another, utterly perplexed. Chapter 25. A luncheon engagement. I believe it was the following day that we attended the Whitburns' luncheon at Claridge's. Neither Poirot nor I were especially eager to go. In truth, it was about the 6th invitation we had received. Mrs. Whitburn was a persistent woman who adored celebrities. Undeterred by previous refusals, she finally offered such a wide selection of dates that surrender became our only option. Under the circumstances, we agreed the sooner we went and had done with it, the better. Poirot had been unusually quiet ever since the news from Paris. To all my questions on the matter, he gave the same reply. There is something here I do not comprehend. Once or twice I heard him murmur to himself. Pince-nez in Paris, pince-nez in Carlotta Adams' bag. I was actually grateful for the distraction of the luncheon. Young Donald Ross was there and greeted me cheerfully. With more men than women present, he was seated beside me. Jane Wilkinson sat almost directly across, and next to her, placed between her and Mrs. Whitburn, was the young Duke of Merton. I fancied, though it may have been my imagination, that he looked somewhat uncomfortable. The lively social atmosphere was, I suspected, not at all to his reserved taste. He was a deeply traditional, almost reactionary sort of fellow, a figure who felt misplaced in the modern era, as if he'd wandered out of a much older time. That he should be utterly smitten with someone as thoroughly contemporary as Jane Wilkinson struck me as one of those ironic twists life enjoys. Anyone could understand the initial attraction. Jane possessed a striking beauty, and her distinctively husky voice lent even the most ordinary remark a certain allure. Yet familiarity can dull the sharpest charms. I began to wonder if a dose of common sense was finally piercing the fog of his infatuation. A single, rather embarrassing slip from Jane herself gave me that idea. Someone had mentioned the judgment of Paris, and Jane's voice, lovely as it was, cut clearly through the room. "Paris?" she said brightly. Honestly, Paris isn't where it's at anymore. It's all about London and New York these days." Her words landed in a sudden quiet, creating one of those painfully awkward pauses. To my right, I heard Donald Ross suck in a sharp breath. Our hostess, Mrs. Whitburn, immediately launched into a loud discourse on Russian opera. Everyone else scrambled to start a conversation with their neighbour. Jane alone gazed placidly around the table, completely unaware she'd said anything out of the ordinary. It was then I glanced at the Duke. His lips were pressed into a tight line, a flush creeping up his neck, and he seemed to lean ever so slightly away from her. He must have gotten a sudden, unpleasant preview of the social pitfalls that could come with marrying a woman like Jane. In these situations, one often blurts the first thing that comes to mind. I turned to the titled lady on my left, who was deeply involved in organizing children's charity events.
"Who?" I asked. "Is that rather striking woman in the purple dress down there?" It was naturally her sister. After stammering through an apology, I turned to Ross, who replied in curt, one-word answers. Feeling somewhat snubbed on both sides, my attention shifted to Brian Martin, seated a little farther down on my side. He must have arrived late, as I hadn't noticed him before. He was leaning forward, chatting with great energy to a pretty blonde, and I was struck by how much better he looked.
The weary tension had left his face. He seemed younger, healthier, and was laughing freely. I didn't have long to observe, however, as my stout neighbour finally accepted my apology and embarked on a lengthy description of the upcoming children's matinee. Poirot had excused himself earlier for an appointment. Something to do with the curious case of a missing ambassador's boots, with a meeting set for 2:30. He asked me to convey his farewells to Mrs. Whitburn. As I waited for a chance to do so, she was engulfed in a cloud of departing guests, all exchanging effusive goodbyes. I felt a tap on my shoulder. It was young Ross. "Is M. Poirot still here? I need to speak with him." I explained Poirot had just left. Ross looked genuinely unsettled, studying him closer. I saw he was pale and tense, with a strange, uncertain look in his eyes. "Did you need to see him urgently?" I asked. He replied slowly, "I don't know." It was such an odd response that I simply stared at him. He flushed. "It sounds strange. I realize the truth is, something rather peculiar has happened. Something I can't make sense of. I thought M. Poirot might advise me. I don't wish to trouble him, but he looked so confused and troubled that I quickly reassured him. Poirot's at an appointment, I said, but I know he plans to be back by 5:00. Why not give him a call or drop by and see him? Thanks. You know, I think I will."
"How about 5:00? "I'd ring first," I suggested, "just to be sure he's in before you make the trip."
"Right. I'll do that. Thanks, Hastings. The thing is, I have a feeling this just might be rather significant." I gave a nod of agreement and turned back to where Mrs. Whitburn was offering sweet farewells and lifeless handshakes. Having fulfilled my social duty, I was about to slip away when a hand linked through my arm. "Don't run off," came a cheerful voice. It was Jenny Driver, looking exceptionally stylish, I might add. "Hello there," I said. "Where did you appear from? I was having lunch at the table right next to yours." "I completely missed you. How are things in the world of commerce?" "Absolutely thriving, thank you." "Those decorative plates selling well?" "Those art pieces, as you so bluntly call them, are moving splendidly." Once everyone is thoroughly stocked up with them, the real intrigue begins. Imagine a small feathered adornment worn prominently right on the brow. "Sounds utterly ruthless," I remarked. "Not in the least. Someone has to support the poor ostriches. They're all out of work these days." She laughed and began to move off. "Goodbye. I'm giving myself the afternoon off, going for a drive in the countryside." "An excellent idea," I said with approval. "It's positively suffocating in the city today." I took a leisurely stroll home through the park, arriving around 4. Poirot had not yet returned. It was nearly 5 when he came in, eyes twinkling and evidently in fine spirits. "I observe, my friend," I commented, "that you have successfully trailed the diplomatic footwear. A case of cocaine smuggling, most ingenious. For the past hour I have been inside a ladies' beauty salon. There was a young woman there with reddish hair who would have undoubtedly captivated your impressionable heart. Poirot remains convinced of my particular weakness for auburn hair. I saw no point in debating it. The telephone rang. "That's likely Donald Ross," I said, crossing to answer it. "Donald Ross?" "Yes, the young man we met in Chiswick. He wishes to consult you about something." I lifted the receiver. "Hello, Captain Hastings speaking. It was Ross. Oh, hello, Hastings. Is Poirot back?" "Yes, he's here now. Would you like to speak with him, or are you planning to come over?" "It's nothing too major. I can tell him just as easily on the phone." "Very well. Hold the line." Poirot stepped forward and took the receiver. I stood close enough to hear the faint, eager tone of Ross's voice. "Poirot?" The voice sounded charged with excitement. "Yes, speaking. Listen, I don't mean to trouble you, but there's something that strikes me as a bit odd. It's related to Lord Edgware's death." I saw Poirot's posture stiffen. Go on. It may sound like nonsense to you." No, tell me regardless." "It was Paris that got me thinking. You see, very faintly I heard the sound of a doorbell." "Just a moment," said Ross. There was a clunk as the receiver was set down. We waited. Poirot held the mouthpiece. I stood beside him, and we waited. 2 minutes passed, then 3, 4, 5. Poirot shifted his weight uneasily. He glanced up at the clock. Then he worked the hook and spoke to the operator. He turned to me, his expression grim. "The receiver remains off the hook, but there is no answer. They cannot raise a response. Quickly, Hastings, find Ross's address in the directory. We must go there immediately." A short while later, we were hailing a taxi. Poirot's face was solemn. "I fear the worst, Hastings," he said. "I truly fear it. You can't mean—" I began, then stopped. "We are dealing with an individual who has acted twice already. Such a person will not scruple to act a third time. He is cornered, twisting and turning, like a trapped rat, fighting for survival. Ross represented a danger. Therefore, Ross would be removed." Was what he knew truly so critical, I asked, uncertain. He didn't seem to think it was. Then he was mistaken. Clearly, what he had to communicate was of the utmost importance. But how could anyone have known he had information? "He spoke to you, you said there, at Claridge's, surrounded by people." "It was sheer madness. Why on earth didn't you bring him back with you? You should have kept him safe, allowed no one near him until I could hear what he had to say." I could barely form the words. I never imagined, I never considered. Poirot cut me off with a swift gesture. "Do not torment yourself. How could you have known? I would have sensed it. The killer Hastings possesses the cunning of a fox and a heart of stone. Will this journey never end?" We finally arrived. Ross occupied a first-floor apartment in a large Kensington square. A small card in the slot by the bell confirmed the address. The main door was unlocked inside. A broad staircase led upward. "So simple to enter, no one to notice," Poirot muttered, taking the steps 2 at a time. On the first landing, a partition wall held a narrow door with a Yale lock, Ross's card fixed squarely in its centre. We stopped. An absolute silence enveloped everything. I pressed the door. It swung open unexpectedly. We stepped into a cramped hallway with one door ajar to the side and another directly ahead, leading into what was clearly the living room. We entered. The space was half of a divided front parlour, furnished plainly, yet comfortably, and it was empty. On a small side table, the telephone sat with its receiver off the hook. Poirot moved forward quickly, his eyes scanning the room, then shook his head. "Not here. Come." We turned back into the hall and passed through the other doorway. It was a small dining room there. Slumped across the table, having fallen sideways from his chair, was Ross. Poirot leaned over him. When he straightened, his face was pale. "He is dead, stabbed at the base of the skull." The events of that afternoon imprinted themselves on my mind like a waking nightmare. A dreadful weight of responsibility settled upon me. Much later that evening, alone with Poirot, I finally poured out my bitter self-accusations. He responded at once. "No, my friend, you must not blame yourself. How could you have suspected? The good Lord did not gift you with a suspicious nature from the start, but you would have suspected. That is a different matter. All my life, you understand, I have pursued murderers. I know how, each time the impulse to kill grows stronger, until at last, for the most trivial of reasons, he stopped abruptly. He had been unusually quiet since our grim discovery, through the arrival of the police, the questioning of other tenants, the 100 dreadful formalities that follow a murder. Poirot had remained detached, strangely silent, with a distant, speculative look in his eyes. Now that same faraway expression returned. "We have no time for regrets, Hastings. No time for if only that poor young man had something to tell us. And we now know that something must have been of immense importance, otherwise he would still be alive. Since he can no longer speak, we must deduce. We must deduce with only one small clue to guide us." "Paris," I said. "Precisely, Paris." He rose and began to pace. "Paris has been mentioned several times in this affair, but unfortunately in different contexts. There is the word Paris engraved inside the gold box. Paris, last November. Miss Adams was there then. Perhaps Ross was as well. Was there someone else there whom Ross knew? Someone he saw with Miss Adams under rather peculiar circumstances? It was the sort of detail that could haunt a man, make him restless, until he finally decided to unburden himself. "We can never know," I said, feeling utterly defeated. "On the contrary, we can know. We shall know. The power of the human mind, Hastings, is nearly without limit." What other mentions of Paris connect to this case? There is the short woman with the pince-nez who collected the box from the Paris jeweller. Was she known to Ross? The Duke of Merton was in Paris when the crime was committed. Paris, 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 and Lord Edgware was planning to go to Paris. Ah, perhaps we have something there. Was he killed to prevent that trip? He sat down again, his brows knitted tightly together. I could almost sense the intensity of his focus, a palpable force in the quiet room. "What exactly occurred at that luncheon?" he murmured, almost to himself. Some offhand remark must have revealed to Donald Ross the importance of a piece of information he already held. Something he hadn't previously understood was vital. Was France discussed? Or perhaps Paris, specifically from your section of the table? The word Paris was mentioned, though not in a relevant context, I replied. I recounted Jane Wilkinson's unfortunate slip of the tongue. "That may well be the key," he said thoughtfully. "The word Paris alone could be enough, if it connected with something else already in his mind. But what was that other element? What was Ross looking at, or speaking about, the moment that word was said? He had been discussing old Scottish superstitions. And where were his eyes focused? I can't be certain. I believe he was gazing toward the head of the table where Mrs. Whitburn was seated. And who was beside her? The Duke of Merton, then Jane Wilkinson, then a gentleman I didn't recognize, Monsieur le Duc. It is possible his attention was on the Duke when Paris was spoken. Recall, the Duke was supposedly in Paris when the crime occurred. Imagine if Ross suddenly remembered a detail suggesting Merton was not actually there. My dear Poirot, That's incredible. Yes, you find it absurd. So would anyone, did the Duke possess a motive? A powerful one, without question. But to imagine he carried it out, oh, it seems unthinkable. He is immensely wealthy, of impeccable standing, renowned for his noble character. No one would scrutinize his alibi too rigorously. And yet, to fabricate an alibi at a grand hotel is not so difficult. A quick crossing, a return. It could be managed. Tell me, Hastings, did Ross react when Paris was mentioned? Did he show any sign? I do recall he inhaled quite sharply. And his manner when he spoke to you afterward, was it perplexed, uncertain? That describes it perfectly. Précisément. An idea struck him. He found it ludicrous. Absurd, and yet he hesitated to voice it. First, he intended to consult me, but alas, by the time he resolved to speak, I had already departed. If only he had said a bit more to me, I lamented. Yes, if only who was near you at that moment? Well, practically everyone. They were bidding farewell to Mrs. Woodburn. I didn't take particular note. Poirot rose once more. Have I been entirely mistaken? He murmured, resuming his pacing. All this time could I have been wrong? I watched him with sympathy. The precise thoughts racing through his mind remained a mystery to me. Close as an oyster, Japp had called him, and the Scotland Yard inspector's description was apt. I only knew he was now engaged in a fierce internal debate. At the very least, I offered, this murder cannot be pinned on Ronald Marsh. A point in his favour, my friend said absently, but that is not our immediate concern. Abruptly, he sat down again. I cannot be completely wrong. Hastings, do you recall that I once formulated 5 specific questions? I have a vague memory of it. They were, why did Lord Edgware suddenly change his mind regarding the divorce? What explains the letter he claimed to have sent his wife, which she insists she never received? Why was there such an expression of fury on his face when we left his house that day? What was a pair of pince-nez doing in Carlotta Adams' handbag? And why did someone telephone Lady Edgware at Chiswick only to hang up immediately? Yes, those were the questions, I said. I remember now. Hastings, I have long harboured a certain theory, a notion of the individual behind it all. 3 of those questions I have answered, and the answers align with my theory. But 2 of the questions, Hastings, I cannot answer. You see what that implies? Either I am wrong about the person, and it cannot be that individual, or my reasoning is flawed in a way I have yet to uncover. The solution to those 2 unanswerable questions might have been staring me in the face this whole time. What do you think, Hastings? Which possibility is it? He stood up, walked to his desk, and unlocked a drawer to retrieve the letter Lucy Adams had mailed him from the States. Inspector Japp had allowed him to hold on to it for a couple of days. Poirot placed the letter on the table and leaned over it, studying every line. Time passed. I stifled a yawn and reached for a book. It seemed unlikely he would uncover anything new. We had examined that letter repeatedly. Even if the man mentioned wasn't Ronald Marsh, there was simply nothing to indicate who else it could be. I flipped through the pages of my novel. I might have drifted off all at once. Poirot let out a soft exclamation. I jerked upright. He was staring at me, his eyes gleaming with an intense, almost luminous green light. Hastings, my friend. What is it? What's happened? Recall what I said earlier, that an orderly, methodical killer would have cut this page, not torn it. Yes, I remember. I was mistaken. This entire crime has been executed with meticulous order and method. The page had to be torn. It could not have been cut. Look for yourself. I leaned in to look. Well, do you see? I shook my head. You mean he was rushed? Whether he was rushed or not is irrelevant. Do you not understand? That page required tearing. I still didn't see it. Poirot's voice dropped to a hushed, fervent tone. I have been a fool. I have been blind. But now, the path is clear. Chapter 27. A Matter of Eyeglasses. A moment later, his mood shifted entirely. He leapt to his feet. I jumped up as well, utterly confused but ready to follow. We will hail a cab. It is only 9 o'clock. Not too late to pay a call. I hurried down the stairs behind him. Who are we going to see? We are going to Regent Gate. I decided silence was wisest. Poirot, I could see, was in no state for questions. His usual composure was gone, replaced by a palpable, nervous energy in the taxi. His fingers drummed incessantly on his knees. I turned over every phrase of Carlotta Adams's letter to her sister in my mind, by now nearly memorized. I replayed Poirot's words about the torn page, but it was useless to me. They made no sense at all. Why had to be torn? I couldn't grasp it. A new butler admitted us at Regent Gate. Poirot asked for Miss Carroll. As we followed him upstairs, I found myself wondering, not for the first time, where the previous footman, the so-called Greek god, had vanished. The police had turned up nothing. A chill passed through me at the thought that he, too, might be lying dead somewhere. The sight of Miss Carroll, brisk, tidy, and supremely sensible, snapped me out of these grim thoughts. She was visibly surprised to see Poirot. "I am relieved to find you still in residence, mademoiselle," Poirot said, bowing over her hand. "I feared you might have already departed." "Geraldine insisted I stay," Miss Carroll replied. "She pleaded with me, and truly, at a time like this, the poor girl needs someone. If nothing else, she needs a buffer, and I can assure you, I'm... Mademoiselle, I have always considered you the very model of efficiency. It is an admirable quality and a rare one. Miss Marsh, now she does not possess that practical turn of mind. She's a dreamer, Miss Carroll stated bluntly. Always has been, completely impractical. Lucky for her she doesn't need to earn a living. Indeed, but I don't suppose you came here to discuss practicality. What can I do for you, Madame Poirot? I don't think Poirot appreciated being steered so directly to the point. He usually preferred a more roundabout approach. With Miss Carroll, however, such tactics were futile. She peered at him sharply through her sturdy spectacles, waiting. I need to ask a few specific questions, and I'm confident in your memory, Miss Carroll. A secretary wouldn't be much good if you couldn't, she replied with a sharp look. Was Lord Edgware in Paris last November? He was. Can you provide the exact dates? I'll have to check my records. She stood, unlocked a desk drawer, and retrieved a leather-bound appointment book. Flipping through the pages, she found the entry. He travelled to Paris on November 3rd and returned on the 7th. He made a second trip from November 20th through December 4th. Is there something else? There is. What was the purpose of his visits? The first was to view a collection of statuettes coming up for auction. He was considering a purchase. The second trip had no specific business agenda that I was aware of. Did Miss Marsh accompany her father on either trip? Absolutely not. Lord Edgware would never have considered it. She was at a Paris convent school during that period, and I sincerely doubt he visited her or took her out. It would have been most out of character. You did not go with him? No, I did not. She studied him intently for a moment. Why are you asking me all this, Meme Poirot? What exactly are you trying to find out? Poirot sidestepped her question. Miss Marsh seems quite devoted to her cousin, wouldn't you say? Really, Meme Poirot, I fail to see how that is any of your concern. She came to see me recently. Were you aware of that? No, I was not. She appeared genuinely surprised. What did she say? She conveyed, without stating it directly, a deep affection for him. If she told you that herself, why ask me? Because I value your perspective. Miss Carroll decided to answer. In my opinion, she's always been far too attached to him. You do not care for the current Lord Edgware. I didn't say that. Let's just say I find him frivolous. He has charm, I'll grant you that. He can talk his way around anyone, but I would prefer to see Geraldine take an interest in someone with more substance. Someone like the Duke of Merton, perhaps. I don't know the Duke personally. At least he appears to take his responsibilities seriously, though he's currently infatuated with that actress, Jane Wilkinson. His mother, oh, I'm sure his mother would prefer he marry Geraldine, but what good does that do? Sons never want to marry the girls their mothers choose. Do you believe Miss Marsh's cousin returns her feelings? His feelings hardly matter, given his current situation. You believe, then, that he will be found guilty? No, I don't believe he did it. She left the implication hanging in the air. I must not take up any more of your time. Poirot stood to leave. Before I go, did you know Carlotta Adams? I saw her perform. She was very talented. Yes, she was clever indeed. He seemed lost in thought. Ah, I've left my gloves. As he leaned forward to retrieve them from the table, his sleeve caught the chain of Miss Carroll's pince-nez, sending them clattering to the floor. Poirot hastily gathered them along with his gloves, offering a stream of flustered apologies. I must apologize again for the intrusion, he concluded. I had a notion there might be a clue in a disagreement Lord Edgware had with someone last year, which prompted my questions about Paris. A long shot, I fear, but the young lady was so remarkably certain her cousin was innocent, positively adamant. Well, good evening, and thank you for your patience. We had nearly reached the door when Miss Carroll's voice stopped us. Mame Poirot, these aren't my glasses. I can't see a thing through them.
What's that?
Poirot stared. Then his face broke into a sheepish smile. What a fool I am! My own glasses must have fallen from my pocket when I bent down. The two pairs looked so similar, the glasses were exchanged with polite smiles, and we finally made our exit. As we stepped into the cool evening air, Poirot hummed a quiet, satisfied tune, a detail not present in our original conversation. "Poirot," I remarked, once we were back on the sidewalk, "you don't actually wear glasses." He gave me one of his brilliant smiles. "Astute, you grasp the matter with impressive speed." Those were the pince-nez from Carlotta Adams' handbag, weren't they? "Precisely. Why did you suspect they might belong to Miss Carroll?" Poirot offered a slight shrug. "She is, conveniently, the sole person in this affair who uses them. And yet they aren't hers," I mused. "Or so she claims. You were a distrustful old soul." "Not at all. I believe she told the truth. Had she not, she likely would have noticed the exchange. I executed it with considerable finesse, my friend. We continued our aimless stroll. I proposed a cab, but Poirot declined. "I require thought, Hastings. The motion of walking assists the mental process." I let it be. The night was warm and oppressive, and I felt no urgency to return home. "Were your questions about Paris merely a diversion?" I inquired. "Not entirely. We still haven't unravelled the meaning of that initial D," I said thoughtfully. "It's strange that no one connected has a D in their name, first or last, except, oh, wait, that is odd, except for Donald Ross himself. And he is deceased." "Yes," Poirot replied, his tone suddenly grave. "He is dead." The memory of another night-time walk, with three of us together, surfaced sharply. I caught my breath. "Good heavens, Poirot," I said. "Do you recall?" "Recall what, my friend?" "What Ross said about 13 at a table, and he was the first to rise." Poirot was silent. A superstitious chill, uncomfortable, yet undeniable, settled over me. "It's eerie," I murmured. "You must admit it's eerie. Pardon?" "I said it's eerie about Ross and the 13. "Poirot, what are you thinking about?" To my complete astonishment, and I confess a degree of irritation, Poirot was suddenly overcome with laughter. He shook with it, gasping for breath, as if privy to some exquisite private joke. "What on earth is so funny?" I demanded. Oh, he managed. "It is nothing, merely a riddle I heard recently. I shall share it. What has 2 legs, feathers and barks like a dog?" "A chicken, obviously," I said wearily. "That's a nursery staple. You are far too knowledgeable, Hastings." "You should say, 'I do not know,' then I would say. 'A chicken,' and you would protest, 'But a chicken does not bark like a dog.' To which I would reply, 'Ah, I included that to increase the difficulty.'" His eyes sparkled with sudden intensity. "Consider, Hastings, if that is our explanation for the letter D, what absolute nonsense. To most, yes, but to a certain type of mind, oh, if only I had someone I could consult." We were passing a large cinema, its crowds spilling onto the pavement, buzzing with conversations about their lives, their dates, and occasionally the film they'd just seen. We crossed the busy street amid a group. I adored it. A young woman sighed to her companion. "Brian Martin is simply marvellous. I see every picture he's in. The way he rode down that mountainside to deliver the documents in time." Her escort was less impressed. The plot was idiotic. If they'd just had the sense to question Ellis immediately, which any sensible person would have done, the rest was lost. Reaching the opposite curb, I turned and froze. Poirot had stopped dead in the centre of the road, buses bearing down on him from both directions. I instinctively covered my eyes. There was a screech of brakes and a stream of colourful language from a driver. With surreal calm, Poirot proceeded to the sidewalk, looking like a man in a trance. "Poirot?" I cried, grabbing his arm. "Have you lost your mind?" "No, mon ami. It was merely that something came to me there in that exact instant. A spectacularly poor instant for inspiration, I said, my heart still pounding. It nearly was your last, no matter. Ah, my friend, he breathed, his expression transformed. I have been blind, deaf, utterly insensible. Now I see the answers, all of them. Yes, every single question. Yes, I see it all now. So simple, so utterly childlike in its simplicity. Chapter 28. Poirot poses some inquiries. Our walk back was a strange one. Poirot was obviously pursuing a specific chain of reasoning in his own head. Every so often he would mutter a word under his breath. I managed to catch a couple of them. At one point he said candles, and later he uttered something that sounded like dozen, I suppose. If I had been truly clever, I would have grasped the direction of his thoughts. The path was really quite obvious, but at that moment it all seemed like nonsense to me. The instant we arrived home, he dashed to the telephone. He called the Savoy Hotel and asked to speak to Lady Edgware. "No chance, old fellow," I said, somewhat amused. "Poirot, as I have frequently reminded him, is among the most uninformed men alive." "Haven't you heard?" I continued. "She's performing in a new play. She'll be at the theatre. It's only 10:30. Poirot ignored me completely. He was talking to the hotel clerk, who was clearly informing him of the very facts I had just shared. "Ah, is that so? In that case I should like to speak with Lady Edgware's maid." A connection was made within minutes. "Is this Lady Edgware's maid? This is Monsieur Poirot speaking. Monsieur Hercule Poirot, you remember me, I trust?" "Very good, now you must understand. A matter of great importance has come up. I would like you to come and see me immediately. But yes, it is most urgent. I will give you the address. Listen carefully." He repeated it twice, then hung up the receiver with a pensive expression. "What is the plan?" I asked, my curiosity piqued. "Do you actually have some new information?" "No, Hastings. It is she who will provide me with the information." "What information?" "Information concerning a particular individual." "Jane Wilkinson." "Oh, as for her, I possess all the information I require. I know her backwards and forwards, as you might say." "Who, then?" Poirot offered me one of his supremely annoying smiles and instructed me to wait and see. He then busied himself fussily tidying the room. 10 minutes later, the maid arrived. She appeared slightly nervous and unsure. A small, tidy figure dressed in black, she glanced about the room with uncertainty. Poirot hurried forward. "Ah, you have come. That is most kind. Sit here, please, Mademoiselle Ellis, I believe?" "Yes, sir. Ellis." She settled into the chair Poirot had placed for her. She sat with her hands folded in her lap, her eyes moving between the two of us. Her pale, thin face was perfectly composed, and her lips were pressed tightly together. "To begin, Miss Ellis, how long have you been in Lady Edgware's employ?" 3 years, sir. Just as I suspected. You are well acquainted with her personal matters." Ellis did not respond. She looked disapproving. "What I mean to say is, you likely have a clear sense of who might wish her harm." Ellis compressed her lips even more. "A great many women have tried to do her a nasty turn, sir. Yes, they've all been against her, full of petty envy. Her own sex did not care for her. No, sir. She is far too beautiful, and she invariably gets what she desires. There is a tremendous amount of petty jealousy in the acting world." "And what of men?" A sour smile touched Ellis's withered features. "She can twist the gentleman around her little finger, sir. And that's the plain truth." "I concur," said Poirot, smiling. "Yet even allowing for that, I can imagine certain situations developing." He stopped abruptly. Then he continued in a different tone. "You are acquainted with Mr. Brian Martin, the film actor?" "Oh, yes, sir." "Quite well. Extremely well, sir. I believe I am correct in stating that, a little less than a year ago, Mr. Brian Martin was profoundly in love with your mistress. Head over heels, sir. And it's is, not was, if you want my opinion. He believed at that time she would marry him. Is that right? Yes, sir. Did she ever give serious consideration to marrying him? She thought about it, sir. If she could have obtained her freedom from his lordship, I believe she would have married him. And then, I suppose, the Duke of Merton entered the picture. Yes, sir. He was travelling on a tour through the United States. Lady Edgware met him at a charity gala in New York, and his interest was immediate and quite intense. It rather turned her head, to be honest, all that aristocratic attention. It was a classic case of love at first sight for him. And that was the end of Brian Martin's hopes. Ellis gave a nod. Naturally, Mr. Martin had amassed a considerable fortune, she continued, but the Duke of Merton offered social standing as well. Her ladyship places a very high value on such standing as the Duchess. She would have been among the most prominent women in the country. There was a self-satisfied tone in the maid's voice that I found rather entertaining. So Mr. Brian Martin was, as they say, rejected. Did he take it hard? He carried on in a dreadful way, sir. I see. He once threatened her with a pistol. And the scenes he created, it frightened me. Truly it did. He was drinking heavily, too. He seemed to fall completely apart. But he eventually settled down, I suppose. So it appeared, sir. Yet he kept hanging about, and I didn't care for the look in his eye. I warned her ladyship about it, but she only laughed. She's the sort who gets a thrill from wielding her influence, if you take my meaning. Yes, Poirot replied thoughtfully. I believe I understand your meaning perfectly. We haven't seen nearly as much of him recently, sir. A good thing, in my opinion. I'm hoping he's starting to get over it. Perhaps. Something in Poirot's delivery of that single word seemed to alarm her. She asked with concern, You don't think she's in any danger, sir? On the contrary, said Poirot gravely. I believe she is in very great danger. But she has engineered that danger for herself. His hand, moving absently along the mantel, brushed against a vase of roses and sent it tipping over. Water cascaded over Ellis's face and hair. I had rarely known Poirot to be so awkward, and I inferred from it that his mind was in a state of considerable turmoil. He was terribly apologetic, rushing for a towel, carefully helping the maid dry her face and neck, and offering a stream of regrets. Eventually, a banknote was discreetly passed to her, and he saw her to the door, thanking her profusely for her kindness in coming. But it is still early, he remarked, checking the clock. You will be back before your mistress returns.
Oh, that's perfectly all right, sir. She is dining out tonight, I believe, and in any case, she never expects me to wait up unless she gives me special instructions. Abruptly, Poirot veered onto a new subject. Mademoiselle, forgive me, but you are favouring one foot. It's nothing, sir. My feet are just a bit sore. Corns? Murmured Poirot in the sympathetic tone of one sufferer to another. Corns, it seemed, were indeed the trouble.
Poirot launched into a detailed recommendation for a certain remedy which, he claimed, worked miracles. Finally, Ellis took her leave. My curiosity was brimming. Well, Poirot, I pressed. What now? He smiled at my impatience. Nothing more tonight, my friend. Early tomorrow morning, we will telephone Jap. We will ask him to come by. We will also telephone Mr. Brian Martin. I believe he may be able to tell us something of considerable interest. Furthermore, I wish to settle a small debt I owe him. Is that so? I glanced at Poirot sideways. He was smiling to himself in that peculiar way of his. In any event, I said, you can't possibly suspect him of murdering Lord Edgware, not after what we've just heard. That would be playing right into Jane's hands in the most extreme way. Killing off the husband just so the lady can marry another man seems a bit too selfless for any fellow. What penetrating insight! Now, don't be sarcastic, I said, somewhat irritated. And what on earth are you fiddling with over there? Poirot held up the object in question. With the pince-nez of the good Ellis, my friend, she left them behind. Nonsense. She was wearing them on her nose when she went out. He shook his head gently. Incorrect, entirely incorrect. What she had on, my dear Hastings, were the very pair of pince-nez we discovered in Carlotta Adams's handbag. I drew a sharp breath. The task of telephoning Inspector Japp the next morning fell to me. His voice sounded rather gloomy. "Oh, it's you, Captain Hastings. What's the news now?" I relayed Poirot's invitation. "Come round at 11? I suppose I could manage it. He hasn't turned up anything to help us with young Ross's death, has he? I don't mind admitting we could use a solid lead. We haven't found a single clue. A most puzzling affair, Captain Hastings," I remarked casually. "I believe he has some news for you. He appears quite satisfied with himself, at any rate." "Well, I can't say I share the feeling." "Very well, I'll be there." My next duty was to telephone Brian Martin. I relayed the instructed message that Poirot had uncovered something of interest he believed Mr. Martin would wish to hear. When pressed for details, I claimed ignorance. Poirot had not taken me into his confidence. There was a brief silence. "All right," Brian finally replied. "I'll come." He hung up. Shortly after, somewhat to my surprise, Poirot himself called Jenny Driver, requesting her presence as well. His manner was subdued and serious. I asked no questions. Brian Martin arrived first. He appeared in good health and spirits, yet there was, perhaps only in my imagination, a faint trace of unease. Jenny Driver followed almost immediately. She seemed taken aback to see Brian, and his expression mirrored her surprise. Poirot offered chairs and urged them to sit. He checked his watch. "Inspector Japp should be here momentarily, I expect." "Inspector Japp?" Brian sounded startled. "Yes, I invited him to join us, informally, as a friend." "I see." He fell silent. Jenny shot him a quick look before turning away. She seemed rather distracted this morning. A moment later, Japp entered. He was, I thought, slightly surprised to find Brian Martin and Jenny Driver present, but he showed no sign. He greeted Poirot with his customary humour. "All right, M. Poirot, what's this all about?"
"Got another one of your brilliant theories, I suppose?"
Poirot smiled at him. No, nothing brilliant. Merely a little story, quite straightforward, so straightforward I am embarrassed not to have seen it immediately. With your permission, I wish to walk you through the case from the very beginning." Japp sighed and glanced at his watch. "If you keep it under an hour," he began. "Set your mind at ease," said Poirot. "It will take far less time. You wish to know, do you not, the identity of the person who killed Lord Edgware, who killed Miss Adams, who killed Donald Ross?" "I'd certainly like to know about the last one," Japp said cautiously. "Listen, and you shall know everything. See, I am going to be humble." A highly unlikely prospect, I thought sceptically. "I will show you every misstep, how I was deceived, how I displayed a gross lack of perception, how it required a conversation with my friend Hastings and an off-hand comment from a perfect stranger to set me on the correct path." He paused, cleared his throat, and began in what I termed his lecturing tone. "I will start at the supper party at the Savoy. Lady Edgware approached me and requested a private word. She expressed a desire to be rid of her husband. At the conclusion of our talk, she said somewhat imprudently, I thought that she might have to take a taxi and kill him herself. Those words were overheard by Mr. Brian Martin, who entered at that very moment. He turned abruptly. Is that not correct? We all heard her, the actor confirmed, the Widburns, Marsh, Carlotta, everyone. Oh, I concur entirely. Eh bien, I had no opportunity to forget Lady Edgware's words. Mr. Brian Martin called on me the following morning for the express purpose of ensuring I remembered them. That's not true at all, Brian Martin protested angrily. I came, Poirot raised a hand. You came ostensibly to tell me a preposterous tale about being followed. A story a child could have seen through. You likely borrowed it from an outdated film. A girl whose consent you needed, a man you recognized by a gold tooth. Mon ami, no young man would sport a gold tooth nowadays. It is simply not done, especially in America. The gold tooth is a hopelessly antiquated piece of dentistry. Oh, it was all of a piece, ridiculous. Having delivered your absurd story, you proceeded to the real objective of your visit, to poison my mind against Lady Edgware. To be perfectly clear, you are laying the groundwork for the moment she kills her husband. I have no idea what you mean, Brian Martin mumbled, his face ashen. You mock the possibility that he would consent to a divorce. You assume my meeting with him is scheduled for the following day, but the arrangement is altered. I visit him that very morning, and he does in fact agree to the divorce. Any potential motive for Lady Edgware to commit a crime vanishes into thin air. What's more, he informs me he has already written to her stating exactly that, but Lady Edgware insists she never received such a letter. So either she's lying, her husband is lying, or someone intercepted it. But who, now I ask myself? Why does Mr. Brian Martin go to the trouble of coming to tell me all these falsehoods? What inner force compels him? And I form a notion, sir, that you have been desperately in love with that woman. Lord Edgware mentions his wife, told him she wished to marry an actor. Let us suppose that was true, but then the lady has a change of heart. By the time Lord Edgware's letter agreeing to the divorce arrives, it is another man she desires to marry. Not you. That would provide a reason, then, for you to suppress that letter. You will have your chance to speak all you wish shortly, for now you will listen to me. So what then would be your state of mind? You, a pampered star accustomed to getting your own way. As I see it, a kind of thwarted rage, a burning desire to inflict the greatest possible harm upon Lady Edgware. And what greater harm could you do her than to have her accused, perhaps even executed for murder? Good heavens! Exclaimed Japp. Poirot turned to him. But yes, that was the small idea beginning to form in my mind. Several details came to support it. Carlotta Adams had two close male companions, Captain Marsh and Brian Martin. It was possible then that Brian Martin, a wealthy man, was the one who proposed the deception and offered her $10,000 to carry it out. It always seemed improbable to me that Miss Adams could have genuinely believed Ronald Marsh would have $10,000 to give her. She knew his finances were desperate. Brian Martin presented a far more plausible solution. I didn't, I tell you, the film actor rasped out, when the essence of Miss Adams' letter to her sister was cabled from Washington. Oh, dear me, I was terribly distressed. It appeared my reasoning was entirely mistaken, but later I made a discovery. The actual letter itself was sent to me, and instead of being complete, a page was missing. Therefore, he might refer to someone other than Captain Marsh. There was one additional piece of evidence. Captain Marsh, upon his arrest, distinctly claimed he thought he saw Brian Martin entering the house, coming from an accused man that carried little weight. Also, Mr. Martin had an alibi, that naturally it was to be expected. If Mr. Martin committed the murder, establishing an alibi was absolutely essential. That alibi was confirmed by one person only, Miss Driver. What about it? The girl said sharply. Nothing, miss, said Poirot, smiling, except that on that same day I observed you having lunch with Mr. Martin, and that you subsequently took the trouble to approach me and attempt to persuade me that your friend Miss Adams was particularly interested in Ronald Marsh, not as I was certain was the case in Brian Martin.
That's absolutely untrue, the film star declared firmly. You may have been unaware of it, sir, said Poirot calmly, but I believe it was true. It explains, as nothing else could, her feeling of animosity toward Lady Edgware. That dislike was on your behalf. You had confided in her all about your rejection, had you not? Well, yes, I felt I had to talk to someone, and she was sympathetic? Yes, she was sympathetic. I noticed it myself. So then, what happens next?
Ronald Marsh is arrested immediately. Your spirits lift. Any anxiety you may have been feeling is over. In fact, you were so relieved you even took a spontaneous drive up the coast that afternoon, a detail you curiously omitted earlier simply to clear your head. Though your scheme fell apart when Lady Edgware decided at the last minute not to attend the party, someone else ended up taking the blame, lifting the weight of suspicion from your shoulders. Then, over lunch, you overheard Donald Ross, that amiable but not terribly sharp young man, say something to Hastings that suggested you might not be as secure as you thought. That's a lie. The actor shouted, his face slick with sweat, eyes wide with terror. I heard nothing, nothing at all. I did nothing. What came next was perhaps the morning's most stunning moment. That is perfectly true, Poirot said calmly. And I hope you have been adequately chastised for bringing me Hercule, Poirot. Such an absurd and fabricated tale. We were all left breathless. Poirot went on, his tone almost reflective. You see, I am revealing all my errors to you. There were 5 questions I had posed to myself. Hastings is aware of them. The answers to 3 aligned quite neatly. Who had concealed that letter? Brian Martin addressed that point rather convincingly. Another question was, what prompted Lord Edgware to abruptly reverse his position and consent to a divorce? I had a theory about that. Either he wished to remarry, though I found no evidence of it, or some form of coercion was at play. Lord Edgware had unusual inclinations. It was possible that compromising information about him had surfaced which, while not grounds for an English divorce, could still be wielded by his wife as leverage, paired with the threat of public exposure. I believe that is what occurred. Lord Edgware wished to avoid open scandal tarnishing his name. He yielded, though his rage at being forced to do so was visible in the murderous expression on his face when he believed himself unobserved. This also clarifies why he was so quick to say, not because of anything in the letter, even before I had suggested it might be the reason. 2 questions remained. The matter of an unusual pair of pince-nez in Miss Adams' handbag that did not belong to her. And the question of why Lady Edgware received a telephone call while she was dining at Chiswick. I could not connect Mr. Brian Martin to either of these points in any way. I was therefore compelled to conclude that either I was mistaken about Mr. Martin or mistaken about the questions. In frustration, I examined Miss Adams' letter once more with great care, and I discovered something. Yes, I found it. Look for yourselves. Here is the letter. You see the sheet is torn. It is an uneven tier, as often happens. Now suppose that before the H at the top there had been an S. Ah, you understand now. Not he, but she. It was a woman who proposed this deception to Carlotta Adams. Well, I compiled a list of every woman even remotely connected to the case, aside from Jane Wilkinson. There were 4, Geraldine Marsh, Miss Carroll, Miss Driver, and the Duchess of Merton. Of those 4, Miss Carroll interested me the most. She wore spectacles. She was in the house that night. She had already been less than accurate in her testimony due to her eagerness to implicate Lady Edgware, and she was a woman of considerable competence and nerve, exactly the sort who could have carried out such a crime. The motive was less clear, but after all she had worked for Lord Edgware for years, and some hidden grievance might well have existed. I also felt I could not entirely dismiss Geraldine Marsh. She despised her father. She had told me so herself. She was a neurotic, highly strung type. Imagine if upon entering the house that night she had coldly stabbed her father and then calmly proceeded upstairs to retrieve the pearls. Consider her torment upon discovering that her cousin whom she adored had not waited outside in the taxi but had come inside. Her distressed demeanour could easily be explained along these lines. It could just as readily be explained by her own innocence, but by a fear that her cousin had actually committed the crime. There was one additional minor detail. Earlier that week, Geraldine had been seen purchasing a small pearl-handled penknife from a stationer's shop, a curious coincidence given the nature of the wound. The gold case discovered in Miss Adams' purse bore the initial D. I recalled Geraldine being called Dina by her cousin. Furthermore, she had been attending a boarding school in Paris last November, making it plausible she could have encountered Carlotta Adams there. You might find it far-fetched to include the Duchess of Merton on this list. However, she visited me, and I identified in her a zealot's nature. Her entire existence revolved around her son, and she could have convinced herself to orchestrate a scheme to eliminate the woman poised to ruin his future.
Then we have Miss Jenny Driver. He paused, his gaze settling on Jenny. She met his look, tilting her head with a cheeky expression. "And what evidence do you have against me?" she inquired. "None, mademoiselle, save that you were a friend of Brian Martin's, and that your last name starts with D that's rather thin. There is one additional point. You possess the intellect and the courage to carry out such an act. I question whether anyone else here does." The young woman lit a cigarette.
"Do go on," she said brightly. "Was Mr. Martin's alibi authentic or not? That was what I needed to determine. If it was, then who was it that Ronald Marsh observed entering the house? And then I recalled a detail. The handsome butler at Regent Gate bore a striking resemblance to Mr. Martin. It was he whom Captain Marsh had seen. I developed a theory about that. My belief is that he found his employer murdered. Beside the body was an envelope containing French banknotes worth £100. He took the notes, slipped out of the house, left them for safekeeping with some disreputable acquaintance, and returned, using Lord Edgware's key to re-enter. He allowed the crime to be discovered by the housemaid the following morning. He felt secure, utterly convinced Lady Edgware was the murderer, and the notes were already out of the house and exchanged before their absence was noted. Yet, when Lady Edgware produced an alibi and Scotland Yard began scrutinizing his background, he grew frightened and fled. Japp gave a nod of agreement. The matter of the pince-nez still needed resolution. If Miss Carroll owned them, then the case appeared clear. She could have suppressed the letter, and while coordinating details with Carlotta Adams or meeting her on the night of the murder, the glasses might have accidentally ended up in Carlotta Adams' bag. But the pince-nez seemingly had no connection to Miss Carroll. I was walking home with Hastings here, rather dejected, attempting to arrange the facts in my mind with order and logic, and then the miracle occurred. First, Hastings listed events in a particular sequence. He mentioned Donald Ross being one of 13 at dinner at Sir Montague Corners and being the first to rise. I was pursuing my own line of thought and didn't pay full attention. It merely flickered through my mind that, technically, that wasn't accurate. He may have risen first at the dinner's conclusion, but in fact Lady Edgware had been the first to rise, having been called to the telephone, thinking of her. A certain puzzle came to me, a riddle I felt matched her somewhat juvenile mind. I shared it with Hastings. He was, much like Queen Victoria, not amused. I then began to wonder whom I could ask for specifics about Mr. Martin's feelings for Jane Wilkinson. I knew she herself would not tell me, and then a passerby, as we were all crossing the street, spoke a simple sentence. He said to his female companion that someone should have asked Ellis, and instantly the entire solution struck me like lightning. He looked around the room. Yes, indeed, the pince-nez, the telephone call, the petite woman who retrieved the gold case in Paris. Ellis, naturally, Jane Wilkinson's maid. I pieced together every step. The candles, the dim light, Mrs.
Van Dusen, all of it, I understood. Chapter 30. The Narrative.
He surveyed our faces. "Come, my friends," he said softly. "Allow me to recount the true sequence of events from that night." Carlotta Adams left her apartment at 7 o'clock, hailing a taxi directly to the Piccadilly Palace. Earlier that day she had reserved a room there under the name Mrs. Van Dusen, wearing a pair of thick glasses that dramatically altered her appearance. She informed the staff she was catching the night train to Liverpool and that her luggage had already been sent ahead. At 8:30, Jane Wilkinson arrived and was escorted up to the room. There, the two women swapped outfits, disguised in a blonde wig, a white taffeta gown, and an ermine wrap. It was Carlotta, not Jane, who departed the hotel and rode to the dinner party in Chiswick. The setting there was ideal for the deception. The dining room was dimly lit by candles. The lamps were low, and none of the guests knew Jane Wilkinson intimately. The golden hair, the distinctive husky voice and manner, it was a convincing performance. And if anyone had seen through the impersonation, a backup plan was in place. Jane, now wearing a dark wig, Carlotta's clothes and the pince-nez, settled her bill, had her suitcase loaded into a taxi, and headed to Euston Station. In a restroom, she removed the wig and stored her suitcase in a locker. Before proceeding to Regent Gate, she placed a call to Chiswick, asking to speak to Lady Edgware, a prearranged signal. If all had gone smoothly, Carlotta was to reply simply, "That's right." Carlotta, of course, was unaware of the call's true purpose. Hearing the expected phrase, Jane moved forward with her plan. She arrived at Regent Gate, requested to see Lord Edgware, announced her identity clearly, and was shown into the library. There she committed the first murder. She had no idea Miss Carroll was observing from the floor above. As far as Jane was concerned, it would be the butler's word, a man who had never seen her before, and whose view was partially blocked by her hat, against the testimony of 12 respected and notable individuals. After leaving the house, she returned to Euston, changed back into the dark wig, and retrieved her suitcase. Now she had time to kill until Carlotta was due back from Chiswick. They had agreed on an approximate window. Jane went to a corner house cafe, checking her watch repeatedly as the minutes dragged by. Then she prepared for the second murder. She placed the small Paris-ordered gold box into Carlotta's handbag, which she was carrying. It was likely around this time she discovered the letter. As soon as she saw the address, she sensed a threat. Opening it confirmed her fears. Her initial thought might have been to destroy it entirely, but she quickly saw a better use. By removing one page, the letter could be made to point squarely at Ronald Marsh, a man with a powerful motive for the crime. Even if Ronald had an alibi, it would still read as an accusation against a man, so long as she also tore off the S from she. That is precisely what she did. She then returned the letter to its envelope, and the envelope to the bag. When the appointed time approached, she walked toward the Savoy Hotel. As soon as she saw the car pass by, presumably with herself inside, she quickened her pace, entering the hotel at nearly the same moment and going straight upstairs. Dressed inconspicuously in black, she was unlikely to draw any attention. Upstairs in her room, Carlotta Adams had just arrived. The maid had already been dismissed for the night, a perfectly normal request. The two changed clothes once more, and then, I imagine, Lady Edgware proposed a celebratory drink. That drink contained the veronal. She congratulated her accomplice, promising to send the cheque the next day. Carlotta Adams went home. Overcome with drowsiness, she attempted to phone a friend, possibly Martin or Captain Marsh, as both had Victoria exchanges, but gave up, too exhausted to continue. The veronal was taking effect. She went to bed and never woke up. The second crime had gone off without a hitch. Now it was time for the third. At a luncheon, Sir Montague Corner casually mentioned a chat he'd had with Lady Edgware on the night of the murder. That was simple enough to handle, but her downfall came later. Someone brought up the judgment of Paris, and she, thinking only of the city of fashion and frills, showed her ignorance. Across the table sat a young man who had been at the Chiswick dinner, a young man who had heard the real Lady Edgware that night, discussing Homer and Greek history with ease. Carlotta Adams was known to be cultured and well-read. He couldn't make sense of it. He stared, bewildered, until the truth hit him. This wasn't the same woman. Shaken and unsure, he knew he needed advice, and he thought of me. He spoke to Hastings, but she overheard him. Quick and shrewd, she realized she'd slipped up somehow. She heard Hastings mention, "I wouldn't be back until 5. At 20 minutes to 5, she showed up at Ross's apartment. He answered the door, surprised to see her, but it never crossed his mind to be afraid. What does a strong young man have to fear from a woman? He led her into the dining room. She spun some tale, maybe even fell to her knees, and threw her arms around his neck in a desperate plea. And then, swift and sure, she struck, just as she had before. Perhaps he managed a choked cry, but nothing more. He too was silenced. A heavy quiet filled the room. Then Japp spoke, his voice rough. "You're saying she did it all along?" Poirot gave a solemn nod. "But why?" Japp pressed. "If he was willing to give her a divorce, because the Duke of Merton is a pillar of the Anglo-Catholic community. He would never consider marrying a woman whose husband was still living. The man has fanatical principles. As a widow, she was almost certain to secure him. She likely tested the waters with talk of divorce, but he didn't take the bait. Then why send you to Lord Edgware in the first place?" "Ah, parbleu!" Poirot exclaimed, shedding his very proper English manner and reverting to his natural self. "To pull the wool over my eyes, to make me a witness that she had no motive for murder. Yes, she dared to use me, Hercule Poirot, as her cat's paw, and, ma foi, she succeeded. Oh, that strange mind of hers, both childlike and cunning. She can act. Remember how perfectly she feigned surprise when told of the letter from her husband which she swore she never received? Do you think she felt a single pang of remorse for any of her 3 crimes? I can swear she did not. I told you what she was like," Brian Martin burst out, his face flushing scarlet. "I told you. I knew she was going to kill him. I felt it in my bones, and I was terrified she'd wriggle out of it. She's clever, devilishly clever, in a sort of half-witted way, and I wanted her to suffer for it. I wanted her to hang." His voice grew thick with emotion. "Now, murmured Jenny Driver, her tone exactly like a nursemaid soothing a child in the park. "And the gold cigarette case with the initial D and Paris, November inside?" Japp asked. "She ordered that by letter and sent her maid Ellis to collect it. Naturally, Ellis simply called for a parcel and paid for it, having no idea what was inside. Also, Lady Edgware borrowed a pair of Ellis's pince-nez to help with her impersonation of Miss Van Dusen. She forgot about them and left them in Carlotta Adams's handbag, her one real mistake. Oh, it all came to me as I stood in the middle of the road. What the bus driver shouted wasn't polite, but it was worth it. Ellis. Ellis's pince-nez. Ellis fetching the case in Paris. Ellis, and therefore Jane Wilkinson. It's very possible she borrowed something else from Ellis besides the eyeglasses." "What?" Japp asked. "A corn knife." A chill passed through the room. After a moment's silence, Japp asked with a strange reliance, "M. Poirot, is all this true?" "It is true, mon ami." Then Brian Martin spoke up, and his words struck me as perfectly typical of him. "But look here," he said, almost peevishly. "What about me? Why did you have to bring me here today? You nearly scared me to death." Poirot fixed him with a cool, unblinking stare. "To teach you a lesson, monsieur, for your disrespect. How dare you play your little games with Hercule Poirot?" Then Jenny Driver began to laugh. It started as a chuckle and grew into full, unrestrained laughter. "It serves you right, Brian," she managed to say when she finally caught her breath. She turned her bright, amused eyes toward Poirot. "I'm so relieved it wasn't Ronnie Marsh. I've always had a soft spot for him, and I'm profoundly glad that Carlotta's death won't go unanswered." Her expression shifted as she glanced back at the man beside her. As for Brian here, let me tell you something, M. Poirot. I intend to marry him. And if he thinks he can divorce and remarry every few years like some Hollywood cliché, he's never been more mistaken in his life. He's going to marry me, and he's going to stay married. Her tone left no room for argument. Poirot studied her, the resolute set of her jaw, the vibrant fire of her hair. "It is entirely possible, mademoiselle," he conceded with a slight nod. "I once remarked you had nerve enough for anything that evidently includes marrying a film star." A human document. A day or two later, urgent business called me back to Argentina. Consequently, I never saw Jane Wilkinson again, learning of her trial and conviction only through newspaper reports. To my surprise, though perhaps it shouldn't have been, she utterly collapsed when confronted with the truth. So long as she could revel in her own cleverness and maintain her performance, she was flawless. But the moment her confidence shattered, once someone had seen through the act, she became as incapable of sustaining the lie as a child. Under cross-examination, she fell completely apart. So, as I mentioned, that luncheon was my final glimpse of her. Yet whenever I recall Jane Wilkinson, my mind conjures the same image, her standing in that suite at the Savoy, utterly absorbed in the serious business of trying on exquisite, costly black dresses. I am certain this was no performance. In that moment she was being perfectly natural. Her scheme had succeeded, therefore she felt no further hesitation or doubt. Nor do I believe she ever experienced a single twinge of remorse for the 3 lives she had taken. I include here a document she arranged to be sent to Poirot following her execution. It is, I think, perfectly characteristic of that breathtakingly beautiful and utterly conscience-free woman. "Dear M. Poirot, I've been doing some thinking, and I feel I should write this for you. I know you sometimes publish accounts of your cases. I don't believe you've ever published one written by the person involved. I also feel a strong desire for everyone to understand precisely how I managed it all. I still consider it a brilliantly conceived plan. If not for you, everything would have worked out perfectly. I've resented that. But I suppose you were only doing your job. I'm sure if I send this, you'll give it proper attention. You will, won't you? I should like to be remembered, and I do believe I am a rather unique individual. Everyone here seems to agree. It all started in America when I met Merton. I knew immediately he would marry me if I were a widow. He harbored this odd, stubborn prejudice against divorce, however. I tried to change his mind, but it was useless, and I had to be cautious. He could be so temperamental. I soon realized my husband simply had to die, but I wasn't sure how to proceed. One can imagine such things far more easily back in the States. I thought, yet a workable plan eluded me. Then, quite suddenly, I saw Carlotta Adams perform her imitation of me, and a path forward began to crystallize. With her assistance, I could secure an alibi. That very evening I saw you, and it struck me that sending you to my husband to request a divorce would be a clever touch. Simultaneously, I would go around casually talking about killing him. I've always observed that if you state the truth in a rather frivolous manner, nobody takes you seriously. I've used that tactic with contracts before. It's also advantageous to appear slightly less intelligent than you are. During my second meeting with Carlotta Adams, I carefully introduced my idea. I told her it was a wager, and she bought the story immediately. The deal was for her to impersonate me at a certain event, and if she pulled it off, she'd walk away with $10,000. She got really excited. Some of the details, like swapping outfits, were her suggestions. We couldn't stage it at my place because of Ellis, and her apartment was out because of her maid. She didn't understand why that was a problem, which made things a bit tense. I just shut it down with a firm no. She thought I was being difficult, but she went along with it, and we settled on the hotel idea. I even borrowed a pair of Ellis's glasses. Soon enough it became clear she'd have to be removed permanently. A shame, really, but those impressions of hers were downright insulting. If her act hadn't been so useful to me, I would have been furious. I had some veronal on hand. I rarely use it, so that part was simple. Then I had a stroke of inspiration. It would look much more convincing if she appeared to be a regular user. I ordered an identical box to one I'd received, had her initials engraved on it, and added a personal inscription inside. I figured slipping in a random initial and Paris, November, would muddy the waters nicely. I placed the order from the Ritz during lunch one day and sent Ellis to collect it. She had no idea what was inside. The night went smoothly. While Ellis was in Paris, I took one of her corn knives. It was nice and sharp. She never noticed because I returned it later. A doctor in San Francisco once showed me exactly where to insert it. He was lecturing about lumbar and cisternal punctures, warning that if you went too deep, you'd hit the medulla oblongata, where all the vital nerves are, and that would mean instant death. I made him point out the spot several times. I thought it might come in handy some day, so I told him I wanted to use it for a film scene. It was completely out of line for Carlotta Adams to write to her sister. She'd promised to keep it between us. I'm rather proud of realizing how useful it would be to tear out that one page and leave he instead of she. That was all my own idea. People are always saying I'm not clever, but that took real brains. I'd planned everything carefully and followed my script when the Scotland Yard inspector showed up. I almost enjoyed that part. I even wondered if he might actually arrest me, but I felt secure. They'd have to believe all those dinner guests, and I couldn't see how they'd ever uncover the costume swap. After that, I felt incredibly happy and at ease. My luck was holding, and everything seemed to be falling into place. The old Duchess was horrible to me, but Merton was wonderful. He wanted to marry me right away and didn't suspect a thing. Those few weeks were the happiest of my life. Having my husband's nephew arrested made me feel perfectly safe, and I was prouder than ever of my idea to tear that page from Carlotta's letter. The Donald Ross situation was just plain bad luck. I'm still not sure how he recognized me. Something about Paris being a person, not a place, to this day. I don't know who Paris is, and honestly, it's a ridiculous name for a man anyway. Isn't it funny how once luck turns against you? It just keeps tumbling. I had to deal with Donald Ross quickly, and that went off without a hitch. Though it was rushed, no time for clever alibis. After that, I thought I was in the clear. Of course, Ellis mentioned you'd called her in for questioning, but I assumed it was about Brian Martin. I couldn't figure out what you were after. You never thought to ask if she had actually collected the package in Paris. I imagine you assumed that if she mentioned that detail to me, I would have grown suspicious. As it happened, the revelation took me utterly by surprise. I found it impossible to accept. It felt almost supernatural, the manner in which you appeared to be aware of my every move. I simply knew it was hopeless. There's no point in battling sheer misfortune. It was rotten luck, really, wasn't it? I do wonder if you ever feel a pang of regret for your actions. All I ever desired was to find my own version of happiness, and without my involvement, you would have remained entirely separate from this whole dreadful affair. I never anticipated you could be so fiendishly intelligent. You certainly didn't have the look of a clever man about you. It's strange, but my appearance hasn't suffered in the least. Despite that awful trial, and the vicious accusations from the prosecutor and his relentless hammering questions, I look paler and thinner, but it rather becomes me. Everyone remarks on how astonishingly courageous I am. They don't execute people publicly anymore, do they? I find that rather a shame. I'm quite certain there has never been another murderess quite like me. I suppose this is where I must say farewell. It all feels so unreal, as if none of it is truly sinking in. I am to speak with the chaplain tomorrow. Yours forgivingly. After all, one is supposed to forgive one's enemies. Isn't that right? Jane Wilkinson. P.S. Do you believe they will include my likeness in Madame Tussaud's, a movie star, a priceless diamond, an apparent suicide that reeks of murder, an ancient pharaoh's curse, and the kidnapping of a prime minister, What connects these seemingly disparate mysteries? The answer lies in the unparalleled deductive genius of Hercule Poirot. This collection, first serialized in a magazine, showcases his talents in a series of captivating cases: The Adventure of the Western Star, The Tragedy at Marsden Manor, The Adventure of the Chape Flat, The Mystery of the Hunter's Lodge, The $1 Million Bond Robbery, The Adventure of the Egyptian Tomb, The Jewel Robbery at the Grand Metropolitan, The Kidnapped Prime Minister, The Disappearance of Miss Davenheim, The Adventure of the Italian Nobleman, and The Case of the Missing Will. It was here that readers were first introduced to the iconic illustration of the dandyish, egg-headed detective with his elaborate moustache. Critics hailed it as a masterful set of stories, cleverly plotted and delivered with a charming, light touch. One review simply stated that in the realm of pure detective fiction, no one else even comes close. In the sleepy village of King's Abbot, a widow's suicide has sparked a wildfire of ugly gossip and dark suspicion. Whispers suggest she killed her first husband, was entangled with a blackmailer, and that her secret romance was with the wealthy Roger Ackroyd. Just as Ackroyd is on the cusp of unmasking the blackmailer, he is brutally murdered in his own study. Hercule Poirot, who has retired to the village for a quiet life of gardening, suddenly finds his peace shattered and himself at the heart of a labyrinthine case, pitted against a fiendishly cunning adversary. This novel didn't just follow the rules of detective fiction, it shattered them, forever cementing Agatha Christie's fame. While debates rage about her ultimate masterpiece, this title is often celebrated as Poirot's finest hour. Upon its release, it sparked both controversy and awe, with many readers finding its construction almost unbearably ingenious, yet utterly spellbinding. A word of advice: if its secrets are unknown to you, speak of it with no one and devour its pages at once. It has been rightly called a landmark of the genre and the most brilliant deception ever perpetrated on the reading public, a classic that has earned its legendary status. Hercule Poirot is on the verge of a long sea voyage to South America when a startling interruption occurs. A dishevelled stranger, covered in grime and dust, staggers into his bedroom doorway. The man's hollow eyes fix on Poirot for a fleeting second before he collapses to the floor. Revived briefly, the intruder recognizes the detective and, in a fit of manic energy, scrawls the number 4 over and over on a scrap of paper. Poirot immediately cancels his travel plans. With his trusted friend, Captain Hastings, assisting, he delves into an investigation that uncovers a global conspiracy of terrifying scale, orchestrated by a shadowy and powerful alliance dubbed the Big Four. The Blue Train is synonymous with luxury and tranquil travel, a haven from the world's intrigues. Aboard it, Hercule Poirot journeys toward the French Riviera. Also traveling is Ruth Kettering, a disillusioned American heiress fleeing a broken marriage to reunite with a past love. Her personal turmoil becomes a public scandal when she is discovered savagely murdered in her first-class compartment. For enthusiasts of the famous Orient Express mystery, this earlier railway adventure is essential, featuring Poirot's haunting reconstruction of the vicious crime in the gripping 1930 play Black Coffee, later adapted into a novel in 1998. Sir Claude Amory's secret formula for a devastating explosive is stolen from within his own estate. Convinced the thief is among his household, Sir Claude gathers everyone in the library, locks the doors, and proposes a deal. When the lights go out, the formula must be returned to the table, no questions asked. Yet when the room is illuminated again, Sir Claude lies dead. The brilliant Hercule Poirot, with Captain Hastings and Inspector Japp at his side, must navigate a web of family secrets, rekindled romances, and enigmatic outsiders to catch a murderer and avert an international disaster. Originally staged in London in 1930, the play found a lasting legacy when novelist Charles Osborne transformed it into a book decades later, capturing the classic Christie spirit that fans adore. The adventure continues in Peril at End House from 1932, where the young and charming Nick Buckley finds her life in sudden jeopardy. What begins as a series of frightening near misses, faulty car brakes on a cliff road, a boulder plummeting beside her on a coastal walk, escalates when a heavy painting nearly crushes her in her own bedroom. After spotting a bullet hole clean through her favourite sun hat, the ever-observant Hercule Poirot, who is supposed to be on a peaceful Cornish vacation with Hastings, becomes convinced someone is trying to kill Nick. With a wry smile, he remarks that attempting to murder someone during his holiday is in particularly poor taste. He sets out not just to protect her, but to solve a murder that perplexingly has not yet happened. Then, in 1933's Lord Edgware Dies, Poirot himself hears the glamorous actress Jane Wilkinson casually declare she'd like to be rid of her husband. When Lord Edgware is found stabbed in his library, Jane appears to have a perfect alibi, dining with friends at the exact time of the murder. The question of motive deepens as Edgware had recently agreed to the divorce she wanted. Poirot, assisted by the loyal Hastings, senses a sinister theatricality behind the crime, a staged performance where the final act might still be waiting in the shadows. The most famous journey begins in Murder on the Orient Express, 1934. A fierce snowstorm halts the luxurious train in the Yugoslavian countryside, stranding an unusual number of passengers for the season. By morning, an American businessman is discovered dead in his locked compartment, stabbed repeatedly. Fortunately, Hercule Poirot is aboard, having secured a last-minute berth after concluding some business in Syria. This chance booking places him at the heart of one of the most astonishing and morally complex puzzles of his entire career. While Christie's stories can be enjoyed in any sequence, dedicated followers might note Poirot's mention of his Syrian case, which connects directly to a later investigation in Murder in Mesopotamia. If you're looking to savour the anticipation before diving into Murder on the Orient Express, then Murder in Mesopotamia provides the perfect pause. A word of caution: avoid reading cards on the table beforehand, as Poirot offhandedly reveals the solution to the famous train mystery within its pages. The enduring fame of Orient Express stems from its blend of a glamorous, snowbound setting and a brilliantly constructed plot, its subtle incorporation of the still vivid Lindbergh kidnapping case from just 2 years earlier, and a beloved 1974 film featuring Albert Finney as Poirot, a rare screen adaptation that earned a nod of approval from Christie herself. Dorothy L. Sayers in the Sunday Times called it a murder mystery conceived and carried out on the finest classical lines. The Saturday Review of Literature found it hard to surpass, while the Times Literary Supplement noted, "Need it be said, the little grey cells solve once more the seemingly insoluble. Mrs. Christie makes an improbable tale very real." 3-act tragedy, 1935. The novel presents itself like a theatre programme, listing a crucial credit: illumination by Hercule Poirot. Light is desperately needed on the disastrous dinner party thrown by the renowned actor Sir Charles Cartwright for 13 guests. The evening turns tragically unlucky for the gentle Reverend Stephen Babington, who chokes and dies after sipping his martini. Yet, chemical analysis finds no poison in the glass, and there appears to be no motive for his murder. This is merely the first act in a series of meticulously orchestrated deaths. But who is the playwright behind them? The New York Times declared it makes for uncommonly good reading. Death in the Clouds, 1935. From his seat, Hercule Poirot has a prime view of the other passengers on this short flight from Paris to London. To his right, a young woman is visibly enamoured with the man across the aisle. Ahead, the Countess of Horbury struggles to hide her cocaine addiction. Across the way, a mystery writer is battling a persistent wasp. Poirot is perfectly positioned to observe every detail except for the one happening directly behind him. A passenger has slumped over, dead, murdered by someone within arm's reach. Now even Poirot finds himself on the list of suspects. The Times literary supplement promised it will be a very acute reader who does not receive a complete surprise at the end. The ABC Murders, 1936. Narrated once more by Captain Arthur Hastings, this story details a taunting challenge issued to Mr. Clever Poirot by a killer calling himself ABC. This murderer leaves an ABC railway guide at each crime scene, seemingly working his way alphabetically through English towns, Andover, Bexhill-on-Sea and Churston so far, dragging Poirot along in his wake. Serialized in the Daily Express, the novel became a sensation, with readers racing to solve the puzzle alongside the Belgian detective. The challenge remains as electrifying today, cementing the book as an essential Christie masterpiece. Julian Simons praised it as a masterwork of carefully concealed artifice most stunningly original, and the Sunday Times stated, "There is no more cunning player of the murder game than Agatha Christie." Murder in Mesopotamia, 1936. Nurse Amy Letheran felt no particular pull toward ancient lands, but a professional opportunity sends her to a remote archaeological dig in the Iraqi desert to care for the wife of a famous archaeologist, Mrs. Leidner is plagued by terrifying visions and a consuming dread. In a moment of raw fear, she confesses to her nurse, "I'm afraid of being killed." The oppressive desert heat and the isolated dig site, far from any help, only amplify the sense of impending doom, wrapping the mystery in an atmosphere of claustrophobic terror. Her fear, as it turns out, is entirely justified, and Nurse Letheran soon finds herself without anyone to care for. Yet fortune brings the world's most celebrated detective to the scene. Having just wrapped up a case in Syria, and intrigued by reports of the archaeological excavation near Hassanaya, Hercule Poirot arrives just in time to take charge of a murder inquiry that will challenge even his extraordinary intellect, all set in a region already steeped in tales of misfortune and crime. The New York Times praised it as a smooth, highly original, and completely absorbing tale. In Cards on the Table, Agatha Christie outlines in her foreword that the core of the deduction must be entirely psychological, because what truly captivates is the mind of the killer. This statement perfectly captures why her novels remain so compelling and vibrant decades after their publication. It also fittingly introduces what is often considered her most uniquely demanding puzzle. Indeed, it was Poirot's personal favorite. The detective is among 8 guests invited to a dinner party by the ostentatious Mr. Shaitana. The guest list includes Superintendent Battle from Scotland Yard, Secret Service Agent Colonel Race, the famous mystery novelist Mrs. Ariadne Oliver, and 4 individuals Shaitana privately believes are guilty of murder. After the meal, the party splits into 2 tables for bridge, one for the investigators, the other for the suspects. Shaitana himself settles by the fireplace to watch the proceedings until he is found stabbed to death. What follows is the ultimate locked-room mystery, daring the reader to discover not only the murderer, but which of the experts will crack the case. A word to the wise. During the investigation, Poirot offhandedly discloses the solution to murder on the Orient Express. The Daily Mail hailed it as the finest murder story of her career. Mrs. Christie has never been more ingenious. The collection, Murder in the Mews, features 4 novellas. In the title story, Poirot teams up with Inspector Japp to look into a suicide that seems anything but straightforward. The incredible theft involves the disappearance of vital military documents, with rumors of supernatural involvement. A theory Poirot finds laughable in Dead Man's Mirror. A gunshot that kills Gervais Chevigny-Gore also shatters a looking-glass, providing Poirot with the essential clue he needs. Finally, while on a Mediterranean holiday, Poirot encounters trouble in the form of the glamorous Valentine Chantry. then celebrating her 5th wedding in Triangle at Rhodes. The Daily Mail noted, "All 4 tales are admirable entertainment. Mrs. Christie's solutions are unexpected and satisfying. Dumb Witness is a gift to dog enthusiasts, a group which included Christie herself, who dedicated the book to her own beloved pet." The story is narrated chiefly by Captain Arthur Hastings, with occasional insights from Bob, a wire-haired terrier who, after a thoughtful appraisal, decides Poirot is not really a doggy person. Poirot is investigating the seemingly natural death of Bob's owner, Miss Emily Arundel. The case is complicated by a letter from Miss Emily expressing her fear that a relative was trying to murder her, a letter that, due to a postal delay, reached Poirot a full 2 months after her passing. Undeterred, Poirot and Bob team up to uncover the truth, with Bob ultimately finding a joyful new home with the decidedly dog-friendly Captain Hastings. Readers should note that this novel reveals the culprits from several prior Poirot cases, including the murder of Roger Ackroyd and death in the clouds. So it's best enjoyed after those. The Glasgow Herald called it one of Poirot's most brilliant achievements. Agatha Christie's celebrated novel Death on the Nile finds the brilliant detective Hercule Poirot embarking on what he hopes will be a peaceful cruise along the legendary river. Aboard the steamer Karnak, he anticipates visits to ancient ruins and a respite from crime. Yet, as any reader knows, Poirot's vacations are famously ill-fated. The journey is shattered when the glamorous newlywed Lynette Ridgway is discovered shot through the head. Suddenly, the luxurious vessel becomes a floating prison of potential killers. Fortunately, Poirot is not without an ally. He finds a capable partner in Colonel Race of British intelligence, who happens to be aboard. While the famed 1978 film adaptation featured Peter Ustinov in the role of Poirot, the original novel remains, as one critic declared, a flawless puzzle. In Appointment with Death, we journey with Poirot to the breathtaking and ancient landscapes of the Middle East. The tour includes Jerusalem's iconic Dome of the Rock, the stark Judean desert, and the mystical stone city of Petra. But the beauty of the rose-red cliffs is marred by a grotesque discovery, the body of the tyrannical Mrs. Boynton, a woman so despised her death feels like a liberation to her own family. The only clue is a small mark on her wrist. Racing against a strict deadline, Poirot remembers a chilling fragment of conversation overheard earlier, a simple damning statement that she had to be killed. One reviewer boldly claimed this intricate plot was twice as brilliant as its predecessor, as a special gift to a relative who longed for less subtlety in her tales. Christie penned Hercule Poirot's Christmas. She delivered precisely what was requested, a bloody and violent murder set during the festive season. On Christmas Eve, the strained gathering of the Lee family is torn apart by a horrific scream. The patriarch, the despised Simeon Lee, is found in a locked room, his throat savagely cut. Visiting his friend Colonel Johnson for the holidays, Poirot enters a house charged not with grief, but with a thick fog of suspicion and hidden relief. Readers should be warned. Within the story, the solution to an earlier Poirot mystery, 3-act tragedy, is casually revealed. The haunting, sad Cyprus presents a courtroom drama of intense emotion. The poised Eleanor Carlyle stands trial for poisoning her romantic rival, Mary Gerard. Every piece of evidence points directly to her. Motive, means, and opportunity all align perfectly. In the tense atmosphere of the trial, only Hercule Poirot's singular intellect can pass the truth and prevent a tragic miscarriage of justice. A noted biographer praised this novel for its deep realism and masterful handling of legal suspense, calling it a superb and unconventional mystery. Finally, 1, 2, Buckle My Shoe sends Poirot into a labyrinth inspired by a childhood rhyme. The case begins with the suspicious death of a prominent dentist on Harley Street, an event staged to look like a suicide that also implicates him in a patient's murder. Having visited that very dentist earlier in the day, Poirot's own instincts scream that nothing is as it seems. The investigation becomes a frantic race against a cryptic pattern where a single shoe buckle might unlock the secret. But time is short, and the killer is counting down. The New York Times hailed it as a relentless thrill ride that builds to a stunning conclusion. In Evil Under the Sun, there was something about her that rendered every other woman on the shoreline pale and unremarkable by comparison. As if pulled by a magnet, the gaze of every man present found its way to her, and Hercule Poirot was no exception. She was Arlena Stewart, the celebrated actress, taking a summer holiday on Smuggler's Island, much like the famous detective himself. She became a familiar vision, lounging on the sun-drenched beach. Yet, on one clear blue morning, her lifeless bronzed form was found in a secluded cove lying in the cool shadows. She had been strangled. Poirot, whose attempts at relaxation are perpetually doomed, soon discovers that almost every guest at this secluded resort has some prior link to Arlena. But who possessed both the ruthless will and the compelling reason to end her life? It is worth noting that the team behind Murder on the Orient Express and Death on the Nile produced a film adaptation in 1982, once again featuring Peter Ustinov as Poirot. The Daily Telegraph proclaimed, "Christie has never surpassed Evil Under the Sun, which represents the pinnacle of the detective genre." Meanwhile, the Times literary supplement noted, "Christie detonates her secret with explosive force," and the Sunday Times found it lively and delightful. 5 Little Pigs, a sensational bestseller that sold out its initial 20,000 copy printing, delves into a murder committed 16 years in the past. Published in the United States as Murder in Retrospect, the story follows Carla Crail as she implores Hercule Poirot to re-examine the case that condemned her mother, Caroline, to life imprisonment, where she later died. Caroline had been convicted of poisoning her estranged husband, the renowned artist Amyas Crail, Carla's father. Poirot focuses his inquiry on 5 surviving suspects, persuading each to share their personal recollections of that distant tragedy, masterfully weaving together past and present. Memory and fact, the pursuit of truth and active efforts to obscure it. 5 Little Pigs stands alone. Remarkably, years before Akira Kurosawa's famed film popularized the Rashomon effect, Agatha Christie was already challenging readers to examine a single crime through multiple conflicting viewpoints and to ponder the frustrating inconsistencies such an exercise reveals. Thankfully, the great Belgian detective has no patience for inconsistencies. Hercule Poirot trades only in exacting detail, and he will unmask the genuine murderer. The Observer wrote, "As always, Mrs. Christie leads her readers by the nose to one of her spectacular final revelations." The Times literary supplement simply stated, "The solution is brilliant. A murderous charade meant for Poirot's entertainment takes a fatal turn at the Hollow, the country estate of Lady Lucy Anketel, who has invited the detective as her guest of honour. The plan was for Dr. John Christo to be shot by his wife Gerda and to die in a puddle of crimson paint. But the gunshot was all too real, and Dr. Christo's dying breath formed a name that was not his wife's. Henrietta? What was intended as a leisurely weekend in the countryside swiftly transforms into one of Poirot's most perplexing investigations, unravelling a tangled web of romantic entanglements among the residents of the Hollow. It is interesting to note that while The Mousetrap often overshadows Agatha Christie's other theatrical achievements, an adaptation of The Hollow was a significant success. It premiered in Cambridge in 1951 and enjoyed a run of over a year in London's West End. In a curious twist for the stage version, the distinctive Belgian with the formidable personality was written out entirely, replaced by a nondescript inspector from Scotland Yard. In her memoirs, Agatha Christie reflects that she almost considered a significant change to one of her novels, feeling the characters in The Hollow were particularly vibrant. However, devoted fans of Hercule Poirot, both when the book first became a major bestseller and now, would undoubtedly protest any alteration. A contemporary review from the San Francisco Chronicle praised the novel, calling it a top-tier mystery and the finest Christie had written in quite some time. The Labours of Hercules, published later, begins with an academic, Dr. Burton, enjoying a glass of Poirot's excellent wine and making a casually dismissive comment about his host. This sparks the detective's pride, leading him to embark on a personal challenge, to solve 12 exceptionally difficult cases, mirroring the legendary tasks of his mythological namesake. Upon their completion, he vows to finally retire and leave the world's evils for others to handle. The puzzles Poirot faces test his brilliant mind as severely as the ancient labours tested physical strength, resulting in one of the most compelling collections in Christie's bibliography. True to form, he solves every one, though retirement proves to be a perpetually moving target. Critics celebrated the book, with the Sunday Express calling the stories masterpieces and Marjorie Ollingham remarking that Christie was in a class by herself. The San Francisco Chronicle noted its clever construction and brilliant execution. In Taken at the Flood, Gordon Claude perishes during the Blitz shortly after his marriage to the youthful widow Rosaline Underhay, leaving her as the sole heir to a considerable family fortune. A pervasive post-war bitterness settles over the Claude estate, a malaise that eventually reaches Poirot through a visit from the dead man's sister-in-law, claiming spiritual guidance. She asserts that Rosaline's first husband might still be alive. Skeptical of the supernatural but intrigued, Poirot's interest is fully captured by the reported death of a mysterious stranger named Enoch Arden near the Claude home. His investigation draws him into a tangled web where he must determine whether his goal is to deliver justice or to prevent a potential murder. This novel also introduces Superintendent Spence, who would become a recurring ally. Reviews highlighted Christie's signature blend of comfort and menace, with one praising the brisk and imaginative storytelling and another simply urging readers not to miss it. The old nursery rhyme takes a dark turn in Mrs. McGinty's Dead, when a real Mrs. McGinty is found brutally murdered in her cottage in Broadhinny. The scene is disturbed, with floorboards ripped up, suggesting a frantic search. The obvious suspect is her unpleasant lodger, James Bentley, who is swiftly convicted and sentenced to hang. Yet Superintendent Spence harbours doubts and implores Poirot to uncover the truth and save an innocent man, if indeed Bentley is innocent. Poirot receives unexpected assistance from the eccentric crime novelist Ariadne Oliver. Reviewers found the plot elegantly simple and utterly baffling, with perfect clues and delightful characters, hailing it as a standout Poirot mystery. Cora Lansquenet had a knack for saying exactly the wrong thing at the wrong time. This unfortunate habit culminated in a fatal hatchet blow after she blurted out, "He was murdered, wasn't he?" at her brother Richard Abernethy's funeral. With the entire Abernethy family and their solicitor, Mr. Entwistle, gathered and nervously awaiting the reading of Richard's substantial will, her accusation created a palpable chill. Terrified of losing another client to a violent end, Entwistle swiftly enlists the help of Hercule Poirot. What follows is a masterfully tangled web of family secrets, where a murderer operates within an already dysfunctional clan, a quintessential Agatha Christie puzzle brought to life by the brilliant Belgian detective. As one contemporary review noted, it keeps the reader guessing incorrectly right up to the final revelation. A series of petty thefts at a London student hostel wouldn't typically capture Hercule Poirot's attention. However, when the chaos disrupts the meticulous work of his own secretary, Miss Lemon, whose sister manages the troubled residence, he reluctantly agrees to investigate. His interest transforms into fascination upon reviewing a truly peculiar inventory of stolen and damaged goods. A stethoscope, a pair of worn flannel trousers, a rucksack deliberately slashed, a box of chocolates, and even a diamond ring discovered at the bottom of a soup bowl. Poirot declares it a uniquely intriguing problem. This beautiful problem, sadly, soon reveals a far darker side, proving that a lethal killer is hiding among the thieves. Critics celebrated the novel's surprising twists, noting that even the most seasoned Christie enthusiast would be caught off guard by the ingenious plot developments. For their village fete, Sir George and Lady Stubbs decided to host a simulated murder mystery. They enlisted the famous crime novelist Ariadne Oliver to design the game. As the event approached, however, Ariadne was plagued by a growing sense of dread that something was terribly amiss. A feeling so strong, she summoned her friend Hercule Poirot to the Dartmoor estate. Her instincts, it turned out, were tragically accurate, and Poirot soon found himself investigating a very genuine and cunning homicide. Reviewers praised the novel's flawless construction, highlighting the colossal ingenuity of its solution, a hallmark of Christie's best work. Political turmoil in the Middle East sends deadly ripples all the way to Meadowbank, an exclusive and serene girls' school in the English countryside. The progressive ruler of Ramat, Prince Ali Yusuf, foreseeing his exile, entrusts a fortune in jewels to his friend and pilot Bob Rawlinson. In a moment of desperation, Rawlinson secretly hides the gems among the belongings of his niece, Jennifer Sutcliffe, who is departing for Meadowbank. He is killed before he can explain his actions, leaving Jennifer unknowingly in possession of a royal treasure and squarely in a killer's sights. When violence shatters the school's calm, only Hercule Poirot can untangle the international conspiracy and restore order. The novel is also notable for introducing the shadowy financier Mr. Robinson, a character who would later weave his way into other Christie tales. One review simply called it immensely enjoyable, while another commended the author's technical mastery, stating she was in top form in her foreword to this collection. Agatha Christie presents the stories as a chef's selection, with herself as the chef. She fondly reminisces about the joyful Christmases of her youth spent at Abney Hall, setting a festive and nostalgic tone for the mysteries within, which feature both Hercule Poirot and Miss Marple confronting seasonal crimes. While the author herself enjoyed Christmases free from homicide, her celebrated detective was not so fortunate as seen in Hercule Poirot's Christmas. In the featured novella, Poirot, pressured into experiencing a traditional holiday in the English countryside, finds the full festive display, but also discovers a woman's body lying in the snow, a Kurdish dagger leaving a vivid red mark upon her white fur stole. This collection includes the title novella, The Adventure of the Christmas Pudding, alongside the stories The Mystery of the Spanish Chest, the novella The Underdog, 24 Blackbirds, The Dream, and a Miss Marple case titled Greenshaw's Folly. The Times literary supplement noted its captivating festive charm in the clocks. Typist Sheila Webb arrives at a residence on Wilbraham Crescent in the coastal town of Crowdien for a new assignment. Instead, she stumbles upon a smartly dressed dead man encircled by 5 timepieces. The blind homeowner, Mrs. Pedmarsh, insists she never contacted the agency or requested Sheila by name, yet someone clearly did. She also claims not to own so many clocks, and neither woman recognizes the victim. By chance, Colin Lamb, a young intelligence analyst working a separate case at a nearby naval installation, is present for Sheila's grim discovery. Lamb can think of only one person capable of unraveling such a strange and perplexing crime, his friend and mentor, Hercule Poirot. The New York Times praised it as a detective story in the grand tradition, while the Bookman called it superlative and ingenious, and the Saturday Review deemed it a certain attention-grabber. Poirot's breakfast is disrupted in Third Girl when a young woman arrives to consult him about a murder she might have committed. Yet upon meeting the detective, she panics and vanishes. She had been sharing an apartment with two other seemingly ordinary women, as Poirot, with help from crime novelist Ariadne Oliver, delves into the life of this elusive third girl. He encounters disturbing whispers of handguns, switchblades, and bloodstains. Even if no murder occurred, something is profoundly amiss, and it will require every ounce of Poirot's famed cunning and persistence to determine whether the girl is a criminal, a victim, or mentally unwell. The Sunday Telegraph hailed it as first class, and the Financial Times admired its mesmerizing cleverness. For Halloween party, mystery author Ariadne Oliver attends a celebration in Woodley Common. Among the guests is a notoriously unpleasant teenager, Joyce, who is known for spinning wild tales about witnessing murders. When Joyce is found dead in an apple-bobbing tub, Mrs. Oliver begins to question the fiction behind the girl's claims. Discovering which guest wanted her silenced is a task for Hercule Poirot, but exposing a killer this Halloween proves difficult, as not a single person in Woodley believes the young storyteller was actually murdered. The Daily Mirror celebrated it as a thundering success and a triumph for Poirot. The case in Elephants Can Remember haunts Ariadne Oliver. Over a decade ago, her friends, the Ravenscrofts, appeared to be a balanced, placid couple. Yet they died in an apparent murder-suicide, with a gun found between them and both their fingerprints on the weapon, leaving the sequence of events a mystery. Determined to solve this real-life puzzle, the novelist calls upon Hercule Poirot for help. They say old sins cast long shadows. Poirot is now advanced in years, but his intellect remains as agile and penetrating as ever, fully capable of following those shadows to their source. As Poirot, Mrs. Oliver, and Superintendent Spence dust off the files of a cold case, they are met with a revelation that sends a chill through the room. Poirot's memory, ever reliable, whispers a grim truth. Criminal patterns, much like historical cycles, have a habit of echoing through time. The Times hailed it as splendid. In Poirot's early cases, we are granted a window into the detective's professional youth, observing the honing of those legendary grey cells. 14 of the 18 tales are recounted by his steadfast companion, Captain Arthur Hastings, featuring what is believed to be the very first short story, The Affair at the Victory Ball, set shortly after the events at Styles. Poirot himself narrates 2 stories to Hastings, including The Chocolate Box, a rare account of an early failure from his days on the Belgian police. My mental faculties, they were utterly dormant, he confesses, with uncharacteristic humility. Yet throughout this captivating collection, those same faculties are typically dazzling, weaving complex puzzles that dare the reader to match wits with the master. The volume includes such mysteries as The Adventure of the Clapham Cook, The Cornish Mystery, The Double Clue, and The Third Floor Flat. The Sunday Express called it superb vintage Christie. The final chapter arrives with Curtin, Poirot's last case, narrated once more by Captain Hastings. This, my friend, will be my final investigation, announces the detective who first appeared as a refugee retiree. He warns that this will be his most fascinating pursuit, targeting a criminal genius he designates only as X, an adversary whose brilliant technique has, he admits, outmaneuvered even Hercule Poirot. The stage is fittingly Styles Court, now a guest house, where X, a killer responsible for 5 deaths and hungry for more, lurks. Here, Poirot will indeed make his ultimate exit, but not before leaving Hastings with a breathtaking legacy. Biographer Charles Osborne notes the novel's conclusion is among Christie's most astonishing. Notably, upon the book's publication, the New York Times honored Poirot with a front-page obituary, an unprecedented tribute for a fictional character. Christie had crafted this last case during the war, locking it away until her own career's end. Time magazine praised it as first-rate Christie, fast, complicated, wryly funny. In a related account, Charles Osborne details the 1933 archaeological expedition led by Max Mallowan, Agatha Christie's husband, to a site near Nineveh in Iraq. Funded by the British Museum, his small team included Christie, herself, and an architect, John Rose. Her celebrity was such that British news reports highlighted her participation. Their arrival, however, was met with dismal weather. Torrential rains turned the landscape to mud and complicated the already arduous task of securing digging rights from local landowners. As Agatha Christie reflected in her memoirs decades afterward, determining land rights in the Middle East was never straightforward. Property far from urban centres fell under a local sheikh's authority, but any site deemed a tell, a hill believed to conceal ancient ruins, was automatically government property. The mound at Arpachia, however, was considered too modest for such a classification, forcing Max Mallowan's team to bargain directly with the landowners. This proved far more complicated than expected. A jovial, large man initially declared himself the sole owner, only to be challenged the next day by his wife's second cousin. By the third day, Mallowan had tallied 14 separate claimants. Agatha would later insist the number was 19. The solution was to gather them all into 2 horse-drawn carriages, transport them to the Ottoman Bank in Mosul, and convince each to seal the agreement with a thumbprint. The excavation itself yielded remarkable treasures, an ancient potter's workshop filled with dishes, vases, and plates, a cemetery from 4000 BC holding 45 graves, and a wealth of small artifacts like amulets, necklaces, knives, and pottery fragments. Agatha threw herself into the work of cleaning, labelling, and repairing these finds, quickly becoming an indispensable and skilled assistant. This dig marked the beginning of her regular involvement in her husband's archaeological work throughout the 1930s, where she gained profound insight into the ancient worlds being unearthed. Amidst the dust and discovery at Arpachia, she even found quiet moments to draft Murder on the Orient Express. To cap off the season, the small expedition team decided to host a cross-country race for all the local workers involved in the dig. With a touch of whimsy, Agatha christened the event the Arpachia Amateur Athletic Association, or the AAA. The race rules were broadcast to all potential competitors. The course would stretch roughly 3.5 miles, starting at the Nergal Gate of Nineveh on the Mosul side of the Kossa River, requiring a river crossing and finishing just below the site's Tholos at Arpachia. The prizes were deliberately substantial and practical. First place won a cow and a calf, second a sheep and a lamb, third a goat and a kid, and fourth a hefty sack of dates. Fifth prize was 100 eggs, followed by 9 more descending prizes of eggs. Furthermore, every finisher would receive a generous portion of helloa, as much of the sweet confection as could be held in 2 cupped hands. Their Indian cook was tasked with procuring all this in the Mosul markets, a chore he bemoaned to Agatha with a weary, "Too much work, Mem Sahib." Race day arrived, the prizes loaded onto their lorry. When the starting pistol fired, chaos ensued. A mad collective sprint forward sent most of the runners tumbling face first into the river. The event had been heavily bet on, and afterward a massive nighttime feast was held where most of the prize animals and goods were promptly consumed. It was, by all accounts, a glorious day for the fledgling AAA Inn. Early May, the expedition packed up, first heading to Baghdad for the customary division of artifacts at the museum there. It was a bittersweet conclusion, shadowed by the unsettling presence of Dr. Julius Jordan, the German director of antiquities in Baghdad. Unbeknownst to many at the time, Jordan was a Nazi sympathizer actively working to erode British influence in the region, a stark reminder that even in the pursuit of ancient history, modern political tensions were never far away. from Baghdad, it was finally time to return home to England. In his personal interactions with the Malowans, the man was the picture of charm. He proved a skilled pianist, offering renditions of Beethoven's sonatas, and presented himself as a gentle, cultivated soul. This facade shattered one afternoon over tea in his home when the conversation turned to Jewish people. Agatha observed a startling transformation in Dr. Jordan's expression, a shift so profound and chilling she had never witnessed its like. "You fail to comprehend," the doctor stated coldly. "Our Jews are a different matter. They represent a peril. Extermination is the only viable solution. Nothing less will suffice." Agatha could only stare, a cold disbelief settling in her gut. Reflecting later, she identified this as her first jarring encounter with the ideological poison that would soon engulf Germany. She had met a committed Nazi and would later learn his wife harbored an even more virulent fanaticism. This confrontation, one imagines, served as a stark awakening. The casual, regrettable anti-Semitic remarks that pepper her earlier novels begin to fade from her work published after the mid-1930s. Her worldview was undoubtedly expanded too by her life with Max Mallowan, whose archaeological pursuits fostered a more international perspective. Upon their return to England, Max immersed himself in documenting their expedition. Their discoveries were displayed at the British Museum, and his scholarly work on Arpachia was published shortly thereafter. Ironically, when their ship docked in London, it was the famous novelist, not the archaeologist, whom the press clamoured to meet. The mystery Agatha had penned in the autumn of 1931 at Nineveh, using the table bought from a Mosul market, was published in Britain as Lord Edgware Dies and in the United States as 13 at Dinner. She dedicated it to Dr. and Mrs. Campbell Thompson, who had led the dig. In this adventure, Hercule Poirot trades English villages and French resorts for London's West End, dining at the Savoy, questioning suspects in a Regent's Park mansion, and travelling only as far as a riverside house in Chiswick for the fateful dinner of 13. Agatha later credited the novel's inspiration to a performance by the renowned American monologist Ruth Draper, marvelling at the artist's chameleonic ability to become, through sheer force of character, anyone from a shrewish wife to a devout peasant girl. The fictional Carlotta Adams is a clear tribute to Draper, whose unique art, transforming with little more than a shawl or a change in posture, captivated London audiences for decades, from her first matinees in the 1920s to her final performance shortly before her death. Christie, ever one to challenge both her detective and her audience, crafted in this case one of her most ingenious puzzles. The social tapestry is equally compelling, proving her deft hand with aristocrats, theatrical personalities, and financiers, as surely as with the residents of a quiet English village. The troubling undercurrent of anti-Semitism remains present, though it manifests less in the portrayal of Sir Montague Corner, who merely indulges in a lengthy display of his expertise on everything from Japanese prints to Einstein's theories, before finally letting Poirot speak, and more starkly in the words of a cash-strapped young aristocrat. This man flirts with the wealthy Rachel Dortheimer at the opera, only to later sneer about her long Jewish nose quivering with emotion. Sadly, this would not be the final Christie novel marred by what critic Jacques Barzun termed the usual tedious British anti-Semitism, a prejudice that would intermittently stain her pages until the war years, albeit with declining frequency. Hastings is back at Poirot's side for this case, with no explanation given for his absence from his wife in Argentina. He is simply summoned home at the story's conclusion. It is here we learn Hastings sports a modest toothbrush moustache, which Poirot mockingly contrasts with his own elaborately waxed and absurdly luxurious one. The narrative also suggests a distrust of excessive male beauty, implying that men who are too good-looking often harbour dubious morals. Inspector Japp hints at a suspect's recherché and nasty private life, a vague allusion likely pointing toward homosexual affairs. A curious interruption occurs when Poirot is called away to resolve the ambassador's boots, a rare slip from Christie, as this particular case was actually solved by her other detectives, Tommy and Tuppence Beresford, in Partners in Crime. The novel itself was adapted to film in 1934 by Real Art Films, featuring Austin Trevor's third and final performance as Poirot. Richard Cooper and Melville Cooper reprised their roles as Hastings and Japp from the earlier film Black Coffee, with Jane Carr playing Jane Wilkinson. Despite competent acting, the film achieved only modest success, one critic dismissively labelling it just another conventional mystery play. A later television movie, 13 at Dinner, was produced in 1985 by Warner Brothers, starring Peter Ustinov as the famous detective. This analysis is derived from Charles Osborne's The Life and Crimes of Agatha Christie. Osborne, born in Brisbane in 1927, is an internationally recognized opera scholar and author of numerous works on music and literature, including The Complete Operas of Verdi and a biography of W. H. Auden, a devoted connoisseur of crime fiction and a leading authority on Agatha Christie. He has also adapted several of her stage plays into novel form. He resides in London. Agatha Christie is globally celebrated as the Queen of Crime. Her works have sold billions of copies in English and countless more in over 100 languages, making her the most widely published author in history, surpassed only by the Bible and Shakespeare. She authored 80 crime novels and story collections, 19 plays, and 6 romantic novels under the pseudonym Mary Westmacott. Her literary career began with The Mysterious Affair at Styles, written while she served in a voluntary aid detachment during World War I, which introduced the world to the meticulous Belgian detective Hercule Poirot, a character who would become as iconic in the genre as Sherlock Holmes. After facing rejections from several publishers, Agatha Christie's debut novel, The Mysterious Affair at Styles, finally found a home with the Bodley Head in 1920. By 1926, she was producing a novel annually and crafted what many consider her crowning achievement. The Murder of Roger Ackroyd was her inaugural publication with William Collins, launching a prolific partnership that spanned half a century and yielded more than 70 titles. This landmark book was also the first of her works to be adapted for the stage, enjoying a successful London run under the title Alibi. Her theatrical fame was cemented by The Mousetrap, which premiered in 1952 and continues its record-breaking engagement at St. Martin's Theatre, holding the distinction of the longest initial run in theatrical history. Honoured as a dame in 1971, Christie passed away in 1976, yet her literary output continued posthumously with bestsellers like Sleeping Murder, her autobiography, and collections such as Miss Marple's Final Cases. In a unique turn, her play Black Coffee was adapted into a novel in 1998 by her biographer Charles Osborne. Her celebrated body of work encompasses numerous series and standalone classics, from the intricate puzzles of Hercule Poirot and the shrewd deductions of Miss Marple to the adventures of Tommy and Tuppence, alongside her romantic novels published under the pseudonym Mary Westmacott. This digital edition is protected under copyright law. No portion of this text may be copied, shared, altered, or stored in any system without prior written authorization from Perfect Bound, a trademark of HarperCollins Publishers. The Microsoft Reader version was released in December 2003. This electronic book was prepared using the Agatha Christie Signature Edition, originally published in London. The novel first appeared in Great Britain through Collins in 1933. HarperCollins Publishers operates globally with offices in several countries. In Australia, their offices are located in Pymble, New South Wales. Their Canadian division is based in Toronto, Ontario. The New Zealand branch can be found in Auckland. In the United Kingdom, the publisher's address is in London. For readers in the United States, HarperCollins Publishers Inc. is situated in New York City. References included are from Max Mallowan's memoirs published in London in 1977, a June 1933 edition of the London News Chronicle, and the work A Catalogue of Crime from 1971. The contents of this volume list chapters beginning with A Theatrical Party and concluding with A Human Document, featuring the renowned detective Hercule Poirot in another intricate mystery.